often when you go around a roundabout, that it feels a bit more. Man, it's like 40k. I get that, but just remember when you're laying down, facing backwards, can't orientate yourself. It feels worse. But yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't hear you, but I know what you're saying. I can't hear you, but I know what you're saying. Well, we're 4.5 hours going.
It's shorter than yesterday.
I mean, yeah, sure, yesterday. This is one constant film. Although the track is like 5 kilometers long.
Oh, mate, but it takes them 30 minutes to get around the track.
Exactly. So we've got about 5 minutes of clean time.
Pull on that chair right there, that's your...
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a breather. Oh, no, do it off to the back. No, never that back.
Here for rider briefing, please. Non-essentials, can you start heading out of the start area, please? Really important. And you can head out up through here where we are at the moment through gate 9. Very shortly we'll be closing that Penrite gate, and it'll be this one up here that you'll have to go out of. Riders, if you can start moving up, it's really simple. The sooner you get up here, the sooner we do the briefing, the sooner we can light the fuse on this thing and let it go, all right? Really important you get up here for it, please. Rightio, come right up, guys. Come right up and make sure we get everyone packed up nice and neat so we get the messages across, all right? Up, guys, come right up. Got plenty of room. Let's get you right up nice and tight. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we get underway, all right? So make plenty of room for the guys at the back to come up so you can hear us, all right? Non-essential people, you should be clearing out of this area now. Really important that we get things underway quickly. Right, so I'll make it really quick for you. What I will say is that this year I don't want anybody that's not a competitor in this area out the back or waiting around. I'll have you all removed out of here fairly shortly after we finish rider briefing and we get you to the point where you're ready to go, all right? So no one in this area. We'll be closing that gate where the Penrite arch is shortly, and your exit will be through this area here at gate 9. All right, so, or spectator access 9. That's where we'll get you out of. All right, so we're all good with that? Cool, right. Rider briefing is Jeff Gunn. Let him go through what's needed. Any questions after it, down here, if you don't want to ask it while we're in the throes of it, but in the background, come and see us, all right? It's important you understand what goes on, so we all have a safe day today. That's about keeping the race moving, all right? So quiet, and we'll hand over to Jeff.
Thanks, Johnny. Firstly, welcome everyone to this year's 2024 Penrite Hattah Desert Race. This briefing's to give you all the important information about today's race. As Johnny said, my name's Jeff Gunn. I'm the clerk of the course for this race, and the steward for the race is Frank Crane, down to my left. By entering this meeting, you acknowledge that motorcycle sport is dangerous and you may be exposed to certain risks where you can be injured, hurt, or your bike can be damaged. The Hattah team have put in an enormous amount of effort this year to ensure that the venue and the tracks are as safe as they can be, and it's your responsibility to have read and understood all the rules and instructions regarding the race, and you follow the directions of the event officials and ride and act safely throughout the day. Also, please note where all those new spectator crossing points and stuff are for the pits. Don't go out through and over the fence, please. First aid for today is located down the back, so that's where the big hospital is located. I think we've got about 2 or 3 doctors and about 15 nurses and stuff on site today, plus all the recovery ambulances. No smoking or alcohol in the pit area. The track for today is clearly marked, so all the directional arrows, the red directional arrows on the drums, as per yesterday, that's your track markers for today. The red circle is the danger mark, so if you see those, there's going to be something ahead that you need to make sure you take care of. And the red cross, so there's a number of different access tracks out there. That means you've gone the wrong way, okay, if you come across that. No tear-offs today. I don't think there's much crop out on this side today, but having said that, with all of the corners that are marked, I don't want anyone cutting any of the corners. We've got about 70 outriders that are continually circling today, so they'll be out there to not only take care of you if you have an incident or you break down, but also they'll be keeping track of where you are as far as on the course. Track length for today is 38 kilometres and it's 8 laps. The pit area, for those who haven't raced here before, as you will see, the main race lane through the pits, that's full-on race speed through there. So that 6 metre lane through the middle, full race pace. The next lane over is your transition lane through to your pits. So when you're coming through to approach your pits, I want you to pull off into the first lane to slow down and then come across into your pit refuelling lane. All refuelling trenches should be outside, right outside your tent and not out 3, 4, 5 metres out from there, okay? If you've got them out there, you might be able to ask to move them back in. If you are pitting on the corners where the berms are, please do not jump in and out over the berm, either head in before or just after it. 3 pit crew for each competitor today. 2 only can work on the bike and assist the rider out in the refuel lane. The 3rd one can assist from the pit tent area. When you are entering and leaving the pits, can you give way to riders in the race lane? If you miss your pit area and you've gone past it, do not turn around and ride back against the direction of flow. Get off your bike and push it back to your pit area. Refueling is dead engines for today, and the rider must be off the bike, and that's not sitting on the back mudguard, okay? You've got to be off the bike, and don't undo your fuel cap while you're still coming back in. You've got to be stopped before you undo your fuel cap. No refueling on the course is permitted. If you break down out on the race course, please stay with your bike until the recovery crew come and pick you up. When you get your bike, the recovery for today is also down the back, just this side of the first aid area. So that's a bike recovery from there. If you're able to get your bike from there back to the pits and you're able to get it going again, you can rejoin the race. But you will have to redo the lap that you failed to complete. Please note for today, if you come across any official or outrider that's showing or waving either a yellow flag in the pit area or a high-vis vest out on the track, there's obviously an incident in front of you. Can you please slow down and don't overtake and ride past at full pace past the incident? Today, obviously, the start is a little bit different and the direction flows. So the start, as normal, you'll be heading out down towards this end where all the barriers are down the bottom. You'll loop around, come back around through the dam and go straight across through past the back of the pits. You don't go through the pits on the first lap. You go straight past. When you return, there'll be track markers that'll change after that first lap. When you return, you'll come back down and then back through this way. So that'll change slightly up the end. It'll narrow up a little bit. We'll put the timing loop up after the start. So the timing loop will be down there, and then you'll come straight down through the hay bales here around the back and then go in through the pits. Also, there'll be a drum change there. So then you enter through the pits and then back out. Is that clear to everyone? If I need to stop any riders or provide you with a bit of extra information on something that you may have done, it'll be just down here past the timing loop. At the end of the race today, if you're lucky enough to get in the top 10 finishers, at the end, they'll all be, we'll pull you all up down there for all your media stuff just after the end. Everybody else, when we finish, when you come back down through here, at this point here is where we'll stop and take all the transponders off the hired transponders off your bike down here. Another thing, make sure you've got your transponder on your bike today. I think hopefully now all vehicles should be out of the pits, and from this point onwards, only people over 16 in the pits. There are a number of spare bikes with numbers still in the pits. You cannot swap bikes for the race, okay? You can use that bike for parts only. You cannot swap bikes. There's a fair bit of info there. Is there any questions with regards to the race?
Excuse me, guys.
I need somebody to come and have a look at a guy who rode out on a bike and he's had a crash.
Yeah, also, just a reminder, when the first bike finishes and the checkered flag's waved, the pits will still be closed for everyone. So I don't want anyone trying to vacate the pits with cars and stuff like that, because there's still a race going on. There still could be bikes refueling going out, still people coming in. So we will let you know at the end of the race when the pits are open for you to vacate or bring your car back in for the pits. But that information will be coming across throughout the day. Is there any other questions on that from now? All right, we'll have a great and safe day, fellas, and hope everything goes well.
Rightio. All non-essentials, I'll have you all out of this pit area, this start area, please. All non-essentials, I need you out of here. All I want left in here will be bikes and competitors and officials. That's it, all right? So tidy up the last of your good wishes for everyone. Grab what you need to grab. Start heading out, guys. The sooner we get everyone cleared out and we leave just the bikes, competitors and officials, the sooner we can start the event and get it underway, all right? If you can work with us, that'd be greatly appreciated.
We want to see this one.
Oh, number 5 too.
A minute silence and national anthem.
Yep.
Rightio, guys, if you just shut your engines off for a minute, please. I've got a national anthem to run. Bike number 522. Clem Bailey, I think it is. Clem Bilney, bike 522. I need you up here, please, buddy. Bike number 522. Well, shut your engines down, guys. Just shut your engines down, please. Pop up here. I'll just get you to shut your engines down, guys. Rightio, guys, I'll just shut your engines down, please. Can I just get the guys to shut them down? If you can hear me down the far end, just get them to pull those engines up, please. I'll get you to shut your engines down, fellas, just for a moment. The non-essentials start heading out, please. Well, shut your engines down, guys. Rob Manger, if you can hear me, can I drop that music, please? Rob, wherever you are, can you drop that music, please? Thank you. If I stop talking, it cuts back in. Yeah, she's singing, it'll be fine. Rob Manger, if you can hear me, Rob Manger, I need you to cut the music if you can, please, buddy. If you keep talking, it'll cut it out. Yeah. So you just keep singing. You'll get a second or two from when I finish, so the moment I drop to you, you just keep going. Rightio, guys, really important that we do our national anthem this morning, as we do every year. I do thank Olivia Nichols for coming today to do our national anthem for us. She did the same yesterday and has done for us for quite some time. Lovely person and great to have her here this morning. And I think between all of us, we're quite patriotic about what we do here. And this is a very important part of what we love to kick our morning off with. So we send you off on a really good note. So if you could please remove your hats. Guys with helmets, leave them on. It's fine. Remove your hats. And if you can be upstanding and make sure that you pass on your respects to Olivia Nichols, who's about to do our national anthem for us.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, Advance, Australia fair.
Round of applause for Olivia Nichols. Well done. What an amazing job. Well, we are about to uncork and let go. Hattah 24. If you are in this area still, I need you out. I want just bikes, competitors and officials. That's it, okay? Good luck to each and every one for your adventure today in Hattah 24, and a big thank you to Penrite and the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club for their involvement in running this amazing race. And as spectators, please understand, if you're being through these areas where there's spectator points, work with our officials, really important. We have a safe and enjoyable day down here today. Good luck to all involved as we kick off for Hattah 24.
The whole ground is shaking right now. Liam Ornger and Wade Ornger to take you through today, along with the voice of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, Johnny Contract, down there living his best life. Liam, you can literally feel the air shaking.
Yeah, it's coming through the ground, isn't it? It doesn't get much better than this. It's such a special weekend on the calendar in Australian motocross, motorcycle racing. There is nothing else like it. The spectacle that is these 400-odd riders on the start line set to take off at the same time. The way they launch this race, the way it all plays out over this monumental set of kilometres today. We're going to crown a Penrite Hattah Desert Race champion for 2024. Will that be a new champion? It certainly looks very potential. One of our previous winners in Daniel Milner starts just outside of the top 10. He timed in at 11th yesterday after the senior prologue, and then that remarkable top 10 shootout where Maximus Purvis went straight to the top of the charts in a phenomenal ride. Stamps his name, a strong Supercross name. We're getting set for the starter. We're going right after it. So Maximus Purvis brings us away behind the Can-Am to kick things off, and the 2024 Penrite Hattah Desert Race is away, Wade Ornger. What a spectacle this is.
One of the truly great spectacles of Australian motorsport, Liam Ornger. They head out on the first of 8 laps, over 38 kilometres per lap. Talking to a lot of the teams, Kenny Reid was saying he expects a lot of them will come in on the first lap. Rather than roll the roulette wheel for fuel, it is a grueling affair.
Did you see someone dumping the Camelback?
It looked like the Camelback was off really early then. Look at this. What a spectacle.
Look at, we're 3 and 4 wide already. Before this has even began, we're through one corner and they're already throwing passes down on each other.
The interesting part about this, they'll come back and run in the opposite direction from what we've run the last couple of years. Purvis, who stunned everybody yesterday. Jack Simpson, he was the quickest from prologue initially, and then Purvis stomped into the top 5. The motocross ace from South Australia. But what we do know, Liam, it's a long, long race, around 4.5 hours. Very different to a moto.
No doubt, there is nothing that compares to this sort of action. How do you prepare? It really takes 12 months leading up. You need to start weeks after this event finishes. If you're going to try and aim a shot at the 2025 running of this, there's so much to take place today as we see Jet Bryan take off on screen for the all-power on-site auto electrical, one of the under-19s. There's so many young guns in this field. And because of the prologue effort yesterday, it spreads the field out completely. All different makes, models, bike sizes, capacities, riders. There's ladies littered right throughout this field as well.
I love that shot. I never get sick of it. It's Art, Tex, Wombat, and all the boys doing a tremendous job on real air imagery. What a unique system. Now, what is the go there?
Already. Yeah, he couldn't get the bike to fire. Was lined up on the grid and now pulled aside. Now they're going to try and push start it.
Look at that.
Hopefully can get it go. Now, I don't know exactly how this will work, whether he can just head straight out or he's now going to have to wait till the very end, even if he gets the bike fired now. And his heartbreak before the race has even began for that rider. Boy, it's a grueling day.
you have to actually turn left before you turn right in this situation here, or you'll run straight into the back. I think that was Ado from Blokeswell in the back, soaking it all up. 4.5 hours for the pros. It'll seem like a lot longer for the semi-pros and the amateurs. It is one of the great spectacles of Australian motor racing. Penrite celebrating 100 years in 2026. Proudly Australian owned and family run since 1926. And so far, almost everybody out cleanly.
Incredibly, we're only halfway through jetting off the field. We've still got so many riders. Still a row and a half at least to come. There's no other way to start this race. I don't think you could do it any other way.
No, it's the safest way, Liam, and it really does streamline them. The interesting part is this is the way they've gone the last few years, but they're going to come back towards us. So they'll actually double back and come back in that opposite direction. Cool shots from the air. What would we do without these boys in the air?
There's no way. There's no way that you could cover this event. Look at the dust storm off into the distance as they head out now. Importantly, that rider that we never actually able to pick up his number, but he got that bike fired up. It was clearly one of the two bangers. There's plenty of smoke, so good to see that they got in the race, because it's such a brutal lead up to this event, and then for the bike to not start on you right on the grid. I'm sure it was running no problem before the race began, before you wheel it down to the start line, and then you're sitting there ready to go. The nerves are filled up in the helmet, and then the bike's not going to go. It doesn't get much tougher than that. Spare
a thought for Mason Simmons. He's probably tuned in watching at the moment. Mace, we wish you were here, mate. The defending champ was 4 hours, 28 minutes, 0.12 last year when Mason was able to get the job done by about 3 minutes over Jack Simpson. Mace unfortunately got injured just recently. We certainly wish you were here, mate. As Liam said, a number of categories within this outright event. The pros, they'll get after it. They want the outrights. But we know that people like Emma Milicevic, Maddie Healy, some of those tenacious ladies, Danielle was spectacular yesterday as well. They will want the class win, but it's the outright result as well, Liam, that they really want to star in.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. As we see the last of our riders are starting to get it on. That very final row, it wasn't a full row to finish things, and the rest of our riders getting in this race. Boy, they're getting after it into the first corner already. Just the starters alone. And now it gets 3 and 4 wide just to get out into really the sighting couple of corners.
There's so many different levels of competition within these groups. There's Ado sitting in the back. What a ripping shot. The pits is going to be a vital part of our coverage today. BTM, Big Tall Michael, will be running through that pit area a little bit later on. He did a great job yesterday. You get guys that are just out there to ride with their mates. You get guys that are out there to try and get PBs. You get guys that literally want to put their name on the map, and somewhere in between as well. It's just an event you have to ride.
I love that shot.
Yeah, it's already.
Just keep coming and coming and coming.
There he is, Big TM, Big Tall Michael, leaving the grid and heading out to the pits. The drones are going to give us that great perspective in the pit area as well, Liam, where we can really get, that view as to how they drop in and do their refuel. Cool shot, almost right on cue. That's the pits off to the right-hand side.
Look at the dust they're heading out into. You can see where there's plenty of moisture still right now in the middle of our shot. There's no problems with moisture there, but then it's a very clear-cut line where they just peel into the dust, and you've got no idea what's on the other side of that dust.
And bearing in mind, this is virginal scrubland until this moment. Nobody has practiced on this track at all. They're not allowed to. You can't go out onto the track in any form. So this is, for these guys, the first tyre tracks they're seeing are literally the first tyre tracks since last year. Big thanks to the farmers that allow us to use this private land, Liam.
Yeah, it couldn't be done without them. There's no way. There's so many riders that will try and get into the back pockets of some of the local farms so they can at least get into some sort of a surface that's similar to this. And we spoke to Daniel Milner yesterday, who has land out at Hopeton, where he's tried to make as similar to a racetrack as he can to try and match Hattah so he can be best prepared for that. There's a lot of people that obviously don't have access to things like that that will travel anywhere they can to try and replicate Hattah, but there is no way to do that feasibly. You're just not going to get anything close enough that's going to mean anything substantial. You just have to be on a bike, have to be doing those long hours on it, and not risk getting injured in the lead up as well, which is always a major possibility. We see that every year, that some of our major riders, the amount of hours they're putting into riding before this event is always so large. So there's that massive risk of getting injured in the lead up and things like that, because you just have to be on the bike 24/7 to be the best prepared.
I think it's confidence as well. Confidence in your setup, and just confidence in being able to ride something similar. Just get time on the bike, I think so. That's the biggest part. So they're going to ride back out, then they'll turn back in and come back in the opposite direction. So that's what I'm really looking forward to seeing, how they work their way back into the course. They're going to come by our commentary position here on that left-hander and then swing back down this straightaway. Remember last year, the finish line was actually that little rutted area right in front of where the screen was always positioned, and it always got really hammered out.
Yeah, because they're approaching on a yellow flag caution lap, so they're having to approach that slowly, and then that's that acceleration zone. So it just burrowed out, and then by the end of the day, boy, it was a motocross track in there.
Pick up that hat right there and hold that up towards that camera. This is some of the merch. It looks absolutely fantastic this year. They've done a great job. The merch is available here. I know that Penrite are here as well. Jared and Aaron and all the team, and Glenn Bell and Ryan and everybody are here with all of their merch as well. The Penrite fist gloves have come in very, very handy so far this morning already. They have a huge range of merch. Plus, of course, they have lubricants. They have your chain guard stuff, your cleaning equipment, a bunch of stuff as well for both road and dirt. And they also want to talk to you about the business as well. So if you're in business in a mechanical or agricultural sense or any of that sort of stuff, the guys would love to at least have a talk to you about trying to build some of the Penrite product range into your business as well. So we want to say a huge thanks to all of the team at Penrite, Australian, proudly made, owned and run since 1926. And we just saw Gunny go by. Clerk of the course, he just lives for it, doesn't he?
Absolutely. So does this whole committee. All of the green jackets and the officials that we see right around this place. There's so many fluoro vests littered right across the course. The sweep riders, everyone that's out there constantly chasing the action, looking for someone that's downed on a bike or someone that's had a mechanical failure. You couldn't be on your own too long out there on this track.
Just pay attention to what everybody tells you in the green jackets as well. Like if you need to, if you're half unsure, just ask the question. We're really, really careful this year about making sure. Here we go, some cool GPS shots. First up to give us a look. Purvis, McMahon, Dixon. That's just a few of the names that you can see just there on the GPS tracking. Sam Prashira, Jai Dixon, Brodie Waters. In fact, if we look back through that top 10 shootout from yesterday, Purvis dropped into top 5. It was like, wow, cop this.
Out of nowhere, wasn't it?
And then bang, how about number 1 spot as well? Jack Simpson had us all going, uh-oh. Is the transponder working on that bike? Fortunately, it was. He was able to start out of position 2 today. So Purvis, Simpson, McMahon, Prashira, Dixon and Waters. I actually spoke to AJ from Yamaha on Thursday night out at Deakin Motorcycles to ask about, how excited he was about bringing the Blue Crew back to this event as well. And he had a really good focus where he's got young Liam Mason on the bike as well as Jack Simpson, who's come back from the States. And what a great way to bring him in. So AJ from Yamaha, we're going to catch up with him later on today. But the other night, I caught up with him and asked how he was feeling coming into this.
AJ from Yamaha, so good to have the Blue Crew back here for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Why is this a destination point for so many endurance teams?
I think, well, firstly, the community, the town, it's a pretty good pocket in Australia. We're in that corner of 3 states, so a lot of riders come. It's quite accessible, logistically quite easy, and it's a really incredible track. There's nothing like it in Australia.
The timing, only just being, with Fink only a couple of weeks ago, that sort of stuff, does that work for you or against you?
Well, for us at the moment, it's a part of racing that we don't get involved in. It's changed for us, but we've always kept Hattah in our sights.
Yep.
Mainly logistics. It's a more affordable event for us because of the location and You don't need so many pit crews and things like that. So Hattah's a bit simpler and it's isolated to one spot and you're coming back every 40k. So for us, it's a little bit easier to manage. The tracks cater for the junior all the way through to the senior. So for us, Yamaha, we've got a lot of junior kids here from 65s, 85s, 125s, and then right through to our seniors on 250Fs and 450s.
Yeah. Catching them early and developing them.
Yeah, well, it's a big part of it, and a lot of riders love this weekend.
Yeah, it's cultural, it's about the social experience, it's about nights like this. Cool to be down here at Deakin Motorcycles. Sarah and Nigel, the team, do a great job down here with this. The pit strategy is phenomenal. As I tell people that have never been to the race, there's two things you've got to see. The start, because it's unique, incredible. And then the actual pit strategy, the way you grade from race speed to intermediate to then stopped and dropped.
Yeah.
There's not many other sports in the world that do that pitch system like we have.
No, and I guess that's what makes it very unique here. As a spectator, it is quite appealing to watch all of that action. It is chaotic, fast.
Yeah.
Pit stops are 10 seconds. We're certainly not anywhere near like Formula One, right? But in our world of motorsports, it's quite exciting.
Dealing with corporates like Yamaha, who are worldwide industry leaders and have been for decades, there's a bit of pressure in representing the brand. Like, you have to do everything just so, right? You don't just roll in, pull a bike off the trailer. Those are the old days of privateer racing. What pressure is there for you? Is it you always being just present and mindful?
Well, it's very performance-based, so that's all motorsports. And for us, representing Yamaha it's a very unique, special part of what we do because they have a big heritage in racing. Racing is important to what Yamaha is, so to be a part of that is a privilege. It is unique. The opportunities aren't always there, and so when you do get a chance, you just take it and you try your best and you go as hard as you can.
Tell me about your team this weekend.
So we have drafted in Jack Simpson, who's racing in America full-time at the moment, but he's on summer break and always comes back for Hattah.
Yep.
So I reached out to him and said, let me know if you need some help, because I know he loves this race as well.
He does. And he's pretty good at it.
Yeah, and so he was excited by that, and so was Yamaha. And we've also brought Will Dennett along with us. This is his first senior Hattah. He's in the under-19s program on our 450.
Nice.
So we've got a rookie and we've got a very experienced veteran, and so it's been good, and we're really looking forward to it.
So cool to have you here. I love the fact that we have all the major players here that make this event what it is. There's a huge volunteer group that spend hours and hours out there. That place becomes a desert, becomes a city.
Yeah, it does. It's a little oasis for us, really, in the middle of what you would consider nowhere. But it comes alive this weekend, and we're really looking forward to it.
Good chance for us to have a look at where everybody is. Obviously, it takes about 30 plus minutes to complete a lap, Liam. So at the moment, we rely on GPS tracking. You can see that Purvis is still doing the job, and Jack Simpson is right there with him. We go a fair way back to third for Callum Norton. Corey McMahon back to Sam Prashira. Angus Reardon, Jacob Sweet, Jai Dixon, Aaron Mason, Brodie Waters, and Lachlan Terry. Just give you an idea, thanks to our our live imagery here to be able to give you some idea of what our GPS tracking is. So when we get out to the deeper parts of the racetrack, Liam, we've still got some idea of where everybody is.
Yeah, exactly right. And they'll drop out and come back into us when they pick up signal and things like that. So it's more just a bit of a guide for us to see exactly what parts of the track these riders are on in particular, rather than a positions point of view, I think, more than anything, because we've got no real update whatsoever until they come back in after that first lap to clock in where everyone is sitting. There's no split times when they're out on the track, so we really just sit here and wait for half an hour until riders track back in, and then we can see what's happened out on the course.
Every now and again, there's a slight little lag on one of the GPS points. You go, oh, wow, he just made up a stack of ground just then. McMahon looking very quick as well. Finished third in the race last year. Disappointing we don't have Mason Simmons here. Maso was the man who got it done last year. Unfortunately got injured a few weeks back and is unfortunately not able to attend this year's event. But I know that a lot of his fellow riders wish he was here. And we got that idea from Daniel Milner as well. You know, that Milne was like, hey, we want to race against everybody. We don't want to just win this with some guys out. And Milne just missed out on that top 10 yesterday, Liam, in our prologue.
Yeah, that's right. And that comes from not being in the top 40 the year prior as well. It's so difficult when you're coming in out of some of the other classes, and you might be timing in at 200th or 300th and even in the 400s. And that makes it so difficult when the track is so chopped up. If you're not in that top 40 group, you get to start on your own. They're just 1v1v1 when you're rolling out in that top 40. So that absolutely gives you track clear to yourself. You can do whatever you want. You can be on whatever line. You're not worrying about the guy that's behind you or the guy that's trying to pass you. You can just time in clear air. Yeah, you're going to get the track degrading from obviously the first cab off the rank, which yesterday was Jack Simpson in his prologue, and he was quick time in that. So he set himself off the top of the top 10 shootout, but in the end, as we well documented, it was Maximus Purvis that went quickest in that top 10 shootout. So super important really to start building your race. If you want to win this race, it has to come really from the year prior. You need to try and lock yourself into that top 40 because there is so much that can be said for being in that top 40 into prologue and then starting on the front row of this start, because there's a lot of time lost between first and even 50th in the race start.
Sometimes too, you might see that, say, Lachlan Terry's just a little bit further back in the order there at the moment. Sometimes it's not always 100% accurate as to where they are on track. So you sometimes think to yourself, wow, like Jacob Sweet's a fair way back there in that spot, but we'll wait and see as they come closer to our pit area. Cool to see Sam Prashira back home along with Gus Reardon, a couple of local boys that back from the USA and in very good form here using their USA break. We just heard AJ talking about how Jack Simpson is back on his summer break as well. So a lot of the Aussies that spend all their time overseas racing in the US are back here, and it's still a big part of their culture wanting to win this race.
Yeah, and having 5 pretty much locals inside the top 10 as well is a phenomenal feat for the locals. Here they've got someone to get behind in the top 10. There's so much to like about all the other riders in this field too. There's so much swagger that comes behind the teams and all of these factory riders, and then the privateers and the families and the teams that are just doing it for themselves. It is so cool, and there's so much to like, but I think really cool that we've been able to get 5 locals inside the top 10.
Just watching at the moment, if you look at our GPS right now, there's Purvis. See how it sometimes just skips? I was like, oh, did Jack actually get ahead of Maximum Purvis just then? But I don't think he did. But, gee, Norton is bunched up as well with McMahon, and Prashira is in there as well, and so too is Gus Reardon. Now, Prashira, you can just see him off to the far left, but that's not always an accurate indication in the early lap. We'll have plenty of riders back on screen for you very soon when they get back into our closer area, and then we'll start seeing some frantic pit stops. As we said, it'll be interesting to see if everybody comes straight in and does that immediate stop, or how they work their pit strategy as well.
Yeah, I love that drone shot when we head into the pits. We can really follow along with exactly who we want to be keeping an eye on with that overhead drone. We can just pop right above their pit stop. And you wonder whether that's distracting at all, or you're just in the zone and you're not going to take any notice of a drone hovering anywhere near you. I know a few of the junior riders yesterday in their race still took time to throw the shuckers up to the drone and stuff while they were rolling through the pits, and even the leaders, like first and second, were looking over at the drone and throwing up hands. So I think that's super cool about the mindset of those junior riders that, you know, are still present in the race. They can just be locked in and taking each corner as it comes, but it's all about enjoying the moment as well, which so many of those junior riders were able to do. Yeah, there's some some pretty serious cats in this senior field, but I'm sure that a lot of them still will be, looking around and taking notice of the camera crews around them.
Ben Grabham is not here racing this weekend, which is a real shame. One of the real icons of the game, very much known for his coaching and for his riding experiences. And Grabbo was out having a bit of a ride and helping some other riders during the week. I got to catch up with him. We didn't actually find out that he wasn't going to be racing. He actually got himself a little bit banged up out on a ride as well. But Grabbo's got a stack of fans, and a lot of people really swear by his ride experiences as well. It would have been good to have him back in this field as well. Hopefully we can delve back into my chat with Ben Grabham and talk about what he's up to. He also explained the culture of this race, why it's so special, why people want to ride it, and why he's probably disappointed that he's not back here riding at this time. Starting to head back towards the sort of last 50% of this lap now, so they're turning back towards us. And Liam, for the first time, they're going to come through past us. It's sort of pretty well wide open off that corner. The last couple of years, they've had to slow right up through the old cattle grid section there and sort of bounce through that area, which got really whooped out over the years, whereas this time they're going to come past us and that left-hander really tapped out. Grabbo, as always, mate, the gear looks $1 million. You mostly look $1 million. It's a tough old game, dirt bike riding, and desert racing in particular. Why are you so passionate about it?
For me, I don't know. I just love the thrill of riding. Like it keeps me fit and focused, and you get to meet all these amazing people. And
I see you over there talking to Kenny before, and also to Cal. And how much do guys keep an eye on the other guys on days like today? Is everyone just doing their own thing, or is it like?
In my opinion, the focus guys are doing their own thing. There's obviously some young guys that are probably doing a bit of rubbernecking who should be concentrating on their own thing. But it's it's a bit of a shakedown, and good chance people try and burn up some nerves.
Grabbo, what is it about the Hattah Desert Race? Why is the Penrite Hattah Desert Race so special and so different?
For me, I'm trying to think. My first one here was probably 05. I got it hooked on it back then, and it's just, I don't know, I love it because it's one of those races you can't hide out there. When I say that, it's brutal, it's hard work, but yet it starts so fun. It's like riding on the beach to begin with.
Yeah.
And you're riding your way into the track as it gets rougher, and then at the last hour, that's where you get to find who's been doing their training and who hasn't.
The starting procedure always blows my mind. I show as many people as I possibly can what the start is like. What's that like as a rider? Is it relatively clear? Like, does the system work well as a rider?
It's cool. It works good. Obviously, there's nothing better than being up front and everyone else eating your roost. But sometimes when you're back in the pack, that roost hurts a lot too. So I think it's the only race I know of in Australia that starts like that, and it's cool to watch and it's cool to be a part of.
Over the last couple of years, it's been great seeing new manufacturers come into the game. Obviously, Sherco was probably the first one, and now the gas phenomenon is getting really broader. It must be cool to have so many different choices for riders these days.
It is. It's obviously my early days were Honda when they used to dominate here, and through the KDM, and now in the gas, and it's awesome seeing new brands. I hope there's still more to come over the next few years, but it's a big enough event that all these brands see some value in getting here, so it's good like that.
Why do people get so fanatical about desert racing in particular? Why is it such a culture? So here they come, Liam. They're coming back in towards us right now. First chance to look at Simpson. So that is Jack Simpson there.
Was just ahead of him and actually sprayed right off the back of the corner. Now, if we are able to get a replay later, he went straight off the back of the corner was Maximus Purvis. So, little mistake, but back on the job. So that's Maximus Purvis in shot, ripped straight across in front of us, and the crowd are packed in at that main straight fence, and now he's going to tuck right back towards the pit. So still full noise. There goes Jack Simpson past the tower. Boy, it's going to be a dust storm in this building by the end of the day. So it's our riders tracking in. So camera on screen has Maximus Purvis.
Into the pits now. This is where you get a look at where the crews really go to work Is anybody going to stop in straight away? Are they going to work a pit strategy in really early on this opening lap? Very unique system where they race into the pits. There's 3 lines. There's a flat-out race line. There's an intermediate. See McMahon ripping through as well. Boy, they are hammering past us here, Liam.
Aren't they? What a totally different view. So, wow, no quick churn. They're just dumping with the funnel. You'll see a lot of them use the dry brake fuel churn. Now, they're not doing that at all with Maximus Purvis.
And notice too, you got to get off the bike. It's an important part of that. They've got the hazmats down there as well. They've got a trench that they dig out. And there's no real mega urgency about this, Liam.
I'm really shocked by this pit stop, to be honest. Like, we'll have a few more to compare it to later on, but the boys are happy. No doubt the crew are high-fiving each other and clapping. Now, they're happy with that. It looked a little slower compared to what maybe we're used to, Wade. I think in years past, but we're going to get a good gauge for that as the day goes on. So that was where he jutted off track. I believe that's the shot of Purvis, or it could be one of our other riders. Went straight off the back of the track. So continuing on.
So Daniel Milner is up to 7th place. Lyndon Snodgrass.
Wow, Triggy up to 9th.
Oh,
Nathan Trigg.
Nothing should surprise you.
No, not by any means.
Yeah, nah, she's good.
The guy knows the inside and outside of this race. There's no doubt about that. Lives not too far up the road. And has always been a fierce competitor of this. Lives and breathed by the Hattah Desert Race. As a wild operator on a bike and off it.
Got his own race as well. Jacob Sweet, he was impressive yesterday as well. Jai Dixon, currently in 11th. Tom Mason in 12th. Snodgrass on the Kawasaki, back out on track. Back for the USA as well as Lyndon. And he's here to get the job done as well. Daniel Milner, the only previous winner in the field, has got 3 of those title belts. And Daniel, you certainly said he's kind of towards the latter part of his career these days, but still an outstanding rider. Nothing would surprise me to see Daniel get his 4th.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. That is a massive climb in the first lap to go 4 positions, and Triggy as well. I'd love to see exactly where he came from. We'll try and trawl through the data from yesterday as to where he would have started, but to be up to 9th, I'm certain that he was out to the 13th, 14th, thereabouts. You'll see riders pulling for their roll-off, tear-offs as they get into a bit of traffic, and there was that rider that we caught on screen right at the start, peeling off the camelback in the first couple of corners. So obviously that was hooked up or something, or the cord wasn't routed through his helmet right, something, but he was trying to shed that camelback before the race had even began. That's going to be a long day if that's in your first lap.
So this is the pits. Sometimes hard to get your head around when you see this for the first time. Wow, Brodie Waters back in 22nd, if we're to believe that. So Brodie must have had an off or something. Very unusual to think if that is where Brodie is, because he started inside the top 10. Gee, that really narrows up, doesn't it, that last corner there? It's not a very open, flowing corner. It really does kink off. So Purvis, Simpson, Norton, McMahon, Reardon, Brasheara, Milner, Snodgrass. 9th is Trigg. 10th is Sweet. Dixon, Mason, Terry, Hammond, Liam Jackson, Ryan McGillivray. We take a look now.
Yeah, so this is that dry brake fueling system as opposed to the Yamaha team we were on board with before with Maximus Purvis. Now, getting the subs in, usually be pickle juice or something like that for cramps. There's a lot that can be done for that.
Bo Ralston on the Empire Kawasaki. They're double stacked here at the moment. I think Will has just come in as well. Will Price on the 20. There he is. So he just grabs a bit of gel as well. You can see Stell down there. And as you said, Liam, a bit more like a supercar style dumping churn system.
Yeah, that definitely seemed a lot quicker, didn't it? Just to the naked eye. We got no exact timer on that to confirm that that was the case, but just to the naked eye. Oh, boy.
Whoa. Everybody on the anchors
us.
between the drone and the rider. That was a bit of last of the late breaker stuff right then. Just got really dusty really quickly as well. The 203 bike in at the moment. You can see Declan Adams just there. The Mototech team have a number of teams that they've been servicing throughout the week as well.
So Nathan Trick started this race at position 17, Wado, up to 9th.
That was Will Reardon in the pits just then with Decky. Wow, that's a big charge from the trigonometry. Like I said, we kind of get used to expecting the unexpected from Triggy. So we'll settle into some sort of a groove. It's pretty hectic early for our broadcast team, as you can well imagine. And coming through the pits is where we'll see some real changes. And they head back out for the first time. Now remember, they're now back in that opposite direction for the first time, Liam.
Yeah, it's a big change-up, isn't it? It definitely keeps the riders on their toes. There's nothing really to compare to from seasons prior as the rest of our riders. Liam Dinage is one of the next to time in, one of our local favourites as well. He's ridden this event for a number of years and absolutely loves being a part of it year after year. Billy Hargey, that's a big move by him, up to position 18. He was 16th in last year's running of this event in the senior prologue.
Now, I know it's only really early days, Liam, but if we are to believe our live timing, and why wouldn't we, Cal Norton is 43 seconds behind our lead, Max Purvis, ahead of Simpson, then back to Norton, McMahon, and Angus Reardon. So Purvis has really gotten out strongly early along with Jack Simpson. Purvis doesn't have the experience that Jack has. It'll be very interesting to see how he works on the longer part of this racetrack, but what a performance yesterday from Maximum Purvis.
Exactly right, and Brady Metcalf was chatting yesterday. Boy, nearly collected the tyre bundle on the inside then, was that rider.
But you've got to remember where your pit is as well.
Yeah, which in the middle of a race, try and dial your head back to think and look for familiar faces when you're heading towards your pit is super vital. Cool battle on track heading towards the timing loop for these two riders. Amelia get off for the Husky and a gas tucked right in behind. It is going to get fierce from here on out. When the riders that didn't have the bigger caps to try and fill up, they're going to be absolutely battling for this as they come through timing stripes and things, and you cannot pass riders in the pit zones either.
It's going to be very dusty in the pits today by the looks of things as well.
A very different look to last year. I think the dirt was fairly settled, and given that we're only, say, 100 riders in so far that have ticked into the timing loop, we're not even a quarter of the way through the field to lock in their first lap.
A couple of West Aussies there, Riley Moritz and Charlie Creech, 36th and 37th together in that spot. Riley started 51st today.
Boy, that's a big climb.
It is, and he wasn't 100% well yesterday. It actually went for some hospital time to get a bit of treatment. He's back today and honking at the moment, 51st up to 36th. It's a strong ride. Danielle McDonald, 75th outright at the moment for Danielle. She was very impressive yesterday. Lewis Monahan, we didn't really see Monas yesterday. 76th for him, the Monahan Logistics bike. Outstanding winner at Fink on the 250. So we expect big things from Monas today. Brody Peshora, 102. James Hurlsel. We'll go back and check out the distance again between our top 10. That'll close up, I'm sure.
So Lyndon Snodgrass up 5 or 6 positions as well. He started the race in 14th.
Oh man, easy to swap then.
Isn't it?
Cool shots to give you an idea of just how dry some parts of the pit are right here. We've got 138 riders so far across the line. And here's a look once more. Now, we can see Cal Norton.
It looked like that was the case too. I don't think Jack actually pitted on that last lap, or we definitely didn't catch that. But just by the GPS alone, that's a big distance.
Cal Norton really seemed to be making some ground on Purvis there as well, if we're to believe the way that that was working out. But as you can see, sometimes you see Prashira's GPS has sort of stopped over there to the right. So every now and again, that'll just catch up. But I think Cal Norton really putting some pressure on Maximum Purvis now.
Yeah, and the pit stop was a very big part of that. It didn't appear that Callum Norton actually pitted either. So by the GPS tracking, they are, well, eating each other's exhaust at the minute. That is very close on track, and Jack Simpson appears to be the leader, at least judging by the GPS tracking. And it didn't look like, we can't 100% confirm, but it didn't look like he pitted on that first lap. So he's going to buy some ground, and that is when you need to knuckle down, Wade. You really need to try and make yourself some ground so that when you pit, you can try and be still in the lead. When things start to catch up and marry up, and everyone will have their own strategy, particularly riders that have done this race before. They'll know what they need from themselves and how long their body can go without having a quick break, getting a gel in them, a bite to eat if that's what they do. You see bananas, grapes, apples, all sorts of stuff cut up, ready to go to try and smash it in that 10, 15 second gap when they pull up to pit. There's so much to take place in that little break that you need to be absolutely planning this and practicing in the weeks leading up to try and get this pit stop right.
And you got the lollies as well, a bit of extra sugar.
Yeah, punch the Allens in.
Just to keep you going. Saw Brenton Kerr before on the line before we got started as well. Good to see Curry is here. So just a bit of fluid, a bit of sugar.
I'd love to see a wave to the camera too. I'd like to see a bit of crowd interaction.
Nathan Elliott is 177th. Sammy Dunn, Darryl Senior. Ethan Bashtanik is 174th. Cody Attridge, Jimmy Flanagan, Jared Hilston, Thomas Lindsay as they come in. Kenny Reid's got his own pit stop.
Doesn't he? How good's that?
Off on his own. One of the many Peter Stevens bikes. What a massive operation from that team as well.
Yeah, that rider did most of that himself. He was pretty solid in the pit stop. Changed his goggles, had a bite to eat, and straight back on the bike. So that was a 3:09.
Christopher Wind.
That was a good stop, Wado. Really good stop.
166th.
Now, I think they're limited to 3 crew per rider too. So it's interesting to see how they use that 3. It's been very different circumstances for a few. Usually you'd have at least one holding the bike and one fueling, and maybe that third is handing out food, goggles, drink, whatever that might be. But it's all well and good to have a plan in mind and be chatting with the crew on the way in, but you don't know how you're going to feel yourself after that first lap, whether you've had an off and you need a little bit longer of a breather, or you're not hungry, you're just pumping and you can't get some food in. The plan has to be ready to be changed at any moment, because this lap can be vastly different from what you're expecting if you had anything to expect whatsoever.
About half the field have gone through now, Liam. Don't forget too, we've got ladies 4-lap and 8-lap class, so 2 separate groups. There's the West Aussies, Riley Moritz and Charlie Creech.
That's a massive effort from those two. That is a big climb. When you think about just how long it was, right, between 15 bikes to start, from one to the next, just on the start line alone, and then to make up that kind of ground on track, because by the time they spread out, that's probably a 50-second gap that they've made up on the first lap.
Danielle McDonald climbing to 75th. Danielle's been absolutely honking. There's another one that Brett Metcalf was really singing the praises of yesterday as well. Callum Penny, 104th. Brodie Bashar. You got James Holzel. So Angus Reardon is in 5th. McMahon is in 4th, but we'll wait to see when they come back to us where they actually sit in the scheme of things. We've got 246 riders so far have crossed the line. The pros will do 8 laps today. And as Kenny Reid said, it's a generous 38 Ks.
So the gap now at about 14 minutes to 250 seconds. So 14 minutes separate our leader from 252nd. And if you think we're doing thereabouts a half an hour lap now, we won't exactly know until they do that next lap to what sort of pace our leaders are doing. As Emma Milicevic pops up in the screen at 88th. In a battle with a couple of the girls right around her, so that's going to be a hard-fought watch all day long for Emma Milicevic coming through the field. Always been really exciting to watch, and speaks so professionally. Riders still streaming in, 14 and a half minutes to our leader.
Oh man, it's busy in the pits, isn't it? You got guys peeling left and right. You got trees. You got those white markers, which are mercifully just plastic, and they just basically bounce down. But here's Kenny Reid's pit off to the right. If you look over to just that single tent just there near the Portaloos, Kenny's got his own little factory
Hollywood,
tent.
isn't it?
They're giving him his own little spot. 7 laps to go. It sounds like not long.
Doesn't it?
But it's a whole lot busier than that. You see Jesse Pale tuned in. Hope you're enjoying the action on our coverage wherever you might be watching from. Purvis really set the cat amongst the pigeons yesterday. The South Aussie motocross gun. We know it's a different situation when you're going to do 8 lots of 38 kilometres. But so far, he looks very strong. William Dennett, young man riding for AJ and the Yamaha team. Will Reardon, one of the Mototech team riders. Liam Mason, just in there as well. Max Rikers, Todd Smith, Liam Dinage, very handy on a wakeboard. As now this is his riders coming into the pits. And our drone crew doing a great job. Matty Healy in 86th. Brock Hutchins, 87th. Emma Miller, 7th. 88. Regan Mace, 91st. Cody Ryan, 92nd. Max Midwinter, that's a good name for Hattah. Jeff Williams, Anthony Mowat, Cruz Rikers, Jessica Gardner.
I'm just trying to sift through and see some of the big movers that have been in this race so far. We had Jet Bryan pop up at 117th. He started the race at 160th weight.
Wow.
Bryan up nearly 40 positions in one lap.
Holy cow.
Good lordy, Jet Bryan up and about.
Taylor Adams there in 35th as well. Bumped into Ondi before, and also Geordie Stewart. There's a lot of local talent here at Hattah. Motorsport is just in everybody's blood in the Sunraysia, whether it's ski racing, desert racing, drag racing, supercars, super bikes, and of course Speedway 2 and 3-wheel form and 4-wheel as well at B&S Earthworks, Timber Speedway, and solos and sidecars at Olympic Park. It's a phenomenal talent, plus the Hendricks name is very well known in safari racing as well. I know that Toby is here somewhere as well. We'd like to catch up with him when we can. So far, Liam, we've had 346 riders cross the line.
That is just remarkable. How do you get your head around that as one of the riders coming back on the recovery vehicle? It's already been a tough day. For who that is just coming to the left of our commentary box, we might actually miss who it is as they roll past, but there is going to be plenty of that to take place throughout the day, that riders are going to be bowed out of this one real early. It is one of, if not the most grueling events in the country.
It's just a huge logistical energy as well. The Northwest Motorcycle Club and this committee, hard-working committee, it's anything but glamorous. Lauren Dunstan, she's 213th. Mia Tung in 214th. Hugo Thomas, Benny Dixon, Ben Davis, Peter Sullivan, Kevin Bunster, Daniel Welsh, Caden Gates, the Aussie Junior sidecar champ who's out there with Dad as well, the Gator. He'll be bragging rights big time on that. As to who gets the result from the Gates family. So we'll go back to our live imagery for our GPS. We want to say a massive thank you to the Anlin Network Management as well for their amazing work. The live timing, thanks to Anlin Network Management, Real Air Imagery, Audi Sound and Optus. Without those folks, how can we possibly do what we do? Now, Norton, looks like Cal's in front of Purvis.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
If we look at the way that appears there, there's not much in it though. You just see Cal listed as green, Purvis right behind him. Now Simpson, this is where it's sometimes misleading. They just went past Jack Simpson. Whether he has, no, there you go. That's where it's just that little lag. Reardon and McMahon, they're having their own battle. I want to go back to our last live timing.
Yeah, I think it's usually about lap 3 you can really start to work out an actual track position. By that point, you would expect that every rider has pitted at least once, and potentially that's happening for a second time. But by that point, you should know that at least every rider has pitted, and you should have a level playing field on track.
Now, Lachlan Terry's GPS, you saw him sort of stationary at the top, but we actually have Lachlan at 13th position, so that's another good example. Everywhere you look, there are officials, there are people that are sweep riders, there are medical team, there are bike reconnaissance. It's just a huge, when you get here in the morning, Liam, as you know, we get here in the dark, and all the sweep riders, there is hundreds of sweep riders.
Exactly. It's a massive meeting of all of those to work out who's going to cover what areas, and really they're just patrolling all day long. You can't even think about the amount of fuel that goes through those bikes and the riders, and they're all so well fed as well. The officials and volunteers are so well looked after, I think, compared to really any other event. They are killing it as far as looking after the people that make this possible. The officials and volunteers are fed all day. There's always drinks. There's everything to go around, and then there's a cold can to be shared at the end of it all as well. Boy, there's a couple of big moments on this jump just here.
Oh, yeah.
Big bit of airtime. That's a cool spot to be sitting. Oh my goodness.
You got to be careful you land with the throttle on, because you can get a big swap. 393 riders so far. Seaton, Broomhall, 394. Carl Moser going by. Stewie Butcher, 394 riders so far. Multiple classes in this. You've got your open class as well. Purvis, of course, Simpson on the over 450 four-stroke. Purvis in the 250 to 450 four-stroke class. Same with Bashira. Same with Snodgrass. But in the heavy artillery side of things, the 500s are generally the weapon of choice. Over 450 four-stroke dominate in that top 10. There are, however, some examples of the 250 side of things. Sam Bashira, 250 to 450 four-stroke, currently in that top 10. Likewise, Lyndon Snodgrass as well. The Jonty Reinders, 250 and over two-stroke, and he's in the top 20. So Jonty doing a handy job as well. Then the captain, Chad Sparrow, 250 to 450 four-stroke. Bo Ralston in that top 20. Hunter Simmons, 250 to 450 four-stroke. Brodie Waters, I wonder what the go was with Brodie Waters.
Yeah, that's
Must
a
have
big
had it
step
off.
back. We didn't actually catch him in, where usually the visor is a telltale sign to how big the up and over has been, if that's what happened, or maybe an issue with the bike. But either way, still in the field. That's the important thing. But it's not till the end of the race you get those sorts of stories about what has happened, or if some of our sweep riders tend to send the stories back to officials and they get back to us. That's always an exciting part of the day. But yeah, I've seen him tank through a couple of trees up the back.
We officially got over the 400 mark now. Seaton Broomhall, 407.
So been ticking back through the order. So potentially registered a time and then hasn't taken place since. So hasn't actually set a time there with Seaton Broomhall.
We'll take a quick break on our coverage here and come back very soon as the lead riders start to get closer to the last 50% of lap number 2. Thanks to our great friends at Penrite. Proudly Australian, built, owned and run since 1926. So just having a look at the way this field is panning out, you can still see Simpson. It looks like Purvis
and Norton, your top three. We're going to wait to see them make their way back in here very soon. With working lap number 2. We spoke before about Liam was speculating as to whether Jack Simpson actually stopped for a pit stop or just powered on through. So we'll keep an eye on that very soon as our leaders start to make their way back towards the pit area and lock in lap number 2 of 8 here for the 2024 spec Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Huge effort by this track crew as well. It's bearing in mind it's absolutely pristine before we get started, and the job as well at the end of this whole event will be the track crew at some point to return it back to farmland effectively. We can't do this without the landowners who provide this amazing real estate for us to be able to do this. It's an event that goes back a fair bit now, back to 1998. It was originally for cars and bikes, and it was a little bit of a movement in amongst the conservationists in the area that didn't necessarily want it to continue. And so for a while there, the Northwest Motorcycle Club and a bunch of people got together and like, hey, we've got to get our race back. We've got to make this happen again. And hasn't it just gone from strength to strength? So we're waiting on our leaders to come back here very soon. Big thanks to everybody for sticking by the rules and regulations with where you can and can't spectate from, and all those sort of things to make sure that we just work closely with the insurance group and to make sure the long-term future of this event is what continues. So very soon, we're going to get a shot of our leaders. Here we go, almost right on cue. And just have a look at where Simpson and Purvis are. And Liam, we were talking about whether Jack actually did take that pit stop, and I would think that he perhaps didn't. I was just impressed with the laid-back nature of Purvis on that pit stop. They were pretty relaxed.
Yeah, they were cruising, weren't they? I guess that doesn't put pressure on people mucking up their role. They all knew what they had to do, and yeah, they were just running the funnel setup, which, you know, I don't think you see a whole lot of.
What a shot.
Now.
Look how
That's close.
Look how quick they are coming down towards us here. Absolutely pinned.
Now, is that Purvis?
I reckon
I
it
think
is.
we're looking at Purvis as the first bike back.
Correct. So here he is, doing a heck of a job, this young man, aboard the 427. That thing is wailing.
Now, is that Simo directly behind him? Looks like it. I think we've got another Yamaha.
Boy, he's on it, isn't he? Got the thing counterbalanced beautifully on the pegs. So how about this guy? What an impression he's making so far. Sobering thought. We're a quarter of the way there.
Well, that'll bring it back into perspective, won't it? So Simpson, second, just behind him.
Yeah, only 2.9 seconds. We just saw Kenny Reid in the 250s or 260s or thereabouts. So the next one through should be Callum Norton. Cal just goes through then, 17 seconds behind. Now here's a look.
Yeah, this is important now for the coverage.
Boy, he can ride this kid, can't he?
Very,
Nervous.
very good.
Woo, man, he is just railing it through the pit area. Now let's keep an eye on Jack Simpson.
All right, so Purvis
Again.
in, definitely.
Again, they're using the
funnel. It doesn't even have a tip on it.
Interesting. Well, they're pretty laid back about it, but you know what? He's doing a hell of a job. The proof's in the pudding.
If that's the case that Simpson didn't pit for some reason, that is an incredible ride. If that's the lap prior, so we're looking at Jack Simpson now on the drone shot. Now, if that's true and that Simpson didn't pit the lap before and Purvis has got ahead, that is enormous. So
Cal
for
Norton,
certain.
just looking at Angus Reardon, should be the next one through. Angus has just come through in fourth. Corey McMahon in fifth. Sam Prashira should be the next one through. And literally shivering in every one of his bones is Glenn Bell. He's going to jump in alongside me here in just a second and have a chat. The Aussie motocross legend. He'll be very pleased with how Maximum Purvis is going right now. Jump in, Billy. Saddle in. We'll throw you in with us here at the moment. You might have to adjust that beanie slightly, mate.
That's cool.
You don't want to
really
you don't want to take that beanie off. So let's have a look at what we're doing here, this is going to be Gus Reardon, just in right now to dump some fuel, and he's gone and back out. Glenn Bell, Aussie motocross legend. Good to have you here, mate.
Yes, it is. Great to be back.
What an event it is. What an event it is. The 407 just rumbling through of Daniel Milner, 3-time Hattah champion. And Milner still very solid inside the top 6. Got the old campfire going in the background there as well.
Oh, you've got to keep warm in this weather.
She's a little chilly,
she's
Billy.
a bit chilly. That wind, that breeze.
Here is
really
Milner.
cuts through you.
So this is a very unique part of desert racing. Daniel, pretty relaxed. Just taking in some fluids. He'll, I would assume, drop the drink bottle shortly.
Oh, yeah. He's just sitting back there looking at everyone, seeing how it goes, because there's a lot of DNFs happen in this event because it's such a long event.
Yeah.
And fatigue really sets in.
Okay, here we go. The 34 bike. It'll be Kenny Armstead, I think, coming in for the STE racing team out of the Northern Territory. So the boys. So Sam Prashira, it was, coming in. Sam looking very impressive in 8th position right now. Sam fresh back from riding in the USA. Sherco colours of Nathan Trigg. What a character this guy is. Jacob Sweet, looking for him to come in 10th position. Quickest lap was actually Callum Norton in that particular lap. Put a 28-second lap in. So Cal's starting to wind things up. Belly, how about Maximum Purvis? The motocross boy is showing him right now.
Oh, he is, definitely. He must have been doing a bit of desert racing or, you know, to show these guys where it's all at. Because at the moment, he's on fire. You know, but you have Jack Simpson just sitting back there, you know, can see him, you know. So it's a long race and you can't just wear yourself out straight away. And that's what motocross riders tend to do. So they go out fast and they know how to ride a bike fast, but this is an endurance race, you know, so it takes a lot out of you.
Such a different world, that's for sure. So Purvis doing a monster job. Simpson was right behind him. Cal Norton, Angus Reardon, Corey McMahon, Daniel Milner, Lyndon Snodgrass, Sam Prashira, Nathan Trigg, and Jai Dixon. So Norton currently has the fastest lap to work our way back in. What a unique concept, Belly. If there's been any other form of motorsport you see where they race through the pits like this?
No, this is unique, you know. It's such an iconic event, you know. They've done a fantastic job. You know, the weather's perfect for racing out here today, that's for sure. You know, the dust isn't too bad, and you know, there has already been a few DNFs, but that always happens in these endurance races.
Wonderful to have Glenn Bell in commentary with me at the moment, one of the greats of Aussie motocross and certainly supercross as well. Belly, it's such a different discipline. The bike looks the same. There's dirt. Surely it's the same. It's not though, is it?
No, definitely not. You know, like I was saying, with the endurance side of the aspect of it, you know, motocross riders ride fast, and it was the same with the desert race, and the desert race is only 2 hours. So, you know, you can last that distance, no problem, but this is a different kettle of fish, and, you know, you're going for 4.5 hours, basically, and these top guys, they're going really well. Like, Purvis is really, I saw him out here coming around to the, through the start-finish line, and he looked really fit still, you know, riding that bike. So it's going to be interesting a bit later on, see how, you know, Jack Simpson can go with him.
Absolutely. Just looking through our order at the moment, Jacob Sweet, Jonty Reinders, Riley McGillivray, that's Liam Jackson. We just saw then Billy Hargey should be the next one through, along with Chad Sparrow and Bo Ralston on the Empire Kawasaki. When it says 6 laps to go, you think, oh yeah, half an hour. We're talking about 28-minute laps right now. So you would think that they'll have to back it off to the mid-30s in there somewhere later on. But, you know, dirt bike riders have never, ever got the cred they deserve for their physical fitness, Belly.
Oh, yeah, it's incredible. You know, you're pushing like man and machine, basically. So, and you're pushing it to the limit. And it really shows towards the end of this race, it's really going to show who's put in a lot of time. So the guys that have come back from the States, that have been riding a lot, will really shine.
Have you had much to do with steg pegs, Belly?
No, not a lot. I know the fellow up in Queensland, and But a lot of them, swear by them, in this type of racing, because it allows you to take some pressure off your arms and, get that rear suspension still working.
You just watch the GPS catching back up here at the moment. They're not actually going that quickly, but it's just allowing it to reset and catch us back up. Did you talk to yourself a lot on the bike? Like, were you sort of that guy that said, come on, Belly, like, get it together? Or were you tough on yourself? Or were you encouraging? Or you just shut up?
No, I just shut up. I just tried to ride as fast as you could. But you have to, the concentration that goes into this is phenomenal, You can't make a mistake. So you're always trying to hit your lines, and especially when you're doing a few laps, you start to know the track, and you need to hit the marks all the time.
And Glenn, in motocross, it obviously was your domain where you were a phenomenal talent in that field of the sport. You always had spectators around you. So there was always at least that intensity that you're in an arena in some form, but desert racing, you can be out there by yourself and not see people for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you still have to ride the track. So, and it doesn't matter in motocross, when you're doing time qualifying or whatever, you have to race the track. And so, if you're slackening off a bit, and, so you can, you try to do the best you can. But, the fitness really plays a big part, because if you start to, fatigue, your mental side goes as well, and you can't hit your marks as well, and that's when mistakes crop in.
You start getting the corners quicker than you're ready to be there, and your body's in the wrong position.
Comes up way too fast, especially in this stuff, you're in taller gears and you're going really quick, and you don't realise how much it takes to stop these things when you're going really quick.
Will Price in that position 40 or thereabouts. The drones have just been so good at helping us to understand how even brutal it is in this pit area. It's quite dry belly as well, so it'd be very easy to have a swap there. Looks like that dirt there in particular, quite dry.
Oh, those sandy berms and things, it's easy to tuck a front in there and go over the bars. So with this type of racing, you have to hang back on the bike a little bit more. And that's where those steg pegs come in handy, because it takes a lot of pressure off your arms.
Just watching that sweeping corner in front of our commentary. At the moment, incredible when you think in this race right now are 426 riders, or thereabouts, and I think 423 now. Brooklyn Capabus has just gone by, one of Liam's friends who's decided, what the hell, I'll just ride the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Is this something you would have enjoyed back in your day?
Oh, for sure. I would have loved to have ridden this one. I didn't get the chance. But after riding the Fink, I went back there 19 years after I last rode it in 2008. But, it was great, and I still had a great time. But I was getting a bit older then. And this one was, would have been good. I read all about it and everything like that. But, I just missed the opportunity to do it.
Is there a respect between motocross and desert racing guys? Is there a rivalry in terms of that? Or is there a respect between the two codes?
No, there's a respect between the two codes. Every code has their own discipline, So it's, it's hard to be good at everything. And you really have to focus on one thing when you're going at it really hard as a profession. So, desert races normally concentrate on desert racing like Toby Price did. He started in motocross, and that's where you build speed. But, when you start to ride in desert, you need to focus on that type of thing.
The beautiful part about this, Belly, when I was walking through the pits before, when the riders were starting to push out to the start area, there's such a diverse range of super competitive guys. There's lady racers, there's veterans, there's under 19s, and there's guys who just want to ride with their mates. They've ridden in 20 of these or something, Yeah,
it's incredible. That's why it sells out so quick. It's such, you're on the bike for so long, and it's a great opportunity to have a ride with your mates and everything else. So, it's a good opportunity. It's a big event, and it, this commentary, it keeps it all going, gets a lot of people interested in it, and it'll just thrive for years to come.
Belly, did you ever have a point where you rode socially, though? Because you would have gone from being a kid to trying to get to the pros. That would have been your plan. Did you ever have a time where you just could ride with mates, or has it always been intense?
all my mates were my competition, so you'd always be out there practicing or whatever. So you'd ride every second day basically, because we had so many races in the 80s, like so many supercross. We'd do like 25 supercrosses a year and then motocross. So it was riding every week, and I didn't really have much of a break when I was racing, so which I probably should have, but I just loved riding. So I rode basically and raced every weekend.
It's a phenomenal event, this, the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. This is 26 years of it. It started back in 1998 when you take out that spicy coffee era that took away from us. In 2019, we had a torrential rainstorm that just drowned the place, like phenomenal, just flooded the pits, and we're not hoping for anything like that this year. What's harder to ride, bottomless sand, or is it the inconsistency of the hard pack, the loam? Like, what is the challenge for these guys, do you think?
I hear just the whoops, and the lines change all the time, and the bumps are getting bigger and bigger as the day goes on. Because like you said, there's so many riders, and the track will change so much. So you got to be aware all the time, and it's a challenge, so you don't hit some really big bumps that you're not used to, that you didn't miss the lap before. So it's challenging, that's for sure.
Does the same principle apply, the old stand when you can, sit when you have to kind of thing in this situation, or do these guys spend a little bit more time on the seat? And there's a good example of it.
Yeah, just driving out of a turn, trying to find the smoothest line possible. It does save energy, but, in the rough stuff, you have to stand up. So, coming into turns, braking, you don't want to be getting kicked around too much like he's doing there. Stand up and then just drive through.
The perils of motocross, of course, when you get, events like that where there's a lip that forms at the face of a jump and it can kick you up, things like that. There's not as much air time in desert racing, but the corrugation, particularly getting into corners and braking bumps, would be phenomenal out there.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's what takes a lot of effort. When you're coming in really fast and you're going across all those corrugations, the vibration and everything else, Some of the guys are using those waffle grips now. They're a foam grip that takes some of the jarring out of your hand. Because your hands just get torn up by this track.
Arm pump, how do you deal with arm pump? You just ride?
Oh, well, yeah, that's what I mean. You have to ride a lot to not get arm pump. And but if you hang on a little bit too tight compared to what you practice and everything else, you'll get arm pump instantly. And that's what I was saying about the endurance. You need to have your hands intact to be able to push towards the end. You have 4.5 hours on these bikes, and it takes a lot out of you.
I remember watching a training video by Gary Semix, one of the Yanks, and always said he used a broom handle just to twist his hands to just try and stop that build-up of lactic acid, because arm pump is one of the worst things you can imagine on a bike, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You can't control the bike. You can't control the clutch or brakes. Arm pump is the worst thing you could get on a bike.
Boy, look at the difference in the dirt colour. Like the darkness of that moisture. Suddenly you're out there and it's dusty and the butt's kicking around the bike, to all of a sudden it's loamy like that. But that kind of looks nice. The loam looks like...
that's awesome. Like, the track's really good at the moment. Just the dusty parts, but there's not too much dust out there, and that's one thing. When it's really dusty, the bikes, your filters, you got to make sure the bike lasts, so you can't stay in someone's dust, the whole race. So that's why Jack Simpson's just sitting back there, and Callum Norton's, catching up. So he's setting some fast times, and even Daniel Milner's sitting back there. So he's pretty close. So there's a little bit of dust there, but you don't want to be too close to guys when you're going through that type of stuff.
Every now and again, we cop a view of a different part of the racetrack. Boy, it's bottomless just there. That's the kind of stuff that looks good on magazine covers, but not...
Oh, for sure, it looks good, but yeah, you try to stay out of that type of stuff as much as you can. But that's starting to chop up those slower sections like that.
Belly, do you miss riding?
Oh, definitely. It's in your blood. You've done it from when you've been a little kid, and it's always fun to ride. So, but the biggest thing is trying to stay away from injuries and, making the bikes last in this length of race. You can't over-rev them all the time and get them under rev limiter. You've got to torque the engines around. They work better under acceleration as well.
Did you get a chance to enjoy your career, or was it always just that it was so performance driven that you never really could?
Oh no, I always had fun riding and racing, and you just did the best you can. You know, I raced all around the world, and raced a lot of different people. You don't know how you'll go against a lot of those guys, but you always did your best, and you know, tried to, you know, win races as much as you could. But you know, you're up against those Yanks, and it's pretty hard when you're not competing against them all the time.
What is the superpower? Is it still United States, or is Europe still one of the absolute mega forces?
Well, MXGP, they're riding very fast in MXGP now, and it shows with some of the guys that go over to the States. And you know, but the Americans, where it's at, you know, there's a lot of racing. They race almost every weekend. It's phenomenal the amount of supercross and motocross that they race. They've got 17 rounds of supercross, and then 11 rounds of motocross, 3 rounds of SMX, and then they've got Motocross of the Nations, and Jet and Hunter Lawrence, the Australians, are going to come out to Australia for the supercross in Melbourne. So they're riding like just about or racing every weekend.
Wonderful to have Glenn Bell here as an ambassador of Penrite. What is your role within Penrite, mate? Shaking hands and kissing babies, or are you out there doing lube changes?
Some of that, you know, and just talking to people and help set up tracks. And it's great to get around to all the Pro MX rounds. And so the last 3 rounds are up in Queensland now, so it's not far from where I live. And no, they'll get some good crowds up there as well. But it's been a great series with SBS getting on board as well. And it's great that Penrite has come along and sponsored the series.
Absolutely. And of course, the Penrite, the Airstream trailer, the Belly Bago, as we've affectionately known it, that's not where you're sleeping, but there's rumours getting around. A lot of really cool merch over there. Plus, there's a huge range of the lubes, the cleaners, oils, all that sort of stuff as well for both road and for the dirt. Plus, there's agricultural range of products. And Marg, what an amazing story. Like, she's in her 90s. The company's coming up on 100 years, and she's a huge part of it.
Oh, definitely. And where it's come from, it's amazing how far it's been built up. And, you know, it's an iconic brand. And you know, as you said, we've got all those oils over there as well, and they're on special at this time. So we're trying to clear out some stuff there. And, yeah, but the Diamond families, you know, it's amazing. It's still a family-owned business, you know, and it's been in Australia, all manufactured here. It's a phenomenal oil, and they've got something for everyone.
The cool part about events like this, when you got over 400 riders, is although you're racing for position, you're really racing yourself. And it doesn't matter if you're down in 400th position or if you're up into the top 15 or you're trying to break into the top 50. A race like this is ultimately against yourself.
Oh, definitely. You're just racing the track as fast as you can ride the track. And if it's fast enough to win, well, you win. But, you know, you're going out for a ride. And some of the guys will like to just go for a ride. But, you know, if you're trying to win classes and things like that, you need to be concentrating on going as fast as you can go and, you know, lasting as long as you can last.
So we're going to get a look at very shortly at our leaders coming back into the pits. And we're starting to swap over and get laps put down and stuff like that. We have 2 classes for ladies. We have 8 laps and 4 laps. I just noticed before Danielle McDonald and also Emma Miller-Sevic and Maddie Healy. There's some outstanding women riders now as well, Belly. The industry's very strong.
Absolutely. You know, the women have come a long way in riding, just because they only just started, you know, probably 15 years ago, you know, and you could really tell a woman rider, but at the moment, they ride as fast as the guys, and you know, in the MXGP, they ride phenomenally.
Big event coming up in Darwin as well. That's going to really bring some major interest to Aussie motocross as well, I'm sure. You can just see here the boys putting some fuel in, dumping in, and ready to go. We're getting to lap 5 to go very soon when our leaders come through. Please drop by the Penrite trailer and catch up with Glenn Bell and get him to sign something and grab yourself a bargain while you're there and have a chat with the team too about whether they can do business with you. Because I know that, you know, agricultural, transport businesses, mechanical businesses, all that sort of stuff, we've got to support the companies that support the industry, Glenn.
Oh, definitely. You know, it's a major industry, that agricultural industry, and you know, you go through a lot of oil on the tractors and so forth. You know, transmissions and things. It's so it's a big part of it, and that's why Penrite's involved in it, to try to get oil out into, and it's awesome product. You know, you'll be surprised how many products they make for different machinery.
Cool shot of the archway right there. You know, I spoke to Jack Simpson a couple of days ago. He was out helping his younger brother, actually, and he credits him, his little bro, as to being one of the important parts of their family business as well. Jack's doing a heck of a job. He's sitting inside that top 3 position. He and Purvis and Cal Norton getting after it. Belly, always good to see you, mate. Stay warm, will you?
Yeah, I try to. It's cold compared to Queensland. Man, it's chilly down here. But, you know, it's great for riding. It's a great weather for riding. So, it's an awesome day.
He's an absolute icon, this bloke. Glenn Bell, wonderful to have him here from Penrite. Jack Simpson, let's catch up with him earlier in the week.
The unique part about Hattah is that you can't ride the track prior to the track.
Yeah.
How does that work for or against you? Or you just try to ride similar conditions to get you tuned in?
Yeah, similar conditions obviously help, but yeah, it is hard. It's hard for anyone because it is the same for everyone. You can't do the prologue track.
Yeah.
And you can't do a sight lap of the racetrack. So that's sort of part of being a seasoned Hattah rider, because if you've done it a couple of times, you do have the upper hand a little bit on some new competition that are coming across.
So tell me about the difference between a dirt bike and a bike that's set up for desert racing.
Ooh, there's a lot of differences. The tank is probably the biggest thing on most bikes. Other bikes have them up the front. My Yamaha has it underneath me, that's been unique to get used to. And then you run the steg pegs. Sometimes you can run wider foot pegs, a steering dampener, and the steering stability is tighter for the higher speed. There's little things to like different gloves just to be able to last for the 4 hours.
Right.
They might not feel as great at the start, but after 4 hours you're thanking yourself for trying them. Your camel pack, sometimes like I would run water, but now you can run, other supplements in it just to help.
Gels and things like that, yep.
You've got your gels in the pit stops, small little bites to eat of certain things that you prefer. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff to do.
There's 2 things, like from an outsider's point of view, immediately. The start is next level.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what a concept, where you literally can't run at the back of
the buggy.
Or your day is turned to sugar honey iced tea straight away. But also the way that the gradient in the pit works, where you go from full speed to intermediate to in the trench. There's not many sports in the world where you race through the pits.
No, not really. See, in America, luckily we race through the pits. They call it a hot pit, and they do that here. But we're allowed to stay on the bike, which is dangerous. But when you're trying to save seconds and bits and pieces, that's what works over there. But here you have to get off, which does, sort of getting off the bike and stretching out, grabbing whatever you need off the bench, waters, Gatorades, whatever, and jumping back on. That reset is always difficult. It always is hard. But I've done it for many years now and used to it. So,
why is Hattah so special? Why is it so different to any other form of desert racing, motocross, anything? Why is it different?
I think it's the format. As you said, the start is different. There's no other race like it with the start. The length of the race is really long and grueling. Track conditions can be whatever, but this track is obviously sandy and it gets very rough. That can be the unique part of it.
In motocross, Americans are certainly well aware of Aussies because they've got no choice.
Yeah,
because the Lawrence boys are kicking ass and all that sort of stuff. But how is desert racing on the radar from an American point of view for Aussies?
It's different. American desert racing, you have sort of American desert races, and they are aware, like they're friends of mine now, and they are aware of what we do here.
Yep.
But it is a lot different. It's just, America and Australia, desert racing is a lot different. That's probably the hardest part, is obviously being American desert racing and Australian desert racing is completely different, but then similar in the same way. I don't know. That's a hard question, that one.
So Hattah and Fink are 2 vastly different animals, yet they both have huge profile.
Yeah.
Why are the 2 different?
I don't know. Fink is probably because Alice Springs is a very remote area and hard. Like, it's an effort just to even get to the race.
Yeah.
Let alone do it, and then let alone be competitive doing it as well. So there's that. But I believe Hattah really is starting to take over. It's getting bigger numbers. It's a little bit more affordable to do. It's a lot easier to get to for most of the east side of the country, and that's where the majority of the riders come from. I'm hoping just with the media guys like yourself can make it bigger and sort of sort of make it seen, so everyone can really get on board and focus and hopefully come and do the event.
So prologue on Saturday was always critical. How important is it?
It is. So for me, luckily, I'm going to be starting first rider on a dead smooth track. So my time logged straight up will be pretty decent unless I, drop it or do something stupid. But
That won't happen.
Nah, I'm not planning on that to happen. But then the top 10 shootout, that for me, this race, again, that start, it's not super, super crucial if you're taking off first. Honestly, isn't. Like, sometimes being first or second's a bit, shit, where's the track going? You got all the heat behind you.
Yep.
But then being like third or fourth, you can sort of get a bit of a gauge on your competition early, and you make some passes if you want, or just sit back and sort of chill out and let the others run out of the track and, blow turns and bits and pieces. So, that can be unique. But I honestly, definitely get a good qualifying lap. I want to be in the top 5 to be able to take off, top 5 and then see how it pans out from there.
Back with the on-track action. It's such a cool shot of how close they go to the road. You've got no real perception of that until you actually hear at the grounds just how close they do right to that road. Really cool shot indeed. And it is a long slog to drive in here, and in the morning when all the teams are rolling in, a lot of them camp overnight and are situated locally. We're 25, 30 Ks out of Redcliffe's the closest town. So waiting on them coming in. Now the body language is very familiar of that rider in particular. Look like Jack Simpson, I believe. So waiting on them to stream in. Our leaders to complete another lap. So 6 to go at the moment. It'll be 5 next time. And waiting on those familiar riders. So that was Simpson. Now, no real sign of Maximus Purvis, which is enormous, because Maximus led the lap heading back out and Simpson has ticked over his lap. So no sign of our previous race leader, which is massive for this event. So we're on board with Jack Simpson as he comes through the pits, and look whether he makes a pit stop or not. Now this guy knows what it takes to be at the top of this game. Of course, he was second in last year's event to Mason Simmons. And now he is in heavy control of this race, because currently no sign of Purvis anywhere near him. So he's just clocked in now as I say that. Maximus Purvis has timed in at second. That is a big distance that Jack Simpson's been able to make up. 33 seconds the distance was. And now the rest of our leaders. So shot of Purvis. Boy, he's looking like he's trying to make up ground. Now, whether there's been an incident on track or simply that Simpson laid down an absolute flyer, now that was a very good pit stop. He was in and out of the pit stop before Purvis had even came by, so he's going to lengthen that lead tremendously. On board with Simpson. 5 laps to go for your leader, and that is a very long way from home. It seems close, but it's certainly not. As Simo closes in behind a lap rider, gets the pass done on him, eats a bit of roost. And Simpson, new race leader on lap number 3. Huge change to the lead, and that was a 33-second gap. Now, third home, Callum Norton. Boy, he's been fast. Last lap did a 28 flat, and our leaders were doing 29 flat. So that's a huge lap by Callum Norton. Be very happy with that. So Purvis second, Norton third, Angus Reardon is fourth, Corey McMahon, and we await next should be Daniel Milner. If things are going by their positions the last time out, we should be expecting Milner home next. So there he is. Daniel Milner confirms the lap. Now he's got 2 minutes 23 to try and make up to Jack Simpson out in front. That's going to be a tough ask, but anything is possible in this race. Such a remarkable set of circumstances that crown a champion. And Milner, the previous win, he's won this 3 times prior. So the most experience in this field in terms of results, that's for certain. Most experience in the field would be Kenny Reid, the absolute gentleman of this race. So that was on board with Daniel Milner. Lyndon Snodgrass is 7th. So that was a shot of Corey McMahon, who has Milner right behind him, and Lyndon Snodgrass as well. So we look on to see if they will pit. Following on, they're trying to keep in that racing lane. Boy, it is busy in pits alone. Oh, there was nothing in that. That poor lap rider is racing for his life, and then a pair of the top 10s. How about this for a look in the pits? Oh my goodness. McMahon, and looks like it would be Milner. So McMahon just ahead of Milner. That's the pair of them as they head back out of the pits without a pit stop that time. And those two are going to battle each other right the way out of the pits and into the next lap. What a look. What a flying run through the pits that was. Major highlight of the event so far. So Simpson has a 33-second advantage back to Maximus Purvis. Now, he made up over 40 seconds in that lap alone. So whether there was an incident on track or not, it'll be tough to know until the end of the race. Now, Triggy is in as well. Nathan Trigg in position 9. He has a 4-minute gap to Simpson. Sampras Shearer is 8th home, ticking over his 3rd lap. Jai Dixon is the next one that we will expect in the top 10. Whether he does that shortly or not, as the bikes are streaming in. Trigonometry on screen. Local to this event. It's probably one of the ones that live the closest to it. Grew up on the farm out in Oyen. Just another half an hour up the road in the opposite direction to Mildura. And that is a massive shake-up to the race. The Simpson extends the lead remarkably over Purvis. Wade Ornger joining me back in the call. So much has taken place on that last lap. Maximus Purvis was the leader heading in, and somehow our leader now, Jack Simpson, made up over 40 seconds and gave himself a 33-second buffer back to Purvis.
A lot of tension in the Callum Norton pit as well. The SDE team, they've got some issues going on, and certainly that's not the performance that we're expecting from Cal. So there's a whole lot going on, Liam. It is the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. We know that anything can and it will happen in this wild event. Simpson seems to be in very, very good touch, doesn't he? Milner has been consistent around that top 6 or 7. You can just see that body language. Here he comes, working his way through here right now, and we saw Simpson go through the pits before, just ripping. Looks very, very, very good. Purvis, I got to say, has been absolutely phenomenal. I know that we want to check in on his progress around 8th. That's probably different as well, because lap 8 is where you really measure how well you're going. But great to have Glenn Bell chatting with us before, and I'm looking forward to getting some more guests in to chat with us throughout the day. 5 laps to go. It sounds like, only 5 laps to go.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
It's 160-odd kilometres still left to go for the pro guys. And it is a punishing event. Let's look our way through the top 20, Liam, as we...
Yeah, so speaking about Callum Norton, just on that for a moment, they're obviously not that happy with actual track position. He's got a 55-second odd gap to the leader, but he ran a 28-minute flat lap.
Correct.
And Purvis did 29.42. So he was a minute 40 quicker on that last lap. He's got a lot of track position to make up, and particularly Jack Simpson as well did a 29 2:08.06, but he was a minute quicker, was Callum Norton there. So on that sort of a trajectory, you have to count in the pit stop as well, and
well, he's
whereabouts
already
they're at in proceedings. But
yeah, he's in the pits, and things were not good just then, right then. So there was far more than fuel issues. They were working on stake pegs and all sorts of stuff. His camelback, I think it was Callum's camelback that we very first saw, Liam, that was the issue there. So he's got some work to do. Jacob Sweet putting in a good lap as well, a 30.57 on lap 3.
Yeah, it was his best lap so far.
So he's doing a nice job. Let's have a look through as they previously ran through. Simpson, Purvis, Norton, Reardon, McMahon, Milner, Snodgrass, Prashira, who just came into the pits as well. You then go to Nathan Trigg, 9th. Yeah, good, old Triggy. Corey Hammond, 10th. Jai Dixon, 11th. Jacob Sweet, 12th. Tom Mason, there goes the number 9 bike, just leaving out of the pit area just then. That is Jonty Reinders on the Sherco. So when you go back to Lachlan, Tom Mason, 13th. Lockie Terry, 14th. Jonty Reinders, 15th. Ryan McGillivray, Billy Hargey, Hunter Simmons, Liam Jackson, and Jaden Pilgrim in the top 20 with his best lap on lap 2 of a 30.47. Now, bearing in mind, Jack Simpson's last time was a 29.06.
So hard to keep track of who was pitted on what of those laps as well. You try and factor in that, yeah, Cal had a flyer to run that 28-minute lap, but potentially, well, pretty obviously didn't hit on that lap. So there's a lot to take into account that you don't take out the pit stop from that lap. It's all timed during that lap. So just the 20 so far have ticked over onto lap number 3. So we have 5 remaining. Pilgrim just joins the crew. He was 11th last year and 21st currently. William Dennett, the next of those to tick over their next lap. So 22 home so far on the lead lap. Levi Stevens does the same thing. Luke Chellis as well. And it's starting to get really busy with bikes coming past us now, 2 and 3 wide. It is getting chock-a-block.
Chad Sparrow, Taylor Adams, Cody Stevens, Jack Bithell, Seth Burchell. That's like 26th through to 30th. Then you go back to Josh Anderson, Ty Keenan, then Charlie Creech, then Jake Henderson. So Creech got himself up into 33rd. Creech having a ripper. Still Brodie Waters back in 35th position. That really surprises me there. Mackenzie O'Brien, nice job on 36th. Riley Moritz consistently around that 36th to 37th mark. Bryce Ognetis, I should say. Benny Novak, Will Reardon, 40th. Will Price, 41st. Liam Mason, 42nd. Ollie Pitchford, 43rd. Jeremy Carpentier, back to Jock Colbert. Max Phillips, Jake DeZwart, Jacob Sinclair, Jake Cobbin, and Max Rikus. Liam Dinage, 51st. That's around your top 50 right there, with about 4 and probably a half to 4 3/4 laps still to go for your leaders. We're just spooling through here, Liam, to find out where some of our lady competitors are at the moment as well, our tenacious women of Hattah. When I looked through before, I think Danielle McDonald was, so far, had been the quickest lady in the field throughout the course of the weekend to this point. She's 68th right now. You then go back to our next one through. I'm just trying to pick up Emma Milicevic in 83rd. I'm trying to find where Maddie Healy is.
Just there at 88.
88th position for Maddie Healy as well in the ladies 8-lap class. And Maddie, a class act, this young lady, I spoke to her at Deakin Motorcycles on Thursday night. Maddie, it's wonderful to have you back here in beautiful Mildura. You're a shepherd girl, so you know this isn't cold, right?
Nah, this is perfect weather.
It's July.
Yeah. No, the sun's shining, so yeah, it's been awesome.
How has your year been?
Yeah, I had a really good start. I raced the, I think, Desert Race, and I actually come away with the win with that one, and 53rd outright, I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
So, in the boys, so that was pretty good. And then
pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's not gloss over that.
Nah, so yeah, hopefully next year you can do a bit better. But yeah, and then with the Prom X Nationals, I've been sitting in 4th with that one, or 5th maybe now. But yeah, it's been pretty good. So looking forward to Hattah this weekend, and can't wait. Where
has this culture come from? This passion for motocross, outdoors, desert racing, all that for you on two wheels. Where's it come from?
Well, my dad actually started just racing pretty much. I've been racing since I was 6. I started riding when I was 4. So my 2 older brothers started riding, and then I just thought I'd come with them, and yeah, just started the love for it. And we come up here, I think when I was 9 was my first, I think that was the youngest you could race. That was my first year, and I've only missed 1 year since. So yeah, the love for Hattah is awesome.
Why?
Oh, it's just the atmosphere, the whole race, the desert racing. It's just so much fun. It's a lot more laid back, and yeah, just the atmosphere. It's crazy. Like, just to express how much fun we have with that. It's awesome.
There's always comparisons between Fink and Hattah, although they're two totally different animals, and you're very well versed to explain that.
Yeah.
What's different?
Probably more like the speed, and you're kind of out on your own with Fink, where you're just going there and you're back, and obviously the team's involved, that's all. But then with Hattah, it's a lot more mental game plan. You have your teams involved too, like, you have your dad on your jerry or your mechanic. So yeah, it's a lot more, and like Hattah's probably a lot more mental going into the last couple laps. So it's just trying to get there, where Hattah, with Fink, it's probably the last on the way back, the last couple Ks, like that's where you're like mentally driven to get there, which is the speed as well. So yeah, that's probably the differences, but the speeds and the roughness is probably still all the same. And you can't
pre-ride Hattah.
No,
that's one really big difference. So how do you feel about that as a rider?
Yeah, well, you can always get sort of tracks similar, but it's completely, you can't get the exact same. So yeah, I feel comfortable like seeing I have great tracks around me that I can train on. But yeah, it's fine. You know what it's sort of, after doing all these years, you know what it kind of turned out to be like. So yeah.
Maddie, as little 6-year-old Maddie who first got onto a dirt bike, did you immediately think, this is special, I want to do this, or did it just become something you gradually got more obsessed with?
Yeah, I think it was more like to impress the family. That was how it started. Like, I wanted to, Dad's always like, if you can lift that, you can ride it. So it was always like, I just wanted to be like the boys, and that's sort of how it started. And yeah, it was just, as it went on, it's always been to, keep doing better. So yeah.
Have any of the Healy boys won Fink, by the way?
No, I don't think so. I think my brother Brock Healy is in the junior side. He's outrided it fairly well, I think, but he's actually racing it as well this year, so it'd be great to see how he comes, and hopefully I beat him, which I should have it covered. But yeah, and my other brother Levi, he's just a mechanic for me this weekend, so it'd be great to see.
How cool is that?
Yeah, family's really tight, so it's awesome.
All right, what are your ambitions for this year and beyond? What's the bigger plan for you?
Obviously I want to get into more desert racing, so just to get better at that, and hopefully I can get a title with Hattah. That'd be awesome, and then get better at Fink as well, and then hopefully that can get me overseas and just see how I go with that stuff.
So the win certainly in the ladies class, but then in outright, where are you aiming?
Yeah, I want to be top 50. That's the goal. And then, just see how it goes. It's a long race, so anything can happen, and if I'm top 50 or around that, I'll be happy.
So another quick look at the GPS tracking to see whereabouts our leaders are. Obviously, it doesn't actually show Jack Simpson right now. His GPS has dropped out, but who we can see is Angus Reardon tracking along beautifully inside the top 4. He's got one of the young guns and long-time Speedway family in Declan Adams on the crew for him at Deck Tech. Waito had a chat with Angus Reardon in the week leading up, and he is currently 4th in this field. We'll have a chat to Angus about the Hattah weekend and all that it means to him.
Plenty of orange and blue, Angus Reardon. It's good to have you back. Penrite Hattah Desert Race is something really special. As someone that's won it on juniors, what was special about that for you? Is that something you look back on in pride?
Yeah, I always loved coming home and doing Hattah. Work out this year, my schedule in the US all worked well. And I grew up just across the river in Gold, so
Yeah.
you could say I was a home racer as I was growing up, and I still call this place home.
So you won small wheel and big wheel.
Yep.
What do you remember about that?
It was pretty cool winning the big wheel on the two-stroke. I was on a 150, so that was cool. I think I was the first one in a while to not be a four-stroke.
Yeah, right. What is the challenge of this place? You had an excellent result last year. Obviously, you want to win it this year. I'm going to just come out and say that's what your plan is.
Yeah, it's super hard race physically and mentally. It's at 4 hours and the track gets absolutely destroyed. So just got to be strong mentally and physically and just ban it for the long run.
So do Americans talk much about Hattah? Is there much sort of discussion about this world?
Yeah, they always see videos with their accent and whatnot. They call it something funny. And then it's always Hattah and Fink they talk about the desert races.
Yeah, absolutely. Prologue, how important is that to you?
Very important. Nearly more important than the first lap of the race, you could say.
Yeah, okay. The next day, across the road, there's a little bit of a chance of wet weather on Sunday.
Yeah, hopefully it pushes back, but I'm used to the wet weather. Normally I'm racing with no goggles over there in the States. It's normally raining, coming in sideways, windy. Yeah, used to it.
How many events do you run over in the States every year?
Contracted, I do 20 odd, and then I do selected ones. I come here, do some, and then hopefully a few international ones later on in the year.
How different is the industry, Gus? How different is American racing to what we do here?
It's just so much bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot more people in the States, obviously. Yeah, it's just bigger, you could say. But, yeah, Hattah's still up there with one of the favourite.
Given that you are racing over the US, is there any pressure that you think, oh yeah, Gussie's back? You know, is there a pressure on you to get the job done?
Maybe, but don't look at it that way. If I put pressure on myself, I don't do the best. Learned it in the past. I'm just here to have fun and, yeah.
So how do you have fun? Is it a chance to enjoy? Do you ever get a chance to actually enjoy the ride? Is there a moment where you go, hell yeah, I'm tapped out, run along the fence?
I've got to be out front to have fun, so it's hard. If I'm out the back, I'm not having fun, so I've got to do well to have fun, so it's hard to match it up. But.
It's good to have you home, mate.
No, thank you.
Great to have your company here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race 2024, the 26th running of this iconic desert racing event. You can see our live GPS tracking at the moment. And every now and again, you'll see a lag in the system here where you suddenly go, hang on a second, where is Jack Simpson? Or hang on a second, where is Cal Norton, etc., etc. But don't be fooled at times. Sometimes there's a bit of a lag in the system which doesn't give us necessarily an accurate portrayal. The last time they came through, and things have changed a bit since then, but Jack Simpson has the lead from Maximus Purvis. Callum Norton came in third, but I fancy he may not have exited the pits that way. Angus Reardon, back to Corey McMahon. Daniel Milner has been rock solid in that top 6 or 7 region. You see some yellow flags action here at the moment, just before the entry to the pits. This is the main straightaway area. Last year, where that gentleman was standing, was pretty well the finish line. Last year, they would come back from the left of your screen and head back that way, whereas this year we've gone anti-clockwise with our racing direction. Lyndon Snodgrass is currently 7th, Sam Prashira is 8th, Nathan Trigg is 9th, Corey Hammond has been consistent for 10th, Jai Dixon is 11th, Jacob Sweet carving out his best lap of the race on lap 3 with a 30.57, Tom Mason 13th, Lockie Terry has been very consistent in 14th. Jonty Reinders in 15th on the Shirk. Riley McGillivray in 18th, or make sure I should say 16th on bike 18. Billy Hargy, 17th. Hunter Simmons on the 420 in 18th. Liam Jackson in 19th. Campbell Hall in 20th. Jaden Pilgrim. You then go back to William Dennett on the Yami. Bo Ralston on the Kawasaki. Levi Stevens on the 801 ahead of Luke Shellis in 25th. Chad Sparrow 26th. Back to Cody Stevens. And a ripping lap for Ty Keane. 3 minutes 31, I should say 21. His best lap on lap 3. Jake Bithell, Charlie Creech, Seth Birchall, Taylor Adams, one of our local heroes, Jake Henderson, Ben Novak, Bryce Ognetis, 35th, Josh Anderson, 36th, Riley Moritz, 37th, Ollie Pitchford, 38th, Liam Mason, and Will Price. Brodie Waters started inside the top 10. He's back to 41st. I think he was back to 22nd or so on the first lap. I haven't really had a chance to catch up with Brodie to find out, or his team, what actually happened to have him that far back in the order. We're coming up on about 4.5, maybe slightly less than that, laps to go, which still accounts for over 120 kilometres though. Liam, it's actually gotten colder out there.
It definitely has. It definitely has. It seems like the clouds are forming and getting a little bit darker than even they were this morning. So that forecast may well be on its way just with the way the temperature has dropped off as well. So that's going to be really exciting heading towards the end of this race. And it seems like potentially our yellow flags are just to try and get through the pedestrian crossing that's at the end of this straightaway. Now, it wasn't so busy right at the start of the race because everyone was wanting to be right here. It's Lindsay Kapobis in shot, the tattoo artist and the crew for Brooklyn Kapobis as well. He didn't have a whole lot to do with that pit stop, but did a good job nonetheless. And the 69 machine is back on track through the pit stop. So riders continuing to stream in and tick over onto their third lap right the way through the field. And the caution flags on this real main straightaway where they took off from is really up to interpretation from some of the riders. The idea is that they slow back down to that rolling 25k pace, but, well, that's being adopted in some places and not in others. So there's plenty to play out. The main straightaway in particular, and it seems like that the yellows are just for pedestrian crossing ahead of them because everyone has to try and get out to their favourite spot wherever they want to be right around the track, and that's one of those main crossing points is directly ahead of them. So potentially that had been the problem, that as the riders spread right out, Wado, that there was no breaks whatsoever to try and get pedestrians across and emergency services and things like that. So I think that's been a big factor of making that call on the fly that they go to that yellow flag situation on the main straightaway, slow everyone down so they can actually get some pedestrians across the track.
Very, very important the way that we've restructured the way that the spectator system works. I just saw Chloe Barton appear on the screen right there in around about 350 position, somewhere around that. We started with well over 400 riders earlier today, and we're getting closer to the halfway mark. As we see some ripper shots of the local area, Calignan or Nangelock. It's basically very similar part of the world, and it's actually spelt Calignan, it's spelt backwards, is Nangelock. So it's another little interesting thing, kind of like Glenelg, but looks nothing like it. And you can just see here this long straightaway area right now. We're right alongside the highway. That's not the shot right there for the highway, but leaders are coming by here very shortly. And very soon we'll see where everybody is with Jack and Callum and Maximus and everybody as well. Just saw Kenny Armstead's name pop up as well, the Alice Springs racer. Great to have Kenny back enjoying the ride. Sam Prashira, he's been strong too inside the top 10. Really interested to see where Corey McMahon is at this moment, and also Daniel Milner. So when you look down, you see Yamaha. That's when you know where Jack Simpson is very close. What a great ride for him so far, rewarding the opportunity from AJ that was given to him. And we'll see what kind of advantage, if he still the number one rider, which I believe he will be, what kind of advantage he has. He turned it around on Purvis.
It was massive, wasn't it?
Big time.
A huge gap to make up. So whether something had happened to Purvis on track or that was just a real courtesy of maybe the pit stop strategy as well, that Simpson was really quick in the pit. There was no doubt about that.
Oh, wow.
That was close, wasn't it?
Sometimes you just always got to go where the other rider isn't. And when you're lapping riders too, no disrespect to the lappers either, but they're probably a little less consistent in their lines. So suddenly you come up to someone who's a bit all over the track. You've got to pick your line and go for it. You don't want to mess around because you get stuck behind them, or if you sort of half A55 it, you can end up crashing. But I think that right now, I think that's our leader going into that right-hander, into that brush area and coming through here. It's a guess, it's a roughie, but I think that might be Jack right there.
Seems like a pretty good distance to anyone that's near him riding at that sort of a pace.
Look at the speed.
Just a couple of camps out the back there. Nothing too much going on.
Great to see the spectators really adhering to the regulations as well, Liam, on where you can stand and where you can't and all that sort of stuff. So nice to see that everyone working with the officials this year to make sure that we ensure the long-term future of this event, because it's a massive tourism boom for the area, and not just over the weekend. There's a lot of riders that come here earlier in the week and even will stay afterwards, and tonight they'll all celebrate at the Gateway as well. Now just looking back, trying to see where Corey McMahon will be on the Gas and Angus Reardon on the KTM, and also Daniel Milner on the KTM as well.
That may well be Milner in shot. We're trying to follow along with and pick up leaders as they come into screen on the drone shots.
They've done a great job to try and make this 38-kilometre course a bit more intimate.
430 riders to keep track of leaders and things like that. It really is an incredible production from start to finish. How's that bit of surface dried out right in the middle? There's this big pile of bottomless dust.
Yeah.
And then it's straight back into moist dirt. Oh, right off the edge of the circuit there, cutting his own groove.
Pretty easy to do. I fancy there's going to be some changes in this top five. We'll see when they come back to the pit area and we get them into closer view, but what the difference will be. We know that Simpson got out to a 33-second lead on that previous recording, but we'll see whether Maximus has been able to pull him in a bit, whether Angus has been able to move up into the top three, whether Corey McMahon, who finished third in last year's race. Bearing in mind, Jack Simpson finished second to Mason Simmons last year. And Liam, we're looking out the window at some speed, some riders really approaching the latter part of this racetrack. You can see the highway just off to the left-hand side of the screen right now and rocking through the middle of some lap riders. So I fancy our leaders are coming through. I think that may well be Jack there.
Boy, look at the speed difference.
So we think it might be. Here's a look right now. There is Jack right there. Simpson. So they're heading back towards us right now and then back towards the pits.
Now he's going to see these yellows for the first time as well. They would have missed that the lap prior, them setting up this now yellow condition. So
there's Jack right there on the 2-bike coming in. Just in really, really good touch. And it'll be interesting to see how far back Purvis is. So as you said, Liam, they'll come through the...
Pretty well behaved now. They may be looking for a little bit of grace even on that straightaway, that everyone is forced to have a breather. So Simpson should be fairly happy with that.
So 12.5 seconds back to second for Maximum Purvis. They get a little bit of a breather. The third situation is going to be very intriguing here. Oh, look at Simpson, absolutely rails it through that right-hander. So will he go to the pits this time? Who is in third? That's what we're waiting to find out.
Got a pretty good gap.
Yeah, it's
the two leaders. This is a big gap. Back to third. Now Jack looking over at some of the crews. He had a big look as to whether he was able to see his pit crew through the corner now.
Oh, look at the drone. Great shot. Tex just drops in. So nice work. Great work from Jamie on our FPV drone shot. Good work for him as we're following Jack in. I don't know he's going to the pits. Nope. He's heading back out to the scrub. So, oh man, just nailed a bollard or something like that. Now, still no sign. So, Reardon is in third. Angus Reardon is up to third now. 1 minute 8 behind Jack Simpson. Purvis continuing to impress, and there's Reardon there. Let's see whether he goes to the pits. Angus Reardon, the 450, 251 to 454 stroke. The Mototech team, here he comes. Let's have a look in. Yes, this is Angus right here. The Reardon family giving him a fantastic opportunity. Yeah, smooth.
Declan sent him on his way. Thorough job. It was pretty much as good as it gets for a pit stop.
So Milner is up to fourth, Liam.
Wow.
Daniel Milner up to fourth. 2 minutes 16 behind the lead at the moment.
I think it was about 2 minutes 30 last time, so he's made up about 20 seconds on Simpson.
Lyndon Snodgrass is up to fifth, so it's changing dramatically here now. Snodgrass on the Kawasaki, up to fifth now. Simpson, Purvis, Reardon, Milner, Snodgrass. Who is going to be sixth? Cal Norton. So Cal is sixth now. McMahon is seventh. Is Prashira and Trigg still 8th and 9th respectively? That's what we're about to find out. So Simpson, Purvis, Reardon, and now Daniel Milner, the 3-time Hattah champion, starting to make a surge into the top 5. Speaking of which, right there is Daniel Milner. He exits stage right.
Another clinical pit stop. They've got that nailed. That's what it takes to win these events. So Callum Norton on screen, peeling back off onto the track. A less than ideal previous lap, but they seem to have things sorted this time around. Try and get himself back in race contention. McMahon comes into shot on the 3. Such a good shot of the pits. And the crowd packing around that corner in particular. That's their closest look they can get on the pit stops.
We haven't seen Sam. Here he is right now. Sam Prashira right on cue on the 34 bike. So Sam coming in, position 8. It's got about 4 minutes 9 to make up. And at least with that yellow, you can't pass anybody, so you can't make up any ground. I think Sam had a bit of a look over at the giant screen then for results. I reckon that's what he was doing. He looked over towards the screen. I think he was having a look at where he was positioned. Nathan Trigg is 9th. And we're still waiting to see whether Corey Hammond or it might be Jai Dixon. We'll wait and see who drops into 10th. So 4 laps to go. We're halfway there.
Sammy's on it through the pits. Oh, he's just wrapped up probably 8 riders in one straightaway through the pits just then. A massive difference in intensity from Sammy Prashira.
Is he coming in? No. I certainly wouldn't have thought so because he came in the previous lap. They actually double stacked. Him and Callum Norton were both in there at the same time. Cal had his own issues that he was dealing with. 349 just making its way through. So still waiting on 10th to come through. I don't think I've seen Corey Hammond come through yet.
So again, officials, that's a good shot of them flagging down riders to get into slow. So this has happened midway through the race. They've decided to implement this caution zone because directly ahead of the riders there, they won't actually see that in the shot, but there is a pedestrian crossing now. And right at the start of the race, it wasn't at all a factor, but now it certainly is as Corey Hammond comes into view. Will tick over and lock in the top 10 so far that have completed 4 laps. So that's Hammond. Picks a bit of a wedgie, why not? Has a stretch, stands up, and then straight back into it, into race pace again. So that right there, that camera angle was where that pedestrian crossing is. And there was plenty of foot traffic trying to get through over there. Oh, nice shot of the native scrubland. And Hammond, solid inside the top 10. He's been ever present the last few years. He was 5th in last year's running, obviously, with that number 5 on the bike. All the riders in the top 40 will nominate as the position that they came the year prior. And a good shot of the Empire Kawasaki team on pit corner right there. And again, as we said, that is the closest look that spectators really can get of the pits and those couple of factory teams on that outside bend.
Shout out to Mason Simmons. If you're tuned in, mate, we wish you were here. I know not as much as you wish you were here, but you proved last year that you were the man. So obviously devastating you not be able to be here, but I know a lot of the boys were keen to see you here ride this year. That is the Empire Kawasaki team there. Stell and all the boys, the Empire team. Really cool paint scheme that they debuted with a bit of a tribute. It's the 50th anniversary of the KX model of Kawasaki, and the Empire team came out and did a bit of a throwback paint scheme, which looked super cool. And the other night, as usual, the show and shine, their lounge, I call it a lounge, was the place to be. They had all the beats, had a laid-back vibe, had plenty of people around. They did lots of cool giveaways and things like that. And Stell, he's a great character, and he gave us a bit of a look at the new paint scheme for Will Price and also Bo Ralston.
Go on, put your sunnies on because you're a rock star. Stell, you promised me something special.
I did, mate. And
hey, firstly, how old are you?
I just turned 35.
Right, so you were born what year?
89.
So you were born roughly 4 or 5 years before the era that we're celebrating here.
Correct, yeah.
So what do you remember about the 90s for motocross?
Probably not much.
Yeah, that's right. But that didn't stop you.
Yeah.
Where has the inspiration come for this?
Well, 2024 is the 50th year anniversary for the KX brand. For Kawasaki,
right?
Yeah. So this is based off the limited edition model that they've released this year, and we thought, what a better time to bring the retro theme to Hattah.
Real men ride pink.
Yeah.
Look at that. How good is it? It looks just gorgeous. As usual, you've got the lounge rolling here. I got a bit of trouble because I made him turn down the music. He gave me a snaky look.
Got my team
the DJ
manager, DJ over there, whatever you want to call him. But yeah, no, it's awesome to be back out here in the desert, and the weather's turning on for us. And yeah,
mate, it's Mildura still. Come on now.
Yeah.
Now that the wind has dropped away, it's actually quite nice.
It is nice when the sun's out. That's for sure. So
tell me about your team this year, Stell.
So this year we've got 2 riders again. We've got Bo Ralston riding the new 24 KX450X.
Nice.
Will Price is back on the KX250X this year, and running number 20. So he's off for a good prologue on Saturday. So puts him in a good spot for Sunday.
I think what you're starting here tonight, doing this retro sort of throwback idea, could be something other teams could embrace every year. You could have almost like a retro kind of scheme or a retro theme every year.
For sure, and that's sort of got the inspiration from obviously the pro motocross, the nationals. They usually do like a retro round every year, and I thought it's something that off-road probably needs, and what a better time to do it at Hattah when the vibes are high. And it's just something different, and we thought we've done it all before, black, green, white, but I thought retro is what a better time to bring it.
Some of us in Mildura might not think it's a retro. They might just think it's like current specs, Del. We've got a bit of a different world here in Mil Vegas. It's a beautiful part of the world though, isn't it?
It is, mate, and it's something that's very special to us, and we absolutely love coming up here. The community's awesome, and it's just, there's no better vibe than Hattah. It's our favourite time of year.
What's your best team result for Hattah? I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Probably last year. Will went in the top 20 on a 250, which is a credit to him. And finished second in class. So this year we've got some big goals with both the boys, and hopefully we can better that this year and celebrate Sunday night.
I love the fact you've always got a great vibe rolling. It's definitely one of the pits to be in, that's for sure. You love a bit of style. It was cool catching up the other day. You had the Dunstons out there as well. A lot of riders with on point. So you're a busy man.
I was wearing a different hat on the the other day, but now, yeah, we're putting the Empire gear on and, yeah, we're all systems go. Bikes are ready, boys are ready, and we're bringing the vibes.
Bringing it. I love it. How good is the retro? 50 years of KX. Wow, that's just craziness. Beautiful job, mate. Always good to see you, Stel.
You too, mate.
Turn up the tunes. Crank her up, DJ. He's a great character, no doubt about that. We mentioned Lauren Dunstan, actually. I went out to Dirtworks during the week, actually, and Stel had his on-point suspension hat on that day, and he was doing a lot of work with the Dunstans, and Lauren was one of those riders that was out there, along with also Memphis Carriage, one of the West Aussie teams. His dad, Shane. Sherco have a junior, like a rider development program, like a junior program for Sherco, and it was cool to catch up with Memphis. His brother's name is Jethro, I think, if I remember rightly, and Dad Shane was over here from the West, so good to see some West Aussie teams. Liam, we're having a bit of a look here right now at the GPS trackers. And boy, you'd think that right now Jack Simpson and Purvis have really cranked up that. They have about 12 seconds separating them at the moment, back to Angus Reardon with Daniel Milner up to 4th.
Yeah, it's a tight battle at the top, and particularly those pit stops have so much to do with how tight at times this gets, and then it can stretch out just a little when one will pit and one might not. So there's a lot to play out over the next lap. Again, in particular, it gets more and more exciting as every lap ticks by, with Maximus Purvis and Jack Simpson at the top of the charts, but Angus Reardon is closing in. He was quicker the previous lap. So there's a lot still to play out. We're about halfway through this race. Reardon looks in good stead. He had a really good pit stop with the Deck Tech team and looks solid on that previous stop. But the boys out in front, Simpson and Purvis, and he's going to be very tight. When we officially time them in on the next lap, we'll have a better look at what that gap looks like, particularly after Simpson not pitting and then potentially that Purvis did. That gap may have been stretched right out again, and Simpson could be in very big control of this race, Wado.
Lauren Dunstan was one of those riders that was out during the week at Dirtworks, just trying to get laps in and trying to work on the suspension of the bike and getting more track time up and local conditions wise. That's what everybody tries to do coming into this event. Well, you know, he's got a... Yeah, where's your on-point hat still? Like, come on, I've got the Hattah hat here. So, who is this BAD A55 that you're helping here from On Point?
This is Lauren Dunstan. She's one of our supported riders from Victoria.
Yeah, sweet.
And yeah, she normally races the Vic Off-Roads, and what? I think it's her 6th, 7th year?
Yeah, 6th or 7th year.
Holy cow. So you must love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Otherwise you wouldn't come back.
Yeah.
Unless you love this, you wouldn't come back. What do you love about it, Lauren? Like, why do it?
Just the feel on the bike, but also the social side of it is really good. You know, it's beneficial. I've known pretty much everyone since I started, so growing up with everyone, it's kind of just a communal thing that's becoming really enjoyable.
There's no social aspect to this, is there, Stel?
Oh,
not hanging
that's
around
the only
you.
reason I come.
Your best result, you've actually won this, yeah?
I won the women's 4-lap 2 years ago. Got a couple of seconds in junior girls, so yeah, I just love the sport and I don't think I'll ever really want to give it up, so yeah.
And here we are, everyone's out here practicing in the freezing cold, because that's what we do here. How many rides will you have this year? What's your schedule like?
I just do the Vics and a few club rounds and do Hattah, so a lot of training on weekends and yeah.
Making sure you're always on point. Yeah. See what I did there? See what I did there? Look at that.
No pun intended.
No, well, there was. Yeah, there was. It was pun intended. All right, so you're feeling good coming in. How's your build-up been, Lauren, so far?
Yeah, good. I've been training a lot in the sand lately, so that's been really beneficial. Did Casterton last weekend for the Vic Off-Roads and boosted my confidence a bit, so yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I think we're all looking forward to the lounge. You know, the Friday night session that Stel puts on with the Empire Lounge. It's like a nightclub, you know. It's got that sort of vibe. So,
yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd just like to thank, obviously Sal and On Point, my mum and dad, and yeah, just a few of the boys who give me a hand all the time. Yeah.
Good luck this weekend, mate.
Thank you.
Nice looking bike. Very nice. W&D Refrigeration Services. Well, we have a Hattah refrigeration service every year. It's called the event. Good to catch up with Lauren. The Dunstan family very passionate about their Hattah, that's for sure.
Andy Wilkes is in the pits today. Now, Andy, amongst many other things, he's a bit of a riding mentor and riding coach, etc. He's also the husband of Emma Milicevic, so he's in the pits with her this weekend, making sure everything goes well for Emma. But I caught up with him as well at Dirtworks, where he was basically doing some rider mentoring, and asked him, what does he teach these kids? What are some of the important things to learn about desert racing?
Pro. Andy, what an absolutely perfect day for riding, right?
Oh, it doesn't get much better. Getting to come up to Mildura this time of the year is always a fun experience. I think anyone that's been up here for this event knows the enjoyment involved. So,
I caught, obviously you're doing a bit of a riding school for some of these young riders. One of the things I caught up on just then was energy levels.
Yeah.
You were talking about nutrition and things like that. I'm guessing that you've got to get a controlled burn is what I was sort of picking up from all that with energy. How do you factor that in?
yeah, so Hattah's definitely the toughest race we have all year for that. Anyone that's experienced it knows that fourth hour in the senior race, or even that last hour of the junior race, how important that can be. So, yeah, the nutrition side is extremely important. There's a few good companies out there that develop products for triathletes and things like that. So they come in handy with like some energy gels and some hydration tablets and stuff to put in your camelback. And that sort of helps to carry you through like a long distance race like that. So yeah, just speak to the kids about that. The importance of it, what it can actually help you to do, and what to consider when you're in this lead up to the event. So
why is Hattah so special?
I think just the fact that no other event in Australia you can practice, not get to practice a track.
Yeah.
I think that stands out to me as an athlete, and someone trying to better yourself, you know you're on a level playing field. It's how much hard work you put into this event. You can't really fake your fitness at a 4-hour race, that's for sure. So
you came for the first half hour.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that draws everyone back. Perfect timing of the year. The sand's always got some moisture in it, and just a lot of enjoyment. We get that crossover of motocross riders and enduro riders, so you get to see where you're mixing up against them. And I don't know, anyone that's ridden a dirt bike and held it wide open in flat, fast sand, I think knows how enjoyable that is. So yeah, we get to do that every year and put on an awesome event for us. So.
We're out here at Dirtworks, where obviously conditions are similar, but you can't replicate them. And as we know, we use private land, and like you said, it's virginal until we get on it.
Yeah.
What do you learn from sessions like this? Is it just about handling the bike in different situations, or what can you teach these kids?
Yeah, so like obviously out here at Dirtworks, we've got a little bit less land to work with, so they've squeezed in a longest track as we can. So with that, we've got a few more corners than normal. So it teaches them to keep their vision up. Get their eye in for the conditions that we've got this week closer to the event. Just basically getting that shakedown before the event, getting the nerves out of the way, and just seeing where we're at.
Is it important for these kids to have a goal, to have like a spot to shoot at for the weekend, a result that they ideally want, or do you just attack it in a different way?
Yeah, it can vary. Like for some people that can motivate them. For me personally, it's just trying to beat myself, I guess. Like what's the best I can do each event. It can vary. I do think you do want to set a goal for yourself. You sort of deep down know what I guess you're capable of, and then just trying to achieve that's a tricky bit.
Boy, look how rutted out that is right there. All the way in. There's no smooth part to that entry to the corner. That's just part of the braking corrugation that you get there. Wind has really picked up out there, Liam. And we're approaching about 3 laps left to go, which still means about an hour and a half into the competition. And Simpson certainly is the man to beat right now, but certainly Purvis has impressed a lot of people.
Yeah, he has indeed. Been a standout so far in the weekend. The boys couldn't say enough about him yesterday in his Supercross and those sorts of style races. He's a fierce athlete, but nothing can really prepare you until you just get in and knuckle down and compete in a Hattah. You're just not going to know where you're going to shape up, and that's a really cool camera angle. I've loved this part of the track all weekend long, and so have all those fans that have packed out on that hill like ants to watch. Now, those hay bales there are to show them that there's a danger ahead, and that is that jump, and it's hard to see the elevation change just there, but when some of the lead riders come through absolutely pinned, that's why you have that braking chatter zone, like
just
that
there.
Exact moment there. That is a full commitment heading up to that braking zone, and that gives a little bit of a better perspective to that elevation change that then brings on that really fierce braking chatter before that right-hander So our leaders wouldn't be too far away from completing another lap. We're 2 hours and 16 minutes into this now. This should be a shot of a couple of our front runners, I believe. Now, that fluoro gear could be one of the Shercos on screen, so maybe another 10 minutes or so from another lap to be completed. And really cool onboard shots as we fly over them. Riders continuing to stream in, so a quick recap of our top 20. Jack Simpson was your leader in the lap prior, and you would anticipate that race lead to be extended. Maximum Purvis, Angus Reardon, Daniel Milner, Lyndon Snodgrass, Callum Norton, Corey McMahon, Sam Prashira, Nathan Trigg and Corey Hammond making up your top 10, as I have good friend Shannon Moyler joining me in the box. Shannon, you live and breathe the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. It's a long year leading up to it, and I know there's no real rest from, I guess, the conclusion of this event to then start the planning for next year. It doesn't happen without that being the case, but how busy is this time of year for you and all of the committee behind the Penrite Hattah Desert Race?
Look, mate, yeah, it definitely is. It's the biggest race in Australia in our eyes, and we're happy to, as a committee, put on a show that we do without these riders that we've got. Obviously, great Australian riders that come back from America as well. Without them out there and the crowds along the track cheering them on, we haven't got a race, have we?
That's right, and it's not going to happen without the passionate people that have to love this race. I know that you do yourself and all of the people that are on the committee, and they wouldn't be there if they didn't love this race and want to see its longevity continue for years and years to come as this event just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
It does, mate. Every year we sit back and go, right, what do we need to fine-tune? And every year it does. It gets bigger and bigger. Our Friday nights kick us off, and each year we think we've had the biggest year, and then the following year just outdoes itself again. And yeah, on Friday just gone, we're obviously having the fireworks, etc. The full oval. It was very spectacular, and yeah, it's a great thing to do for the community and the riders.
It's really tough to continue to grow, particularly from a rider's point of view, to get into this event because we know it sells out so quickly, and we're really at the capacity, particularly of an insurance point of view and a manpower point of view, to get as many riders as we can in this race. Talk to us about the logistics of trying to combine so many riders across juniors and seniors. It's a tough format to lock yourself in, to know that you can ride again next year. You've got to be there, ready to press the trigger as soon as entries open. But how tough is that from a committee point of view, that there's got to be a lot of people that miss out, that don't get to ride in this, that maybe have been trying for a few years, that, hey, I want to ride this event. It is really tough to get into, let alone be actually able to ride it yourself.
Yeah, most definitely, Liam. It's a race in itself. If you ask the families who are trying to get their kids in, or their sons and daughters for the seniors, it is a race in itself to get in. Obviously, if you can go in your top 40 or your top 3 in class, you're guaranteed a position the following year. So obviously, if you want to aim for something, you can do that. But otherwise, yeah, it's a race in itself to enter. We are limited, obviously, for our track distance, etc. But you know what? It builds it that you didn't get in this year. Let's aim for next year and get back in. We've got some good systems in place with our entries online now. They're actually all numbered as you enter into the system as such before you allocate any tickets. So yeah, the system, again, it's fine-tuned every year. What makes it easier? What can make it better? Our number capacity is what it is. Unfortunately, we've got to deal with that. But yeah, again, we just try our hardest to put on the most spectacular race we can in Australia.
And I think we're succeeding in doing that every year. The manpower that is behind this, from all of the sweep riders and everything that goes into it, there is yellow helmets absolutely littered across this place. You can't look too far and see multiple riders constantly covering every inch of this track. I know that the riders are out there for 30, 35, 40 minutes at a time. It's really incredible to know that anything can happen on track, and you know you're not too far away from someone being there to pick you up, or someone to stand the bike back up, stand with you, let you catch your breath, and send you back on your way again if you're able to do so.
Yeah, exactly right. We've got a pair of riders out there between recovery riders, sweep riders, etc., all riding the whole track, and they're all allocated their spaces and distance. So there is always someone close by. Obviously, in some of the more populated areas, we've got the spectators, which always jump in and lend a hand if there's anything urgently. Like we've just had a report earlier of one of the KTMs catching fire. One of our buggies was close by and was able to extinguish that quickly. So, yeah, it's good. There's plenty of people out there, plenty of volunteers, and that's in the end, they are all volunteers. So, we really appreciate the crowd out there, but we also appreciate the crowd being respectful to everyone that's got a yellow top on or a green jacket, all that. We are all volunteers and we're all just putting our time in to help this event happen.
And that shows how much they're appreciated too. You show up this morning bright and early and the whole camp is set up here just over our shoulder and everyone's getting fed and drinks and fruit, coffees, all that sort of stuff for all of the volunteers and officials. That doesn't happen in most other sports. Everyone just expects mum and dad or the families that are going to show up and get a couple of lollies to go home with, and that's about all. A pat on the back, thanks for coming, whatever. But there's a very different vibe and culture to this event that everyone's fed right the way through. Nearly a big swap on screen, but everyone's fed right the way through. The bikes are fueled up for all of our sweep riders. Everyone's heading out, on their own machinery, but they're all looked after from the minute they get here to the minute they go home, and then there's plenty of beers on offer at the end of the days as well. That doesn't happen in most other sports, Shannon. So how important is that to those volunteers that make it feel like they want to come back again and keep lending that hand?
Well, it's quite simple. If you don't look after them, you don't have them. And if we don't have our volunteers, we don't have a race. So we go above and beyond. We do look after them. They're well catered for. We got the Orimple Football Club in there cooking us steak sangers and sausages and bacon egg rolls in the morning and the coffees. We really look after our volunteers because we have to. Without them, we don't have this event. The riders are great, that's fine, but our volunteers are what makes this event happen.
And we have to be making decisions on the fly, right? We've obviously changed the track direction for this weekend. That's starting to happen year in, year out. They'll flip the track around and change a couple of things. Talk to us about the yellow flags directly in front of us in particular. There's a pretty high pedestrian zone directly ahead of us. Now, you just have to make decisions on the fly. Now, it's not a factor at all at the start of the race. Everyone's pretty tight together and you've got long gaps where pedestrians can get across. But particularly right now where every 5 seconds or so we're having a rider come through, there's no way to get emergency services and just general spectators across these gates up here. We have to be making decisions on the fly about what's going to work immediately for the situations at hand.
That's right, Liam. A lot of the decisions are where it's about our rider safety and our spectator safety. So yes, we are now under yellow as they go through their timing loop. We clamp down on that, control your speed, look out for the spectator crossing, and then after that, get back on it, get back into the pits, get your drink, get your fuel, and head back out. And
that's not affecting anyone's race. I think if anything, it gets everyone a little bit of a breath before they go, right, I can think again. Am I pitting this lap? Am I not? I think it's a perfect addition that's happened. Yeah, there's a few riders that may be exploiting the boundaries of a yellow flag here, but they're not getting caught on screen, are they?
No, not at all.
Okay, how exciting is this weekend for you to see the fruit of all of the work that's gone in the months leading up to this? I'm sure you'll have a break for a month or so and try your very hardest not to think about a motorbike for the longest time, but then you get straight back into the swing of it, planning this. How rewarding is this? At the end of particularly yesterday, you see all the juniors crowned, a really cool prologue for seniors in a top 10 shootout, and then you can sit back last night, hopefully enjoy a beer and regroup before a massive day today. But tonight, how rewarding is that to see another successful Hattah weekend wrapped up and everyone that's there to celebrate with you?
It's very rewarding, mate. It's the time and effort every volunteer here in a yellow or green jacket puts in on the blues. And then it's the messages last night after the junior crews that we know that I'm personally family friends with, shooting through messages saying, hey, thank you so much. It was an absolute awesome day. We've had a great time. Good luck tomorrow. And then you catch up with the senior riders later tonight after presentation and the team managers and all that. All just yelling out, saying, thanks, mate. You guys put on the best show in Australia. It's awesome. This is what we look forward to. And having that beer, I guess, with them and relaxing a bit. So, yeah, it is very rewarding.
One of the coolest bits in the town in particular, as we look on, we should have Jack Simpson on screen. Our race leader will start to come into view. But the amount of trailers registered from every different state and all the moto vans, this town is absolutely chock-a-block in the 2 weeks in particular leading up to this event. It is chock-a-block with people trying to ride any kind of conditions like this that they can locally. That's obviously very hard unless you're on the in crowd that can get a little bit of local ground that makes a little bit of sense to you at Hattah. Simpson, the race leader, in clear shot now, but it's so cool in the 2 weeks leading up to this to see vans from Tassie and Queensland and WA right throughout the town that know how special this event is to them, that they make sure it's on their calendar every year.
Exactly right, Liam. I had a family talk to me earlier in the week saying, look, what's the dates next year? We need to book our accommodation straight in. And yeah, we've got riders, we've got families from every part of Australia represented this weekend, which is amazing. I was talking to some guys that are on the Grabo VIP group. They're there from WA, and they were just blown away by the amount of people in town. That was before we even catch up with them this afternoon to see how they experienced the Hattah race itself, and it was first timers for them as well. So they had lots of questions and lots of queries, which was good, and happy to answer them. But yeah, it's great having everyone in the town. The town gets right behind it, and that's what it's all about. It's for the community, from accommodation to food to everyone in between, the coffee shops. Everyone needs a coffee first thing in the morning. I know Redcliffe's couple of coffee shops are open there. It's really, really beneficial.
So important to the local strength of, particularly as well, our local clubs that race here on a weekend basis, the Northwest Club and the Mildura Motorcycle Club, and everyone that's involved there. Boy, there's some bark missing off that bike as it heads in the screen now, and we get a good look at the two leaders in Jack Simpson and Max Purvis, who now has a gap of 41 seconds. And Jack looks really strong here, Shannon. That should be no real surprises. He was the fastest of last year that's competing this year. He was second to Mason Simmons last year, and he looks in a pretty strong stead so far.
He does, mate. The time in the States, I think, has really done him well. He's a very calculated rider. It's really great. I guess the other two to really look out for are sitting in 4th and 5th, Daniel Milner and Lyndon Snodgrass, both back for their first race for a few years. So those two guys just out of the top 10, they've worked themselves right in there. You've still got Cal sitting in 6th.
Yeah,
that top 10 is a pretty solid top 10.
Cool shot of Jack Simpson. He changes out the camel pack. New set of gloves and straight back on the bike. Set of goggles, rather. Dare say we've seen plenty of gloves changes throughout the weekends for different reasons, and the blistering and all sorts of horrendous things that happen because the body's not built to do this amount of kilometres on a motorbike.
When these guys and girls get back in and they take their gloves off and you see their hands, their palms, there's torn up bits of skin and blood everywhere. And some of them can't even grab a stubby holder at the end to say congratulations. They're like, just tuck it into my number plate, I'm done.
Just pour the beer into the Camelback at the end of the weekend. That's probably the way to get it done.
Pretty much. Look at that camera. That's unbelievable. Jack's just cruising on out. And it gives us a thumbs up too.
How good is that? Seeing the drone over his shoulder and gave us a G up as well. Boy, that is a man in control of this race right now, and he feels that clearly. He's in the zone, but he's free enough to look over his shoulder and see or even hear that drone and acknowledge that.
He'll be clamping those knees together real tight on some of those corners and just holding onto the bike and letting it do what it does. There we got Cal coming through there as well.
An absolute pro, so this is going to give us a good look now. Angus Reardon continues at third. He's got 1:30 to make up to the leader, Callum Norton, 2:11. He is 4th, and Daniel Milner 5th officially. We await Lyndon Snodgrass, who does exactly as I said that. 2:54 gap to the leader. Corey McMahon is the next of those projected. So too Sam Prashira, Nathan Trigg, who's been a phenomenal personality for this event as well, Shane. Of course, he has his own Triggs race, and always love farmers and everything that comes of those, the Pony Express, all these really cool races that are local to this area that we need to support Hattah in general. We've got all these really cool races throughout the season that lead up to this. Obviously is the biggest one, the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, but there's all those cult hero type races, and Triggy's at the forefront of races like that, isn't he?
Triggy's always got the biggest smile on his face, always happy to stop and have a good chat with anyone. He's got a good sense of humour, which is great. And look, a lot of the enduro teams, everyone's out to help each other. There's no negativity between anyone, so they understand it's a tough race. They're all out there to support and help each other as best they can. Obviously, they want the best results for themselves, but they are really out there to look after each other, which is what we breed in our local enduros. From our juniors, you know, if you see someone on the ground, stop. You give them a hand, you help them out. We'll make up your times, etc., as officials to help that stoppage. But, you're out there, there's a big track, it's 38 k's, you see someone come off, you make sure they're right, and we'll look after the rest for you, so...
And that's exactly right. You know, you've got your, say, top 100 that are mostly consisted of riders that want that best result for themselves. If you're close enough to that top 40s, Corey McMahon comes into view, the next to time in at 7th place. He's got a 4-minute gap to our leader, but this is more like a marathon. And you see that in running events and cycling, all these sorts of long-distance events, that winning the race to most people is finishing the race. Like, that can completely be taken out of it, that if you're running 200th, you know you're not running to win the race overall, but you're running to just keep competing. McMahon missed the corner a little bit. Keeps it going. He's not going to be passed at that point. He's got a little bit of a buffer back to Sam Prashira and back in to get the fuel. But there's so much more can be said about actually finishing that race rather than Yeah, you might be fighting for a class win or you're close or you're on the brink, but there's a good portion of this race that just want to see other people around them actually finish it and say that they conquered Hattah.
Exactly right, mate. At the end of it, they get their stubby holder to say they survived Hattah, and they get to have a beer and have a chat about this corner, that corner, out the sandhill, what was this, what was that. So, yeah, and it's the old saying, to win first you must finish. So that's the important part. You've got to get that checkered flag to say that you've done it.
Sammy Prashira times in as well. He'll go 8th yet again, so stays in that position, and Triggy will be the next one projected along with Corey Hammond. Shannon Moyler, it's been an absolute pleasure to chat with you.
Thank you.
On the broadcast as always, mate. Don't be a stranger. You know you love this box like the most of us.
I do. We'll certainly clamp down and have another chat soon.
Definitely. Looking forward to that. 3 laps remain for your leaders here in the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 2024. Prashira in view. We'll slide Wade Oranger back in here, and wonderful corporate support from the whole team at Penrite here this weekend. It would not be possible without the whole team here. There's an armada of them, and every year we look forward to seeing the Penrite tent and everyone that they're able to bring out with them in, seasons out.
It's a massive, massive effort. Just the sheer volume of signage, Jared. Just the sheer volume. We're just talking about how many signs you've got here, and just watching at the moment, the guy's just rolling in. This will be Sam Prashira. Just to grab a couple of gels here real quick, the STE Racing team as they go to work here at the moment and get ready to send him back on his way. Jared, wonderful to have your company on this balmy afternoon here in Hattah, Victoria. We're down to 3 laps to go. How do you get to go to a lot of motorsport events, obviously with Penrite. How do you possibly explain this to people?
Well, it's an interesting question, but no, look, it's very hard to really articulate to someone how big and how much scope this event has. It's such a community event, and it's such a unique event as well. It's so well represented with riders across the place. But as I said, it's such a community event as well. So, yeah, we get across a lot of events, about 200 events a year for Penrite.
Wow.
So, yeah, quite a lot, from cars and bikes and boats and, you know, anything that's got a motor we're across, obviously, being a lubricants company. So, but this is a very unique one for us, and we've been here for 10 years now. Our owner, I think you've spoken about Margaret before, obviously a family-owned company. So Margaret came up here about 20 years ago to the event when it was in its infancy, and kept telling us for years, we need to get up here, we need to get up here. So I think I'd been here about 6 weeks in the role, and I got the orders from the boss to come up and have a look, and we've been here ever since. So but it's something I would really, all I could stress to people, what you see on the screen and what you see in imagery is it's so much more than that, and you really need to get up here and be part of it.
Corey Hammond just ripping by in that top 10 situation at the moment. Jack leading from Maximum Purvis, who's really impressing everybody in that second spot. Angus Reardon, Callum Norton starting to pull in some big ones now. He's got himself back up to 4th. Daniel Milner in 5th. Lyndon Snodgrass in 6th. Corey McMahon in 7th. Sam Prashira in 8th. Nathan Trigg and Corey Hammond, your top 10. It's such a remote location. How do you go logistically setting up? You guys have got your own team, a small team of just people who are responsible for signage.
We're a bit lucky. We've obviously got reps all around the country, so we're represented pretty much in every corner of the country, and we've got a bit of a mix here, being Mildura, so we've got some team here from South Australia, and a couple, like myself, obviously come up from Melbourne, so it's a bit well supported, and we normally bring some other guys in the business that also crossed from Queensland as well in the past, so it's one of those ones, it's on everyone's bucket list to come down, and including our staff, so we always make sure we're well represented.
What do you do with Belly? It's like wheeling around a motocross legend to every event in Australia. I mean, people still obviously revere him.
Glenn is one of our great ambassadors. Obviously, he's been with the business and been part of the business for a while now. And he gets out. He does a lot of our stuff in our Pro Mix. Obviously, Penrite are the national sponsor of the Pro Mix series. So Glenn's been an ambassador for that for the last few years. And we hit him up a couple of years ago. You need to come up to the Hattah with us. And he, always up for putting up a banner and a sign and having a chat. So can't keep him away from there now.
Why? How do you leverage a relationship like this, Jared? How do you measure its effectiveness, and how do you, at the end of it, keep guaranteeing that this is worth us coming back?
It's really hard to measure. Any sort of sponsorship level is really hard to measure. You've got sort of the branding application, so seeing a logo out there and things like that. But ultimately, we're an oil and lubricant company. We're here to sell oil lubrication. So, we were across a number of different markets, from mining, construction, trucking, transport, engines, and obviously your day-to-day drivers and motorcycles. So we're in everything. So, look, it's really hard to quantify that really with an answer, but it's, as I said, being the family are very involved in motorcycles. As I said, Margaret, our owner, is very into it. My CEO actually rode this race about 4 or 5 years ago.
Wow.
We keep telling him he should come back and do it again, and actually one of the other family members has ridden it a couple of times as well. So it's very close to us.
Farming industry obviously is massive in this region as well, and that's probably what a lot of people don't realise. Don't just focus on the two-wheel stuff here this weekend. And I know that your team would love to just talk to people about their business and about their applications for lubricants and cleaners and things like that as well, because at the end of the day, you just want to have the conversation, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's a good opportunity here. We've got the whole team here. We've got some guys that are commercially orientated from the business. We've got some guys that work in workshop and also in retail. So we've got a bit of everything here, and we always make sure we've got the right person here to have a chat with. We've also got a big technical team here as well, so someone can come and ask technical questions about any aspect of our products. And I said there's about 600 products in the product range, so there's a lot.
Wow, 600?
Yep, there's a lot.
Holy cow. Celebrating a centenary in a year and a half's time.
Yep, obviously we're a family-owned business, so we've only ever been owned by 2 families. Les Meikol started the business in 1926. The young 16-year-old started the business in St Kilda.
Wow.
Basically delivering oil. He blended on his mum's stove and used to deliver it by a wheelbarrow. And then he sold the business
By wheelbarrow?
By wheelbarrow, yeah. So slow deliveries back then. But a little, obviously Australian story, and then sold it to the Diamond family in 1979. So John and Margaret, so obviously Margaret's still with us, and very active in the business. Her and John had 9 children and bought a business. So I'm not sure what that conversation was like when John came home and said, I'm going to buy an oil company, I've got 9 kids. But the joke is they already had a ready-made workforce.
Yeah, exactly right. Plenty of diamonds in that workforce, that's for sure. We're getting into 3 laps left to go for our race leader at the moment. It's a great Australian success story, isn't it? It's been Australian-owned, run, and it's driven by Aussie passion for Australian conditions.
It certainly is. As I said, we've only ever been owned by 2 families. Obviously, the Diamond family owned us since 79. John was a lubricant. He used to work for Lubrasol and a number of other... He was an engineer by trade and had a great love of motoring and motorsport and also passion for engineering. So he was all about making something that was better than anyone else and that was tested. And he was really good with vigorously testing everything across the place and making sure that, no one else is making better products than us. And we've continued that. That's why we've got a partnership with things like V8 supercars and things like that.
Yeah.
That we actually test things and make sure we do punish them. And that way, when someone goes out there, they can use them in confidence.
How do you must get thousands of sponsorship proposals every year.
Yeah, we get a few. We've got a brand ambassador program that we run each year in December. That's for basically ambassadors that want to competing in something, and we run about 200 of those a year, so across the country. So that can be cars, bikes, boats, anything like that with a motor, as I said. And we're represented in drifting, dragway, all sorts of stuff, and go-karting. Right through to your sort of events like this, so grassroots. We do about 2 to 250 events a year, generally speaking, across the country.
Wow. That is a solid effort. Do people give much thought to proposals these days, mate? Surely it's not just like a letter that says, hey, you should sponsor me. I mean, are you constantly surprised, or every now and again you go, wow, I didn't see that coming?
Oh, you certainly get a lot of different ones and different levels of people being organised and these days it's a bit easy digitally to do stuff. I'll get someone to knock something up for you. But we've got on our website, we basically in December when our applications start, we have a template that someone can use that makes it a bit easy to have it standardised. But we get all sorts of stuff, which is great, and it shows that there's people out there doing things in the community again, which is fantastic.
Jared, one question people probably don't ask enough is, how can I help you? Everybody wants to know, when can I get the check, or when can I get the oils and things like that, but do people actually take the time to ask, what does Penrite need?
That's probably a good one.
Look, not a bad way to start.
No, exactly. Look, I guess from our point of view, is just give us a chance. So obviously, have a chat with us, have a conversation. How can we help your business? I mean, we're selling oil and lubricants, and we're there to help people's businesses. So we want to be part of that business with people and part of that journey. And just making sure that we're providing solutions for their business. At the end of the day, we support mums and dads out there in businesses. We've got about 5,000 direct customers out there. So we want to make sure they're supported and they're making money and turning over and helping people where we can. It's funny when you said about what would we need. I don't think this is one of those few events that I actually get asked all the time. Do we need a hand with something? Do you want, if the guys are out there putting up a tent or a marquee, this is one of those few places we go to.
Okay.
Where even this morning I probably had 8 or 9 people, just random people, come up. Hey, do you want a hand with that?
Yeah, good.
It's just that it's a really good community up here. So no, I can't say we're not well supported up here at all. So
look at that mini city. It's an amazing concept, isn't it? When you drive here at first thing in the morning and you start to see the tail lights, and then all of a sudden, just in the middle of nowhere, is a self-made city for the weekend on the other side of the road to start with, and now here we are over this side. And I guess the grassroots motorsport thing, I know that's very, very important to Marg as well, the kids.
It certainly is. As I said, Marg's normally up here with us. She's actually at a luncheon today, so very unusual for her. She's been chomping at the bit to get back up here, but she's actually being inducted as a lifetime member of the Victorian Historic Racing Register today, so we had to keep that a bit of a secret. So about now, she's probably getting inducted to that. But she was actually chomping at the bit to get here, and she's normally here, as most of the officials will know, and she spends 99% of the time on the fence watching the riders with a copy of the entry list and looking at all the young riders that she's, as I said, very much a motorcycle person. She started riding back in the late 50s on a Vespa.
Really? On a Vespa?
On a Vespa. Started out very early on. And yeah, just loves it. Anytime we go to a motorcycle event, we see her at the start of the day and the end of the day. So, and she normally gets up here by herself and most of the time camps with the club. So very, very active in the space.
So here we go. Interesting information coming up here. The ladies' 4-lap finish line is just coming out right now. So Johnny Contract is making his way over at the moment right there for our first of our ladies 4-lappers. And that looks a little bit like Chloe Barton to me. I'm just going to... No, it's Amy Butler. Congratulations, Amy. So Shannon Moyler is over there as well. And Amy has just picked up the... Wow. It's a glamorous sport, isn't it? She's worked hard for it, that is for sure. Congratulations, Amy Butler.
Great job.
Our first of our 4-lappers for the ladies, and look at that smile. And Johnny Contract, don't tell me Johnny Contract doesn't love this stuff, Jared. Just loves it. So she is absolutely pumped. We have a 4-lap class and an 8-lap class for ladies. Bitterly cold out there, but at this point now, a hot shower later on and a couple of coldies perhaps at the gateway. Jared, massive thank you to you and your company. Without this, I say your company, of course you work for them, but for the Diamond family and everything that they do for Australian motorsport and Australian industry, I hope people do say thank you occasionally.
No, thanks for having us. We always make sure we have a good chat to all the volunteers up here, because as I said, this event would not happen without so much support in the community and so much support from the competitors. So thanks for having us as well.
Who's helping you pull down the signs?
Oh, I thought you were giving me a hand with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. Even if I asked that question, I thought, why did you ask that question? Always a pleasure to have you here, Jared. People should drop by the Belly Bago.
Yep, come past the setup down there. We'll have a chat and talk some business with you.
Absolutely, we love that. Thank you so much, Jared, for all you do for Penrite and for this Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Without this man alongside me and his wonderful sponsorship of his company, this event would not be possible without major sponsors just like that. I see Johnny Contract is standing by with some of our ladies 4-lap contestants that have now managed to get themselves across the line. And in a moment, we'll go over to Johnny Contract.
Well, wait, shortly we'll have some interviews with our ladies class here this weekend. I'll wait until all three are here and they've all had a chance to cool off a bit and have a drink, and then we'll be doing some interviews with them, and that'll be in a little while, so just bear with us.
Yeah, so you can see our top 3 right there. Amy Butler, Emma Haylock as well. And also the 78 bike of Mac Fleming, by the looks of things, thanks to Sunnyland Press. And look at that smile. Amy Butler absolutely pumped with that result. And well done to all these tenacious ladies of Hattah. The Fast House helmet about to come off. Gee, they work hard. 4 laps, 8 laps, doesn't matter. Anyone that comes to the line at this place
has my respect, that is for sure. Johnny Contract over there with the cold water, and they get that very cool Hattah stubby holder as well, which is equally something to be very, very proud of. It's bitterly cold here today. The driving wind really has just been howling, and these girls will be absolutely pumped to get that result. First, second, and third for your ladies 4 lap. We still have ladies 8 lap still out there competing as well. Field that includes Olivia Kimball, Courtney Ruby, Emma Milicevic, Mia Tung, Laura Dunstan, Monique Simeone, Danielle McDonald, who's been, I think, really the form guide so far this weekend, and Jessica Gardner, along with Maddie Healy. So Johnny Contract very soon will be having a chat with these 3 girls. Tremendous ride from all of them. It'll be down to Johnny very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down to what is an amazing race. But more importantly, we get an opportunity now to talk to our girls that have raced in the Nation Women's Hattah Race, or their class. It's an incredible class, something we started a number of years ago. We really love having the ladies down here racing. And mate, I get the really cool job of talking to the girls, right? And these ladies have put it on the line. So let's have a quick chat to them one at a time. Third place today, great run at it. Please make her welcome, and a round of applause for in third place, Mac Fleming. Come on, people. Make some noise for me. Hey, Mac, I'll hold this while you have a bit of a rest, mate, because you've done a hard gig out there. Mate, great day's racing for you.
Yeah, it was starting to get a bit rough out there towards that last lap, some sharp edges. I had a stack in the last lap, hit my head pretty hard, but got back up and went again, so...
Hey, Mac, for you, this is, I think, number 2, is that right?
Yeah, my first Hattah was last year in the senior class on a 150, so a 2-banger. And that was a struggle, so now on the 254 stroke, and it's a bit easier, so...
Did the job for you, right?
Yeah.
You'd be pretty happy. Who in the camp do you need to thank, right?
My dad and everyone for helping me out. Underclass, Marriott's Motorcycles, Whole Shot Graphics, and yeah, everyone else who helps out.
Well, Mac, thank you so much, first of all, coming down, being part of the gig, and really good to be able to give some chocolates away to you tonight, eh?
Yeah, that's it.
Good work, good girl. Right, hang on to that, and I'm going to move up here a fraction. You all right? There we go. All good. Rightio. Let's move into second for the day today. Make her welcome, Emma Haycock. And Emma, another great day for you out here. I mean, to be in the top 3 with this crew, that's pretty good going, right?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I unfortunately got pretty sick this week, so I was struggling a bit out there, not riding as well as what I thought as well as I should, but to be top 3 is really good. Push through, and to finish up here is good.
How cool, Emma, is it the fact that they give an opportunity for you girls to ride in your own class here? I mean, that's a really cool thing, isn't it, right?
Yeah, it's so cool, for us girls to be in a class and ride all together. Yeah, I really enjoy this class. It's good.
And I know you've supported it here over the years as well. This is how many for you?
Yeah, I've done 4, so a few in juniors and a few in seniors, all with a 3rd podium finish. So to come 2nd is really good.
So that means you come back again next year, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see how we go. Well done. Who would you like to thank for your journey here this weekend?
I just like to thank my mum, my dad. He does all of my bike work, make sure everything is perfect. Hayley for coming down, supporting me, and my sponsors, Kestner, Castro, FXR, and just Great Southern Security, everyone who helps me out.
Good on you. Put your hands together for Emma Haylock, who did an amazing job in 2nd this weekend. Well done against all adversities that she's had in front of her. A round of applause for her, people. Hey. One left, number 1, and this is this one here. Amy Butler. Hey, so cool to see you here this time round, right?
Yeah, very stoked. I'm pretty speechless. I'm just super happy.
Hey, Amy, those that don't know, last year probably didn't go so great, right?
No, I spent a bit too much time on the ground last year, but yeah, I've been unwell, so I just wanted to come and finish, and I'm stoked to be up here.
What do they say? Every time you get knocked down, you just want to get up and go harder, right? So how good is this? How hard do you go to do this?
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes a whole team to get here. So, I'm stoked to be able to do it for them, and coming off Fink is a good result at Fink, back it up here.
And this place is tough to ride, okay? People come in, they think it's not that easy, man, or they think it's kind of easy, but it's not. It's not an easy gig, right?
No, this is so much harder than Fink, and you almost forget every year how hard it is until you're on lap 3, and, credit to everyone out there doing 8 or less laps. It is brutal.
And of course, there's not many times you get a chance to actually sit on this thing and ride, right? You're really on the pegs, on the bars, and just going for it full term, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you could probably count on 2 hands the amount of times you get to sit down. It's physically so tough.
On the back of that, a number of people that have helped you get to here today. Who would you like to be the shout-outs for, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. My nan and pop, they're my best friends. It wouldn't be possible without them. So many good sponsors. My family at home. My best friend, she's out there killing it as well. So, so many people to thank.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about we give them a big shout-out and a big round of applause for Amy Butler, who won today. Come on. And indeed, while you're doing that, how about you just keep going for all of the ladies that are here today that are racing for us. As I said, Amy Butler, Emma Haylock, and of course Mac Fleming, and all of the teams that are involved here. Great to have them down here. Our top 3, can you believe it, for Hattah? Done. Tenacious ladies of women of Hattah, all but run and done. And then we wait now for the big race to roll up with all our key guys in our 8 laps of hard slog here at Hattah. Back to you guys, Central Commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Johnny Contract. Also, I noticed that Holly Blake was just down, who finished 4th. Great job for Holly on board the KTM for Alliance Motorsports. So here's a look once more at our GPS. I'm going to be very interested to see the speed that Cal Norton is carrying now.
Yeah, he was fastest again on that lap just previously. Now, they had some dramas in the pits. That was well documented, that having a less than ideal, I guess, launch in everything other than his racing, but boy, he's been solid on the bike. When you've compared his laps to, say, Purvis and Simpson, nearly every lap Cal's been quicker, but importantly, he hasn't had the track position, and the pit stops might have been the problem. They had something going on with the steg pegs and things like that made it so much tougher. So Cal really wants this. He's trying to claw it back. We're going to have a better update as to how that looks. It was 2 minutes 11 seconds to Jack Simpson in the race lead, but nearly every lap comparatively, Cal's been the fastest bike on track.
It's a ripper shot, isn't it? That shot right there. The highway off to the left-hand side, a lot of the crop here in this region. And Daniel Milner, too, has been hovering around that top 5 position for most of the day. Bearing in mind, he started in 11th. He was inside the top 10 to begin with and just got bumped late in that shootout when Purvis just came ripping in. Likewise, too, I think Sweet was one of them. Jacob Sweet, I think, that came in and slipped into that top 10 as well. Tremendous ride from him. So when you look at our top 10, Jacob is currently in 11th spot. Corey Hammond. We were just looking at some shots then from Andrew Kennedy, the old 94 visuals shot before as well. Epic shots of Purvis knocking down some tree work yesterday in the shootout.
Had to absolutely get on the back of the bike and lay right down so he didn't smoke that tree. And
well, he did.
Yeah.
Knocked the branch off.
Didn't help completely.
No.
Would have taken him clean off the bike if he hadn't got down. So that was a really cool shot. And to go fastest in that top 10 shootout, given that was a part of his lap, is phenomenal as well. So if you haven't already, just as our leader, Jack Simpson, comes into view on bike number 2, he is your race leader on this Yamaha, who has been solid all day long. As Max Purvis led the opening couple of laps, but since then, boy oh boy, it's been all with Simpson. And they're pulling him back to yellow pretty early on in the corner. Now
he nodded to the official just then when he saw that yellow come out, just in that little area.
You would be pretty law-abiding if you're the leader now. You don't have to hunt so badly. So he would be happy to cruise and obey everything that officials have to say. Had a look over at the crowd as well. I wonder if he waves to this camera that's looking straight in the barrel if he sees it. And put his hand up with a drone before was so badass, wasn't it?
We'll see how far back Purvis or Reardon are in this situation right now. This will mean there's 2 laps to go when he leaves the pits.
Now, he didn't pit the lap prior, I believe, so we should be expecting a pit for Simpson, so we might be able to look on closely with that if he does pit on this lap or can really stretch that program.
Been back in Australia for about a month, has Jack, and he's really enjoying the opportunity to be back home and ride. Look at him just carving through here. His pit area is up towards the left up here. You see him about to pull in very shortly, if he does, in fact, pull in. So I can just see the Johnny Contract just wandering through there. Can see the green jacket and the hat.
Now Purvis interviewed as well.
Yes.
So that'll be second place, but I reckon that was Angus Reardon and Cal Norton.
Yeah, wow. Cal's
Goodness
really...
me.
He's smoking. Cal Norton is absolutely smoking.
Directly behind each other. Not a single bike separates Reardon, Norton and Purvis. Are you joking me? With 2 laps to go, second, third and fourth, there's not a bike between them.
This will be intense in the pit area, I would think, right here. And likewise, just outside that little group is Daniel Milner. We're about to see just how busy this gets in the pits right now.
Just to the right of you. So this is on board with the Reardon camp.
Correct.
So there's Team Chief Declan Adams in the white and black hat to the left. The KTM jacket, so he'll await his rider. Gussie Reardon, who pulls in, drops in, and the dry churn goes in. Toby Hedrick's on the fuel churn. Obviously borrowed from him. Straight back on the bike, water bottle in.
Here comes Cal. So he's already on his way out, I would think. So is that...
This may well be Simpson that we're on board with. It's a little hard to tell. The FPV drone is doing a stellar job to keep up with that. So was that Simpson after a little bit of a lengthy pit, but you would predict that that would probably be his last pit stop. So made the most out of that.
Minute 15 advantage over Purvis. Back to Reardon and Norton.
Far out.
And when we look at their lap times as well, Cal just put in a 30.44. Simpson was a 31.36. Purvis a 32.10. Reardon a 31.18.
Snodgrass a 31.17 and Milner a 31.52. McMahon, his previous, was a 31.59. So Prashira a 32.05. So we are absolutely honking now. Only a minute and a half or so between first and fourth. And we've got 2 laps to run.
This is far from over. Like, Callum's running nearly a minute quicker than the 2 ahead of him.
Here's Daniel Milner coming into the pits as well. We'll see whether Milner ends up pinning or just riding through.
So is that Snodgrass that's made up a position from the previous
Linden's
lap? I think that was the other way around.
He's been solid. So you're right. Yeah, I think he may have got through. Here comes Daniel now dropping in. Great support as usual from KTM. Oh man, right up to the top. That's Snotty there, I think. Quite possibly on the Kawasaki. I think I saw some green.
And I've loved that all race long. Everyone else is running those dry brake churns. And all the while, Maximum Purvis and the team, Maximus I should say, Purvis, have just run a funnel and a jerry can.
Gee, Snodgrass, he's on it too. Linden is absolutely honking. His previous time was a 31.17. So Snotty is honking as well.
Such a pro shot, that.
Bit of blue, a bit of green, and a bit of orange. Inside your top 10, and McMahon as well on the Gas, Prashira on the KTM, Triggy on the Sherco, and Hammond back in at 10th spot as he has been very consistently. We take a look at the 3-bike right now of Corey McMahon back in 7th place.
Yeah, the Gas comes into view. And he'll lock in. He's that next rider to click over the lap just behind Daniel Milner. Should be about a 30-second buffer thereabouts, maybe even a little bit longer for McMahon. He was 3rd in last year's event. Boy, this race is far from over, particularly for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's quite a distance to Jack Simpson in front, but at the rate Callum Norton's been running, this is still doable from here, Wade, with 2 laps remaining. This is well and truly doable because he's running, even with the pit stops, nearly a minute quicker on all of them. So to think that he's a minute 15, a minute 20, say, away from the lead, if he can keep up that pace throughout pit stops, this is far from over. This will be one of the best races I think we've had in recent years.
Also got to wonder about how hard is Jack Simpson pushing right now? How much harder does he want to push? And what is he got left in the tank? Not so much in terms of fuel, but what's he got left? See Corey McMahon ripping through in that 7th position. No rain that was predicted at this point. So just the 2 laps left to go. Jack is well on his way, munching through the first of those 2. I think that's Rash just pulling up in the ladies 4-lapper. Real character. I spoke to her before. Just loves racing and being a part of it. And something that people are just so passionate about. Here comes Sam Prashira on the 34 bike in 8th position. Sam back from the USA. And here is, as usual, the Minister for filming everybody and getting around everybody. I don't know how he does it. Ado from Blokes World must have 6 weeks worth of footage in 2 days. It's quite incredible. If anybody finds that phone, whoo, it's going to be a bag full of Logies on that phone, the way I'm figuring it. So probably a lap and 3/4 to go for Jack Simpson. But as Liam said, what has Reardon got? What has Purvis got? What has Cal got? Well, you know what Ado has got, and that's
viewers, and welcome back to an exciting episode of Blokes World. Look at that. There's Liam. There's Wade Orchard. Enjoyed tonight's episode.
Love it. He just never stops, that man, that is for sure. Milner, McMahon, Prashira, Trigg, Hammond. Let's go outside the top 10 now, Liam, as Ado just departs the building. Jacob Sweet, 11th. Ryan McIlvray, 12th. Tom Mason, 13th. Lachlan Terry, 14th. Jonty Reinders, 15th. Jai Dixon, Billy Hargie, Hunter Simmons, William Dennett, Ty Keane, Campbell Hall. And it's Sherco time. Nathan Trigg.
Yeah, it's a cool shot. One of Triggy's best mates there, Tim Meredith, back in the crew, and they retorqued that rear wheel, so just checked a few things, maybe routine checks, or Triggy might have been reporting that something was a little loose in the back end. And yeah, one of his long-time best mates, Timmy Meredith, on the crew.
There's always something loose on the bike. The bloke that's riding it.
The camp surrounding that team might be fairly loose tonight too, I imagine.
Campbell Hall is 21st. Jaden Pilgrim is 22nd. Bo Ralston on the Kawasaki is 23rd. Jack Bithell, 24th. Liam Jackson, back to Luke Chellis. Jake Henderson. Bryce Ognenis, 28th. Levi Stevens, 29th. Sam Hanley is 30th. Back to Daniel Simpson. Ben Novak. Liam Mason. Seth Birchall. Will Price. Charlie Creech. Tom Buxton. Max Phillips. Taylor Adams. Josh Anderson. Ollie Pitchford. Riley Moritz. Jacob Sinclair. Jake Zawart. Ellie Tripconti. Max Rikus. Liam Dinage, who's been around the 50 mark for most of the day. Josh Harris. Jeremy Carpentier. Lewis Monahan is 50th. Max Midwinter. Jake Cobbin. Caleb Goulet. Jackson Verstegen. Todd Smith. Jake Salems. Ethan Maywald. Matty Parkinson. Brody Peters. And Jamie Dunstan. She's getting awfully dusty out there if it wasn't before.
Maybe that predicted thing from the sky might settle a little bit of that, but particularly some sections of this track are fairly windy and dried out to a touch. You can always see when that storm of riders is rolling in from the sun and right out the back.
Now we've got to find Kenny Reid on the run sheet, Liam. Whereabouts is Kenny? I know that's not exactly easy on Race Monitor, but...
It's easy to find his pit, though. He's done well to set that up.
Yes, he was given that spot. He actually wasn't expecting to be that close.
He's probably earned it, I would think.
Oh, absolutely. Byron Gates back in 282. Crew Johnson, Adam Pearsall, Jacob Bongiorno. There he is. So he's 289th, and the Masters, 45 years and over, and he's a bit of a factory rider. Got a great opportunity to ride the Gas. He absolutely loves it. I caught him at the Show and Shine, proudly showing off his ride for the weekend. He's all decked out in new riding gear and the whole bit. It's wonderful to see him being rewarded. Ken Reid, we call him Mr. Hattah. Oh, Ken Reid, factory rider. Factory. Pete Stevens.
Yeah, this year we
How
are.
good, Pete Stevens?
Unbelievable.
Hey?
20, nearly 25 years, and these guys just been amazing.
Now you got a tent and everything, mate.
Yeah, Cam and Sarah Peters gave me the bike to ride. Peter Stevens jumped on, sticker kit, gave me new riding gear. Just, mate, I'm living the dream at the moment.
Well, it's taken you how many years to get a factory ride, mate?
25.
Yeah, there you go. You can't rush these things, Kenny.
No.
Where is your team bike owner?
I don't know where he is. He's not here. I haven't seen him. Sarah was here before, but I don't know where Chewy is. I don't know.
All right. Either way.
Yeah.
How many Finks now? How many Hattahs and Finks?
No Finks. Been a couple of times to have a look.
No Finks, all Hattahs.
No, all Hattahs.
I like it.
Got a rough idea. It's 25 this year.
25 of the 26.
Yeah, the first one. Well, if you go right back, it's 24, but it's the first one never counted. But anyway, we'll take it.
Either way, this bike looks very, very nice. You're all gassed up.
Yeah, we are. In a little MC350, nice and light. Like me, 13 kgs lighter than last year, so we're looking good. Cannot wait to go and share the honour for my dad and my late uncle.
Absolutely. You said you got on this bike and fell in love with it. That's what you said to me.
I did.
What do you love so much about it?
Just you're at one with it. It's so easy to ride. 500's brutal. This thing's easy to ride, a lot easier.
Track conditions were going in the opposite direction, I heard a rumour.
Yeah, well, I've changed it this year, anti-clockwise, just to keep them on their A-grade game. So those that thought they knew where they were going, it's total different direction. Track conditions, probably the best they've been. It's very moist, drivey, well marked, as per usual. It's good. We're looking great.
Weather forecast?
18 degrees.
And possible showers late afternoon?
Late Sunday, but 18 degrees tomorrow, 18 degrees Sunday.
Mate, a lot of riders coming back from America to be part of this, which says mountains about why this event is so special to people.
Yeah, it is. It is iconic like Fink. It's a great event. and they are now travelling to be a part of it and want to be a part of it. And like, you know, entries are still selling out in record time. It's a great spectacle. It's affordable. It's positioned well for people to get here. You know, that's the only downfall of the one in the middle of Australia. It's a long way to get there. Whereas here's, people make a holiday, and it's school holidays too, obviously.
Look at this lineup. Look at the old mate. The old Peter Stevens super team, mate.
Hey, mate, I think they've got 17 bikes.
Is that right? 17,
yeah. They've got a whole range of manufacturers.
Now, I often make the comparison between Fink and Hattah purely because they're the two biggest in their respective worlds.
Yep.
They're very different animal, and everyone tells me that mentally they're different, physically they're different, all those sort of things. Is it something you would ever want to do? Just do one Fink?
I was always wanting to do it, but I never actually did it.
Well, now you're a factory rider.
Oh, yeah.
You know, now you're Peter Stevens equipped.
I don't know.
The world's your oyster now.
You never say no.
Baja, like, you know. Let's get Dinkum.
We're talking 4 wheels for that sort of stuff, mate, not 2. 4 would be good.
Yeah, but I've seen you in a Polaris.
Yeah, Polaris would be good. That's good. Good fun. Here's one of the team owners here, which I'll bring.
Yes, bring the team owner over, please.
Come here, Regan.
Come on, Regs, come on. Come on.
Come here.
What am I getting in? Come on.
So this bike belongs to Regan.
Why would you do this, Regan?
I love Kenny. Kenny's my favourite.
So
Kenny's my favourite.
We've had to lift it up a little bit.
Oh,
just a little bit.
Sure.
Wow.
But it's an absolute little rocket ship. It's a great bike to ride.
And you have to give it back in time for farmers.
I will give it back for farmers, yes.
And then you can take it after that.
Or I might ride with her in farmers.
Oh,
we could do that.
See what Dad says.
Yeah.
Hey, he's not the boss. You're the boss. We all know that. Kenny, it's always an honour to see you saddle up, mate. You walked under the Penrite Arch before and you looked around like, this is my kingdom.
I'm home. And to miss last year was tough.
Yeah.
But we're back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good.
Don't ride by yourself. Don't ride by yourself.
Never ride on your own.
Don't ride on your own, right?
Never ride on your own.
That's well, he was only just tough enough.
Yeah, just beat it.
Look at all these beautiful Peter Stevens bikes. Good luck, Kenny.
All right, thanks, mate.
Ladies and gents, we're down here in the pit area. How awesome is this? Racetrack out there, a transition lane through into here, and then all of the business that goes on here. Let's have a quick look at what goes on. So, refuel, really important. We need to drop the refuel. If you go this one, this is right. The guys are getting their mat or their catch mat down here. Guys are set with a fuel can. We've got a bike dropping in to do a refuel shortly. Guy here gets what he needs. Bike fuel. We have a look at this. All laid out. Goggles that are fresh. Bananas. All of the liquid with. Look at it. Sugars. Everything that find the these bits, small grab part. All this is what's needed if we need to change something over here in a hurry. And if we've got to do that, we usually drag the bike off the lane on this mat, send it on its way. On the table here, check this out. Allen keys, ring spanner, all the sockets and the they know what bikes to go. On the moment. If there's anything that they need to raise, they'll raise it there. If not, it'll be a quick drink on the bike and away again. Here we go. Watch this. Straight out of the trench. And he's gone. As he rides and comes back, he gets that break. That small amount, that's all he gets, and he's out for another lap or two. Mate, this is like watching poetry in motion for me. I think it's amazing. What about you guys in the commentary box? But that's as it gets, guys.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal system, isn't it? They've really got it down to a fine art. And some of these elite teams, certainly, Liam, they know exactly what they've got to do when the rider comes in, unless something greets them that they weren't expecting. And they're a well-oiled machine, as Johnny said, between parts and energy levels for the rider itself. As we get into the business end of this one too, this is when you really need to be making sure that you get those rider replenishments.
Yeah, there's a game plan year after year, and the rider knows themselves and how they perform in endurance-type events to know exactly what they need, and all of those options, the lollies for a quick hit of energy and blood sugars, and yeah, all of that boost and vitamins they're trying to pack in that very short space of time, not to mention whether they're just running water or a supplement type in the Camelback as well. There's so much that goes into this. You just can't possibly cover every single aspect. I would nearly think there's more to this in a pit stop than even in a V8 Supercars type pit, that you just kind of roll in, pull the windscreen, change wheels, and you're back out there, and that's kind of the only thing we're doing. Nothing's really happening for the driver in those types of events, because you can change, say at the Bathurst 1000, you can change driver, and that driver can then spend an hour or so trying to replenish. But here they've got 10, 15 seconds in their pit to try and pack an hour's worth of relaxation into 10 seconds, and it just doesn't happen.
Now this is the bit that's really interesting here, Liam. We want to try and get an idea of, and I don't think that's a true indication of what's going on. You'll see the way sometimes the GPS tracking will suddenly just move quite dramatically, but going to be very interesting to see what kind of ground, if any, Purvis, Norton, Reardon, those guys have made on your race leader. That will be the really interesting part with all of this, because boy, it was on.
If it is true, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, you'd have to think that this may have closed down. It all depends on what Jack's got left, how aggressively he was riding the last lap in particular. And I know that you can see that in the actual time, the actual lap time itself, but that doesn't mean that he's cranking out the best he's got on that bike either. So soon when they come back to us, we're going to get a better look at what kind of advantage, if any, Jack Simpson still has over this field. He certainly looked fast. Yesterday in prologue was the number one rider after the initial prologue, and because he was the first bike on track when that happened as well. Unfortunately, with Mason Simmons not competing, he would have had that number one spot, but Jack came out, took the number one spot, and then locked it in, and then actually rode. He was the last rider to come out yesterday in the top 10 shootout, and for this agonising delay, Liam, there was no readout on the transponder unit.
He was parked directly in front of the big screen too, so he could see the exact scenes that we were seeing, in that his time wasn't registering, and boy, there'd be a long couple of moments. I'm sure it was only about 10 seconds that was in question for, but it felt like an eternity just for us having to break the news to the crowd. If that's what had happened, that had failed to time in for him, then that would have been a massive change and would have been in very different stead to this.
Kel, explain the differences between, say, a motocross bike, and desert racing. What are the main differences in a setup and just things you can use on a desert racing bike compared to a dirt bike?
So these bikes that I'm racing, or what I'm racing Fink and Hattah on, it's an EXC, which is the enduro range that KTM make. In a way, it's very similar to a motocross bike, but we just add a few bits for stability and stuff to help us, hang on for longer. So we got steg pegs, which
there's a lot of talk about steg pegs, right? So how do they? Can you jump on the bike for a second and show me what are you doing with steggies?
So they're really important. For some people they're weird, but for us desert guys, we love them. So we hook our back of our calves into them, and pretty much I can control that bike without even hanging on, if that makes sense. So
Yeah, right.
It just takes a lot of pressure off my hands. We still obviously hold on and got to turn the throttle and use the brakes and clutch. But
It's not a Tesla.
no, it's not. It doesn't drive itself, but it just takes a lot of weight off. And if you can imagine, when I'm sitting down a straight, I can just hook in and I nearly can just hold the throttle and have a drink or whatever. So it's not as easy as it sounds, but it definitely helps. And then probably the next important thing is good suspension. Obviously helps, but that obviously comes in all sorts of bikes. But a steering dampener, which is hidden under the bar pad here.
Yep.
We can adjust this as stiff as we like, which is really stiff on the steering, or we can back it off if we need. That's super important. Long range fuel tank.
Yes.
That is one that's probably a must for Hattah.
How many laps will you get from a tank?
I'll get 2 laps off this, but to be honest, straight up to go 2 laps is pretty ballsy. You don't know.
Yeah.
It changes every year. Moisture, everything can determine how much fuel you use. So we will fuel after the first lap and then probably go for 2 after that.
Okay.
But there'll be people with 15 litre tanks. I'm on a 12, so some people will go 2 straight up. So it's a bit of a strategy. Some people will run small tanks and figure that less fuel is better. So for handling. So it's just each to their own. And yeah, they're probably my main 2 things: is steg peg and steering dampener. So
and bark bufters, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. Yep. The mallee trees are not very nice to the hand, so but no, it's good. So we put them on. Good tyres, and pretty basic, really. I mean, if you're a motocross guy or an enduro guy, if you just get a couple bits and pieces, I mean, you can do it on a plain bike, but if you want to do it comfortably, I feel they're the parts you need.
Now, Shannon Moyler, I'm hearing a rumour that they're going in the other direction on the track this year. What can you explain about the direction on the track?
Yeah, from all accounts, the track is backwards this year. So.
Did you know that, Cal?
I was thinking it was going to be that way, so at least it's confirmed now.
If that wasn't a rumour I just let out of the bag, then was it, Shannon?
I think they can see that all on the website and through social. So yeah, every year we try and mix it up a bit and make it not so easy for them to remember what's out there.
That'll be different.
Yeah, for sure. It's always different. I mean, I've done, my first one was in 2017 on the senior track, so you'd think you'd know it by now, but there's still spots that you get there, you're like, shit, don't know what's here. So, but yeah, no, I'm pretty weird. I'll just go through my head this whole week just trying to remember it. I've got Garmin GPS from last year that I run on my watch, so I can go back and look at. But again, these guys will have something that they'll change that we'll kind of know but not really know. So it's good. It keeps everyone on their toes. It means that there can be someone new that can come this year, and really it's a fair chance for them to have a crack at a win. So I think it's a great idea what they do, reversing it each year, or some years they might have to run it the same way, but it's just it's the best event I've ever done. So I'll put it straight out, it's my favourite event, and I think it's the best event, and I hope it just keeps going for years. So it's great.
Experiences. One of the most simple and yet overlooked things on the bike is our chain care. Penrite have these amazing products, starting with their chain cleaner and their race chain lube. I personally use each of these products every time I go riding on my bikes. A well-oiled chain is less friction, less wear, and longer lasting on your chain and sprockets. So lube your chain and get in the game.
So again, a bit of a look at our live scoring at the moment with our GPS. I'm not sure that we get a whole lot of story to tell from what we can see on the screen right there, but we'll know very soon when our leaders come back towards locking in their final lap. And we heard Cal Norton too saying, Liam, that it's a gamble to get 2 laps out of a tank. So conditions really are the variable in all of that. If there's moist conditions, you might chew up a bit more fuel, so you just never 100% know. So it also makes me wonder, with the last lap to go, where's everybody at?
Yeah, exactly right. We haven't been able to keep complete track of everyone. If you did, then you'd have half a clue that, okay, no worries, that everyone should get home from here. But with this last lap approaching, that changes everything. Particularly, it'd be a little hard to keep track of the Yamaha team behind Purvis that have been filling with the jerry can and the funnel, particularly for us to look on and go, they went for a full fuel load. We've got absolutely no way of telling, and hopefully they do. I'm sure they're right on top of that. He's been deep inside this top 5 the whole race long, but there's so many factors to play in, and you just don't know how hard someone's pushing for the great portion of this race, whether they've somehow saved something in the tank in their body, or in fuel as well, that they can really push on this last lap and have a charge, or if that last lap is just maintained. They push really hard now so that they can, try and cruise and get through the last lap okay.
And a lot of these guys as well on the track at the moment in their sort of 6th lap or so. They're starting to keep an eye on where the leaders are. Because you
looking around.
You don't want to finish just in front of one of the pro guys who's about to lock in the last lap, because then you have to do a whole lap by yourself. Another 38 Ks or so by yourself. So right now we're just scanning the scrub to try and find our leader and just see whereabouts everybody is located. This could be an absolute pressure cooker to come down to the final lap, because we don't have any other sectors to keep you up to date with, being able to find out whether anybody's made up any ground in the last half a lap or 3/4 of a lap. We won't know until we see them. But we could be coming down to a real barn burner. It was 3 minutes between Mason Simmons and Jack Simpson last year. So reasonable margin. Whereas this, Liam, I don't think it's going to come down to that far out.
No, I'd really love to see how hard Cal's been able to push. So too Gussie Reardon, Corey McMahon. They're all right in this thing. I mean, this is going to be as good a finish, I think, as I've ever seen coming up for this senior race. We've seen some really close junior races where the entire race is much shorter, so the distances between riders tends to be a whole lot closer. But when this main event race is pushing out to about 4.5 hours, to have a distance that's only a minute separating lead riders is enormous. Like that's an incredibly close race. So there's a lot to play out over this last lap, and particularly where they emerge from their last pit stops, because coming in, there was 5 seconds between Cal, Gus and Corey and everyone that was battling in that lead group. Max Purvis as well was only 4 seconds ahead of Gus and Cal. So there is a lot still to take part here in this final lap, and this is far from over, even from a Jack Simpson point of view. To only be a minute or so ahead, that leaves plenty left on the table.
Look at the dust in some parts of this racetrack as well, and I'm sure that's not the worst of it. So we'll wait and find out what the margin is once we get a look at Maximus Purvis. Angus Reardon, Cal Norton and Lyndon Snodgrass was on a bit of a mission as well into that top 5. And once we know, if they get closer to us, what kind of margin Jack has got.
They just appear.
Yeah, that's horrendous dust riding through that like that. Here we go. Here's our leader, Jack Simpson. Very forward on the bike, elbows up. Got the thing launching.
And everything's in order too. The camelback still over his shoulder. The roll-off, tear-offs are still intact. So often you see them streaming out behind riders where they've failed or they've clipped trees with the goggles and all those sorts of things.
Bit of a look over his shoulder
looks
too.
absolutely pristine for Jack right now.
Did you see him, Liam? He had a look over to his left.
I think if the fact that he had to look means there might be a presence around. So Simpson locks in his next lap just now, directly ahead of the commentary booth, the number 2.
He's looking over to work out where they are. So where is second place and how much room does he have up his sleeve? Jack Simpson has been a faultless performance so far. Who is going to be second here? You can see Jack approaching the pits now. Does he go in and pit? Or does he go straight through?
I believe he will. I think he'd be due. I don't think he pitted on the previous lap, so I think he should be due for a pit. But, boy, it's anyone's guess, really. Even if he doesn't need a massive fuel load just to stop and regroup, have one last bite of energy before the last lap.
So there he is there, out of that left hand up. So we can stay with him. Here we go.
Oh, this is beautiful.
So right on the spot. Good work, guys, as usual. Well done to our camera team.
Fresh set of goggles, potentially. He's sticking with the 100%, the clear goggles. So his partner there had the tinted goggles ready if he needed them.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh. That's not ideal. It didn't want to fire. Uh-oh. This is not what they wanted at all. No, don't tell me. Oh, you've got to be joking. Surely it's going to fire.
My goodness.
And in comes Angus Reardon. You wouldn't read about this. Wow. So Callum Norton, are we looking at these live timing here?
Yeah, so it was 40 seconds.
40
so Callum,
seconds. Callum is sizzling here. There is Gus Reardon.
So a minute 30 was the gap for Gus Reardon. So Callum is 50 seconds ahead of Gus Reardon in second. Can we get back to the shot of Jack Simpson? Has he been able to...
No! Oh, that is just not even... Surely that's not possible. Oh, he has been just phenomenal today.
Is the bike running? Is it a gearbox issue or something like that? Because he's still holding the bike now.
Every year, something dramatic happens.
Are they just giving it a moment? Might have been flooded or something when he's come in. They're going to try and push again. Hold on to your hats, folks.
Please let it go for him.
Surely it goes.
Oh,
please.
That's not even fair. You just cannot imagine.
Now, can other teams help and push?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you're only allowed to have those. There it
going.
goes.
Holy cow. Hattah.
Now he's going to ride the last lap of his life. Now, where is everybody else?
That was a lot longer than 40 seconds.
It felt like months. Boy, he's going to ride the wheels off this thing now.
Look at him geeing him up in the pits. My giddy aunt. Now we're on. Simpson back on track. Callum Norton was second in. Did we ever get a shot of him leaving the pits in all of this?
I've had my eyes closed.
Mess with Simpson. And we just have no update as to what's happened anywhere after that. My goodness.
There's Milner coming into the 407. But how are we going to be able to find out? Because we didn't see, I don't think we saw Callum go by, which doesn't mean that he didn't, but we just didn't see it.
Wow, if we got the drone anywhere near the STE camp just to make sure that Cal got in and out of that pit. So tracking by GPS has Callum back out on track, and we don't have Simpson obviously registering on the GPS tracker, so we should at least see that Callum is on track. And whether that was ahead of Simpson, you would have to think probably it was. So the rest of our riders are in now. We'll be able to get a quick look at the GPS tracking map as to maybe how far out of the pits Callum would be.
I'm sorry, folks. I can't even try to guess where everybody is on this racetrack right now. Well, you know that Lyndon Snodgrass is standing off to the right-hand side just there.
That's Milner.
Daniel Milner go by. That's the STE pit off to the right just then.
Wow. I can't even begin to...
We
were thinking it was going to be tight. For all the right reasons, we were thinking that it was going to be tight.
Oh, man. And Lyndon is in. And they have
Gloves
been
are off.
rock solid. Lyndon has been a rocket ship today. And unfortunately, the Babbitts, Kawasaki, is pulled up. And Lyndon watching helplessly. And we're inside of the finish too.
Oh, my God.
Lyndon just explaining what's been going on. It's been so cool to have him back here from the US, riding back here. And what I don't know how to tell you is where or who or how right now. If we follow that Callum came in 40 seconds behind Jack.
It had to have been a minute and a half that we were watching Jack's bike not fire. I don't think there's any way that that wasn't the case.
But did Callum pit?
He would have had to.
So that would be the difference.
And they've got no idea that that's gone on either. In the Callum Norton pit, did they really rush and get him back out there, or did they know that, hey, we've got, 40 seconds out, we can just cruise and make sure in our pit we get everything right? Because they've got no way to tell that Jack's bike's not going. There's just no way of knowing that unless you're a couple of pit bays from each other. There's no way to have known. This is as Hollywood movie as a race can be.
So Callum was on that previous lap, was 39 seconds quicker than Jack's on
and that's
that
been
lap.
the case since nearly lap 2, Wade. It's been a really
I don't know if you've ever seen
strong recovery.
If you've ever seen a redhead PI 55, they go pretty quick. I think certainly the body language and the environment that I saw earlier on with Cal, he was certainly fired up. So we just need to try and find out who we're going to see first. Will it be Jack or Callum or Angus? We didn't really see where Angus got out either. So Johnny hopefully has some kind of update for us, because we're a little bit in the dark here. Did Jack get out in time? Did Callum get by him? Did Gus get by him? Purvis, we know, was 4th coming in. We don't know going out.
Johnny Contract joining me in the commentary booth for the first time this weekend.
Liam, how are you?
Very good, mate, very good.
Mate.
Fairly high-paced at the minute, Johnny. It has been a massive change up to this race. There's so many things we'll try and confirm. I know Wade's just headed back to the pits to try and find out exactly what has gone on, who pitted, who didn't, while the whole Jack Simpson fiasco has taken place. But we know coming in, he was 40 seconds clear into the pits and looked like pretty well everything was going his way. Callum Norton reeled in, however. With all of that factored out of it, Cal reeled back in a minute and a half worth on that last lap. Cal has been the fastest bike on track all day, hasn't had track position and hasn't had ideal pit. So that's the shot now of the STE Racing camp.
There's a refuel going on
Everyone there. So pretty simple pit stop for the rest of the STE team. Straight back on the bike. They're pretty happy with that. They've been finely oiled all weekend, but Cal had a few issues in there earlier. They were trying to fix the steg pegs, which are obviously a vital piece of the bike in desert racing. But how Hollywood is this race set up?
Mate, I got to be honest with you, Liam. Hattah is always not just an incredible race because we call it for what it is, but and you touched on it earlier. There are so many stories and parts that connect and are a disconnect that run their own part to it. I mean, with all the cameras we've got here, the footage that we're taking in, hearing and seeing as many things as we can, there's no way you can tell it all, right?
No way.
For you guys, you're here with as much as it can be provided, but even that doesn't give you the whole picture. So, for me, it really is just such an evolving thing, and it just continues to push itself forward. I mean, I look at some of the guys like Angus Reardon, great example, local kid, went offshore for a little while now and has been backwards and forwards, racing brilliantly.
Incredible.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. And a junior, like one of the juniors that's come through that junior category in Hattah Desert Racing here all along. I look at Maximus Purvis, came out of nowhere yesterday, delivered the challenge, mate, still in the top 4 and banging away. Daniel Milner, great example of a guy who's won this on a number of occasions, knows what's required, has been out of the game for a little while and then come back into it. It's just incredible.
Oh, was that Triggy going down? One of the Shirkers, Nathan Trigg on the entry to the pits, dropped the bike. Now, I think he was still a little bit clear of the rider that was behind him, I believe, but still, that just shows fatigue at the end of this race. That sort of accident's not going to happen on lap number 1, but on lap 7, there's every chance that no matter how fit an athlete you are, and Triggy's really picked up his game recently too.
Correct.
Johnny's been running and riding the push bike a whole lot more than probably in seasons past. He's always been the life of the party, but he's got a finely balanced art this year in particular. He's been much fitter, I think, and he would definitely attest to that.
Yeah, look, Triggy, he's the sort of guy that he knows the ground here. He knows his race. He's raced it so many times. It's his backyard pretty much. When we look at that footage there, that's a classic of the track starting to cut up a bit, a little bit of fatigue in it, and it all plays out. We'll go a little bit further down the listing. Corey McMahon, right behind Daniel Milner there. Sam Prochera, another great local kid, going well. And right behind him, as we've spoken about, Nathan Trigg, Corey Hammond in ninth, and then Lyndon Snodgrass, who again, no stranger to this, and powering on, So like in that 10 with 1 lap to go, mate, anything could come out of this. Swear to God, I've seen it so many times where it looks clean and straight and it just does not end up that way, right?
Exactly right. The only things that we had actual footage of on that last stop were, of course, Jack Simpson. He came in, got off the bike, refueled, went to start it again, bike wouldn't fire. And so often it can flood. A hot bike never wants to start again.
Well, and that's the other thing too. Like we talk about Brodie Waters, he slipped out very early in the piece. Same deal for him, right? He pulled up, bike would not start. They tried numerous times, would not crank it, could not get it to run, and in the finish, it sounded very much like the starter motor had physically locked in that thing, and they were shot. So day done, right?
It's so heartbreaking. The amount of preparation that goes into this, and this race is far from over for Jack Simpson. You try and crunch the numbers and work out exactly what's going to happen, but at the same token, we didn't actually see the pit stop for Callum Norton, nor did we see the pit stop for Angus Reardon, Maximus Purvis, any of those.
Boy, Johnny Contract, you couldn't write this kind of drama.
I keep telling you that, right?
Oh, every time you say to me it's going to get better or it's going to get different. And so, what we know is that Callum Norton is leading.
Yep.
By 40 seconds when he left the pit area from Gussie.
Wow. See, now, we were talking about Gus earlier yesterday, right? This is a kid that's gone through all the junior development part here with Hattah, and it's paying dividends. And that offshore kick's been good for him, right? But, mate, he's in the hot seat now.
Boy, your heart goes out to Jack Simpson, mate. You couldn't fault him all weekend. I don't know what happened, whether it just flooded or something on the line. It didn't get off. They couldn't get it out of the trap. They tried to push start it, jump start it. Nothing would work. And boy, just insanity how much drama this event serves up every year.
I tell you that every year.
I know.
Right? Mate, it's almost like there's so, and I just said that to Liam, right? There's so many stories and so many things that are going on independently.
Yeah.
But in the wash of it all, the moment that the clock stops, that's when you count what the hell happened, right?
Yep.
Because there's so many parts to it, right?
I just, when you think about, I thought Callum was cooked on lap 3. They had the steg peg issue. He's had camelback issues all day. Him and his dad kind of got into it a little bit in the pits. There was tempers flaring, and I spoke to his dad before. I said, I don't know if you've ever seen a ginge when he's PI 55, but they go pretty fast. So he's certainly been fired up over the last couple of laps. Gus Reardon, what a result that would be. As you said, he's won twice in the junior, in the small wheel and big wheel. So this would be, if he could pull this one off, that's a trifecta. Has that happened much?
Look, I'd like to think that it absolutely is a rarity, right?
Yeah.
But there's not a lot that have had the ability to be able to do that, right? It's a cool gig, and unfortunately, you can try to do that or just win this thing so many times and never do it, right? So it really is a hard gig to work with, right?
Absolutely. Boy, it has been a dramatic day to say the very least. You just never expect something like that for Jack Simpson, who has dominated today. Hey, when you think about it, Maximum Purvis was phenomenal for the early part of this. In fact, still to be in the top 5, Johnny, is epic for a guy that's had no experience at this event before.
He came out of nowhere yesterday, right? And you know what? And the thing was, he delivered it in such a fashion, it was almost like, I am going to be a danger tomorrow. Watch out for me. I'm going to be there tomorrow. And sure, you know, like I look at in the top 20, you know, you got guys like Billy Hargey Jr. that's gone in, Lyndon Snodgrass ridden here a number of times, Jonty Reinders, right? Lachlan Terry, another guy that's raced here in the top 10. Jacob Sweet only dropped one spot into 11.
Yeah.
You know, like you look at these guys, they're continually providing numbers. I mean, you know, Hunter Simmons, another one that's come into the 20.
Lyndon Snodgrass was up to 5th, and unfortunately the bike, they've had an issue with the bike, and he's stuck in the pit, so been dramatic and disappointing for Lyndon. But boy, you know that this race has been cruel to Callum Norton on a senior level for the last couple of years, where they haven't been able to finish the event. So, wow. I mean, don't get me wrong, she's not over.
No. And have a look at that epic shot from in the aerial. Look at that, all the trailers and the bikes and the part of the track in that pit area. It's just incredible, isn't it, right?
So at some point, we'll get a look at who is going to come out of the scrub first. And there's only about 40 seconds in it. And as you know, Johnny Contract, you can drop 40 seconds like that. You can just overshoot a corner, or you can miss a gear, or...
Mate, this race has been so cruel to some people over the years. You know, like we could sit here and talk, or stand here and talk about where we think it looks it's going to finish, and it can be just over there. Something goes to hell in a handbag, and the whole lot just changes, right? So we get it, we see it.
I think the big thing is there's a good chance you're going to present a first-time winner, no matter what, unless Milne can pull a miracle out of the hat.
No, I think it's looking like it's going to be that way around, right?
Yeah, and it's another little page in the history book that'll make the legend look just goes on and on, doesn't it, Johnny?
Sure does.
I really got to say a shout-out to Mason Simmons, Johnny. He must be gutted. I'm pretty sure he'd be watching at some point, and look, he would have been hoping for a back-to-back, which is rare air in itself to do that, but Mace knows only too well how brutal this sport can be.
Correct. You know, and that's the other thing too, Wade. You know, the guys that have won this event in the past, even, you know, guys like Daniel Milner, right? He knows what it's like to be there. He also knows what it took to get there, right?
Absolutely.
And to say that you're going to do that year on year on year, you know, that's almost a freak level to do that, right? So there's so many things that can happen.
Boy, I remember when you told me about this event for the first time, and you put it into the words that only you can put it into, but until you come here, and Jarrett from Penrite said it well as before, he said you can watch it on stream as much as you like, until you come here and experience the atmosphere of it. Boy, Gunny's still got that stressed look on his face at the moment. He won't relax until...
I think he's chasing me, right?
Well, we're not too far away from finding out who's going to win this thing. After an epic affair... This is where a lot of the riders that are the semi-pros, we'll call them, right? They're the ones that start looking around, Johnny, because you don't want to beat the winner home.
I call them SBs, right? Sandbaggers, right? They hang back because they know that at the moment the guys get past, like, now that's the end of the deal.
Yes.
But if you jump in front of them, you got another one to roll, right?
Absolutely. We are getting much... And you're on your own for the full 38, so it's a miserable ride.
Right.
Oh, my Gideon. It is coming down here at Hattah for Penrite. Australian born, bred, made and supported since 1926. A quick break, and when we come back, our leaders are going to be closer to inside. And Johnny Contract, boy, the emotion, regardless of who gets to you first, it's going to be epic. A quick break and back in a moment.
You'll love it.
So a look at how the GPS looks. There's just 4 riders left transmitting those GPS signals. But what we do know is that the way they left the pits, Callum Norton ahead of Angus Reardon, ahead of Jack Simpson. Boy, it's been a remarkable race, and it's still far from over. And we just want to send a message to the pits as well. For all of the riders in the top 10, we need only 3 crew to come forward to that podium area that's starting to get gathered on the main straightaway. And if Johnny can hear that as well and can broadcast that same message, that only 3 crew per rider inside the top 10, please. So you would likely know if your rider is in that top 10, and if you are planning on heading down to join them at the podium, that just strictly 3 crew per rider, please, if you are in the top 10, to come down to that podium area. As the rest of our ladies' 4-lap finish line is gathered, the rest of the riders will finish that, so there's still a couple of those to lock in and officially be able to say that they finished the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Such an incredible event. Every year there's a massive story to come out of this, and another huge one in development. As we await the riders.
I can't believe this.
I really can't.
Jack Simpson, your just heart goes out to him.
It's a horror movie, an absolute horror movie.
Has he made up any ground? That's the, I don't know what we're going to learn from what we see on the screen here at the moment. Liam, I heard you say before, make sure there's only 3 crew per rider for the top 10, please. We're going to get a look when they come through, who's going to come through the scrub first. Incredible to think that Cal came in 40 seconds behind.
In the lap prior, it was out to like 1:30. He made up 50 seconds alone on track. So he's been riding in his prime. And two, whether he knew when he headed back out on track that he was actually in the lead, because there's a good chance that he didn't. So how hard do you go out and push?
I was talking to his dad before, to Cal's dad, and I said, I heard you say, that's on you, mate. There was issues with the camelback, and he said, that's on you. There was tense words in the pits, the pressure.
The steg we can fix, but anything that's in your mouth is likely your problem.
The steggies were an issue ongoing, but he certainly rode back hard, and you can bet that Toph and the team right now in Texas and Jamie and everybody are trying desperately to track the field and find out who is going to be the first bike that we see on the pace. Who will we see come out of the Mallee first? For 2024, the Penrite Hattah Desert Race has once again delivered on the scale of what the...
It's got that covered.
I just wish, the only wish list I have for next year, Liam, is a sector out there somewhere.
Anywhere.
Just so we can get
even on the way back out of the pits. We've got the one heading towards the pits. Even just out of the pits, I think would be a massive change.
Even if we just strap it to a backpacker and send it out of the scrub. I spoke very briefly to Jason Stewart. He didn't want to smile. He didn't even want to grimace. He just said, my spotter said we were 40 seconds in front of Angus when they ripped out of the pits, and Jack was about a minute behind that. What a massive, massive contribution and investment Jason Stewart and the STE team have made to desert racing since they took over this concept and really got the opportunity ready for Cal. Certainly the Mototech team, they're all good mates. They all work together in that group, and Mototech as well, a massive Mildura motorcycle entity here in town. So it's looking very much like Mildura when you think about STE and you think about Mototech as well. But we're ahead of ourselves because Jack can pull something out of nowhere.
If anyone is going to be the fire lit under them.
He has been a rocket ship.
And if he was saving himself this whole time for a last lap push to try and get away, if he's just taking his time all day, I mean, he still led 90% of the race, but if he's been roughly taking his time all day and saved a bit in the oxygen tank for this last lap, this is still far from over. Like Cal was gaining a minute and a half a lap earlier. If Jack can turn that around, this is still far from over. If that can be Jack this time on the final lap, this race is far from over in that top 3.
Well, Jack will be PI 55 as well, so
Nothing makes you ride harder and faster than when you're not happy, Jan. And he will be desperate to make back the buffer. Boy, he'll be inconsolable at the end of this because, I mean, don't get me wrong, Cal had 40 seconds to make up, and you have to wonder how much he was going to be able to do that anyway. But nobody saw the dramas coming for Jack in the pits. It just didn't fire. And we start scanning the scrub.
Yeah, we'd have to be approaching soon. We're tracking well ahead of last year's time, which is incredible to think that potentially the other direction of this venue is a lot faster, because last year's total time for Mason Semmons was 4 hours, 28 minutes. So far, we haven't even hit the 4 hour bracket, Wade. We're miles ahead of last year's times.
Just a massive effort from this Northwest Motorcycle Association. This club, this band of volunteers that have pulled on something back in 98 after reinventing it, and now it is one of the blue ribbon motorcycle events, not just on dirt, but anywhere in Australia. So we're trying to find our leaders. I'm too scared to say.
I don't say anything.
I know that Cal's gear is white. It looks like, is that a KTM? Is that Callum Norton?
Again,
or is it Jack?
I don't even want to.
So we're looking to see whether that is Callum Norton riding through the scrub right there. Angus Reardon, Jack Simpson, Cal Norton, Maximum Purvis. Take a bow, son. I know you haven't got there yet, but boy, what a performance this weekend. Daniel Milner, the three-time champ. Corey McMahon's been solid. Sam Prashira, the boys were amping him up in the pits before as well. One more lap to go, mate. Triggy's been top 10 all weekend after starting way back.
Yeah, that's a big charge by Triggy. And this is where we start to see potentially riders that'll pull up and wait for the leaders to come through, which unfortunately makes it twice as busy for the leaders.
This is where I'm trying not to see things.
Yeah, I don't want to 100% confirm until I can really.
I reckon that's Cal.
Really know.
I'm going to take a stab, but we'll try to get in a little bit tighter. I think that's his riding gear. There's orange on the mudguard at the front.
And who's close?
That looks like Cal is Reardon behind him. Boy, you couldn't script this kind of stuff. Jack Simpson, he had the lead. Cal had started to close him down. Angus Reardon had as well. Purvis led early. This race has been brutal for this man on screen in the past couple of years.
Yeah, he could have easily won this last year, Wade. He absolutely battled Mason, and he led for a portion of last year as well.
Went out early the year before. Second at Fink. The STE Engineering, STE Racing team. And he is headed towards the highway. Boy, what a moment this will be.
Does he even know? This is the other thing.
Oh, I would think. Well, you never know.
How are you going to tell him?
Yeah, you're probably right.
How would he know that he's leading if he's just pushed and pushed and pushed it and never really seen someone up ahead of him?
Look at the fans getting around him. Well, what a moment this will be for STE Racing. KTM, Motorex, all of their partners.
Boy, he's pushing. You could see his eyes through the goggles then.
He's not going to ride this one 6/10. Whereabouts is Gussie? Well, fired up a little bit there, the left hand up, like, what are you doing? What a moment this will be. Drama all the way to the finish for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Callum Norton will win the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, and he's on the chip. He is absolutely on the chip. Come on, folks, put your hands together for him. What a moment. He lays the thing down. He's absolutely spent. Now, where is second? And look at him.
Oh, that's badass.
There's his dad coming to him right now. They got after it. This will be an emotional victory. They certainly had a few words between them earlier on. And look at the emotion. He's absolutely spent. bent, Liam.
Yeah, he's got nothing left, does he? Gus Reardon comes into view. Should be the second bike home. If we haven't missed Simpson anywhere in the middle of this.
Boy, you're just gutted for Jack Simpson. Just gutted for him. Let's hope the bike has continued. We haven't seen him yet. So Angus Reardon, superb. Here he comes. Aboard the KTM. Welcome back home. A top 2 result for him. And just trying to find right now, where is Jack Simpson?
Couple of missing visors still peeling through.
Surely Jack can at least finish this thing. That would just be cruel, beyond cruel.
Oh, there's the boys, Cal and Gus. They can chat to each other.
Well, they've worked hard for it. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, what a ride from this man, Jack Simpson.
Yeah, he shook his head.
Yeah, he did.
That's so tough.
That's the one that got away because he was absolutely sizzling all weekend. Purvis, how good is that guy? Very, very good indeed. To the max. And here comes the Yamaha. So come on, Hattah, put your hands together for him. Jack Simpson. Just devastating for him to run third because, boy, wasn't it going to be a sizzling last lap between them.
This still might have happened. We could have definitely still looked down the barrel of the same result. You know, the speed that Cal followed in.
Gussie's on the pin. Come a long way back to be part of this. Oh, Johnny's down there in amongst it all. Well done, Jess, too. She's done a great job with all the social media here this weekend. Look at Ado. He's in the middle of it all. He loves it, does our mate from Blokes World. He has been in amongst all of this. Boy, I tell you what.
He's battered, isn't he?
There's not much left in the tank right there of the Ginge, is there? You just got to feel for Jack, but what a moment. We haven't seen Stew Balls yet either.
Yeah, here comes Maximus Purvis. What a stellar performance by him.
What a name. He is Maximus, this guy.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Fastest in the top 10 shootout yesterday. Doesn't do any kind of racing like this. Nothing can prepare you for a Penrite Hattah Desert Race. And Maximus Purvis, really in his first major attempt at this, to stamp it home at 4th place. We haven't seen Daniel Milner, so Purvis will definitely get 4th place in this big race. He just went bang out of nowhere yesterday into the top 10.
Yeah, and then
at a prologue, that was a phenomenal effort.
That is a moment that Jason Stewart has certainly invested heavily in right there, isn't it?
They deserve it as much as anyone does, Wade. The power of work that Stewie does and the amount of riders that he's put through their program.
Still haven't seen him. I know they're only allowed to have 3 crew per rider, but I haven't seen that little bloke with grey hair in the big set of rotors. He'll be in there somewhere with Donna and also with Geordie as well. And boy, Jack Simpson, you're a star, mate. Just not lucky, but boy, he's fast. Look at Johnny. He loves this stuff, doesn't he? He's in amongst it all. He absolutely loves it. Liam Ornger, this race, every year you go, how can a race be dramatic when it goes for 4.5 hours? There's Milne.
Comes down to the last minute. There's a minute and 8 seconds that Cal pulled on Angus Reardon, and we'd heard that was only a 40-second gap when they headed out, so Cal knuckled down. At that rate, he still might have done it. They said there was maybe a 2-minute gap that Jack had lost, and in the end he wins by 2 minutes and 6 seconds. So can you imagine the grandstand finish if Jack had have kept going too?
Oh, wow.
I mean, this is still as good as it gets, but supposedly the gap was exactly 2 minutes that he had.
Now, what a comeback for Daniel Milner to finish 5th. I'm not going to call him an old man. He ain't an old man.
No, not
but
by any means.
compared to some of these kids that are on the horizon, he's certainly got a few more years. Look at AJ, still all smiles for him as well. Gussie's there as well. Daniel just pulling up. And very shortly, we'll be going to Johnny Contract, the voice of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. And boy, Jack, how good were you, mate? Pumping a bit of Coke down to get the sugars up. But, boy, he's an ambassador too, mate.
Yeah.
Speaks really, really well. And all the way back from the USA to be part of this, along with Gussie Reardon and Sam Prashira, and so many of them come back from the USA to be part of this race.
There's no way to look pretty at the end of this race either. You take the helmet off, it just looks like you've been ran over by half the field.
Well, Cal, he looked like he was just road-trekked, didn't he?
I would love to know if he knew that he was in the lead when he headed out after the pits. The body language didn't look like that was the case, did it, Wade? When he came up and passed a couple of lap bikes with a couple of corners to go, it seemed like he was pretty up and about. And I don't think that he knew that he was leading this race until you come to the end.
Yeah, not sure if he was exalted or giving the lap rider a PI 55. I'm not sure. Boy, Corey McMahon, we're waiting on him to come through as well. My absolute admiration to every man and woman that rides this race. You have to be a certain different breed of cat.
Yeah.
To wheel a dirt bike around here. What an event. Look at the dust. Sure, the old.
Oh, I love it.
Here comes the 3 bike coming through right now. So, nice job for Corey McMahon. He'll end up 6th.
Is that Matty Healy as well that he just went past in the shot?
Yeah, we need to check the results for like Danielle McDonald and people like that as well. So, to see where our ladies class in the 8-lappers as well. We haven't seen Sam Prashira yet or Trigonometry. He won't be far away. Corey Hammond and Riley McGillivray too. Nice job for
big
Riley.
Statement, his last lap.
Top 10 if he can hang on to that. So nice job. Just coming through past us just then. Corey McMahon. No one's got anything left in the tank, Liam. You don't just ride through and you don't just jump off the bike. Wow. Courage, fitness, endurance, dedication, and a very, very set of large rotors. Apologies, and no reference, of course, to the tenacious ladies of Hattah there as well, but just to run an elite competition like this and get the 8 laps in is ridiculous. Unbelievable. 8 times 38.
Just insane.
It's like 270 odd kilometres of punishing Mallee scrub. Can't wait for the interviews. It's going to be an emotional chat, I'm sure, with Johnny Contract. Hope you're sticking around on our live stream. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Excellent to have so many people tuned in to watch this. There is Sammy Prashira making his way through. Well
How good's
done.
that for the STE team?
Yeah.
That's a massive statement.
2 in the top 10. Excellent. Big, big thanks to Anlin Network Management, to Audi Sound, Optus, now living it live and real air.
Sammy's right on it.
Toph and the Text and all this epic bunch of broadcasters that have done such a great job to...
Boy, look at Sammy.
It's almost like he's going for a personal best.
Yeah.
Wow. Penrite, to all the major sponsors, everyone will have a couple of sherbets tonight, I'm sure, at the Gateway. Huge sponsor commitment from the council, the local businesses. God, what a finish that was. In comes Corey Hammond in 8th position. Nice ride from Corey. Triggy, there he is. The fluoro Sherco colours.
And he dropped it heading into the pits on the last lap as well, right in front of a fairly good bunch of fans.
Did they give him some encouragement?
Yeah, you bet they did.
The tricky way. One of the great local characters of this region. Promotes his own race as well. And pretty good socials too if you want to get around him. He's got some wicked photos and videos, and these days a proud dad, which is scary in itself.
Isn't it?
So he pulls up on the Sherco. We're waiting on Riley McGillivray to round out the top 10. Boy, how do you have a...
There's
there
Stewie.
he is. Jason Stewart wandering through. He looks pretty low-key,
Yeah,
this
pretty
Stu Balls
humble.
at the moment, but he's like that. He's not going to be a guy that's going to stand up on top of the podium and wave his arms around, that's for sure. Very busy podium area. Johnny Contract amongst them all. These crews too, they're the hardworking, unsung heroes of this group. The mums and dads, the sponsors, the team owners, the factories that support that some of these riders get as well, and Penrite. That says it all right there. Johnny Contract, we can see you down there, mate. I think we're going to him in just a moment. Just waiting on Riley McGillivray to come through if he, in fact, he is going to be 10th. We're about to find out. We're looking for bike 18 if Riley is coming through. Of course, it locks you into the top 10 in the prologue next year.
Yeah, that's not a bad result.
That's, you probably don't even want to think about that right now, but some people will. Oh, my goodness me. It's a remarkable event. It starts with the show and shine on Friday night at Redcliffe's Oval. We go to the juniors. How good are the juniors? We see an epic day of competition for them. And then we get into the prologue yesterday for seniors. How many bikes did we do yesterday? 800.
I can't even think.
Just mega. And fully subscribed grid today. Relatively incident-free that we're aware of as well, Liam.
Yeah, it's not till the stories start to drip feed out of the next couple of weeks even, and there'll be plenty swapped tonight at the Gateway for the official presentation of the 2024 Penrite Hattah Desert Race. We look to wrap up the top 10 officially and work out who that will be. Riley McGillivray was 10th heading into the last lap.
Boy, I would have thought Jack Simpson would be almost inconsolable, but he was...
He looks in a good mood. He's in good spirits, I think.
Remarkably upbeat. When you think about it, that's second and third in consecutive years for him. And it's a long flight back to America to think about it, but he knows he had the speed all weekend. It's a good relationship he has with Yamaha and a great opportunity given to him by AJ as well. Still waiting on Riley McGillivray as we take a look over the top of the city of Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Gosh, the stories.
Such a spectacle.
It is, isn't it? It absolutely is a spectacle, Liam. It's a good word for it. When they all fire the bikes just after the anthem, and the ground shakes, just gives you chills. It looks a bit more fresh now.
Yeah.
He didn't
Funny
before.
What a few rags
It
and
looked like a cooked cabbage
bottles of water
before,
will do.
but boy, he was honking. And it was far from an ideal run. I'm sure he'll tell Johnny Contract about the tempers flaring.
Yeah.
I wandered down to check how things were going. I was like, ooh, okay.
Bail.
Awkward. But they came back like a champion team. Just waiting on our top 10 rider to come through, which we think will be Riley McGillivray. And we'll be very shortly down to Ado is right in the middle of all of it. He's done a phenomenal job. Ado, we love you, mate. So good to have you here for the second year with the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Just lives in... Not a real big golf fan these days, is Ado, but...
I bet he is. I bet he is.
All part of the experience for him with Hattah this year. I think Stu Balls is off to the snow for a couple of days with Donna, I think, actually, after all this. So
bit of a cool down.
They made that as the plan already. It wasn't a celebrationary concept. But
I reckon the snow would be fairly cheap comparatively.
Now, is this Riley McGillivray?
Yeah, definitely.
Good job, Riley. It's a lonely old ride for 10th. It always looks like that's the last corner, but they actually have another loop to go. That's where we saw Cal. I would love to know whether he was flipping off the lap rider or he was pumped up, or I'd love to know. Not sure if that's something that Johnny can ask him or not, but he was certainly animated in that last sort of 500 metres.
Yeah, it'd be really fascinating to know if he knew for that whole lap that he was controlling the race from, the minute he left the pits or not. There's no way to really know that. They've got, of course, spotters around the track, and they try and walkie-talkie and do whatever they can to communicate to the team how they're going and their positions on track, but how do you really hand signal it at top speed, high gear that you're leading? There's no real way to know for certain.
The war stories start. Here's where you start telling your stories. And everybody's got one. Doesn't matter whether you win or whether you run 418th.
Yeah.
I'd love to know too the various category winners. There's under 19s to be factored. There's veterans, there's masters. There's all the various categories within, with 251 to 450 4-stroke and 2-stroke, and of course the 4-lap ladies and 8-lap ladies. The stories are always epic. So too is the event. This is where legends are made for sure. Well done to Hattah. Well done to the Northwest Motorcycle Club, and well done to all the team at Penrite as well. Jared and his team, gee, they work hard, don't they?
Oh, it's remarkable. It really is. They make this event their own. Be plenty of spotlight
You just
on
can't,
Cal.
going back, Liam, you just can't believe those scenes when we saw Jack just trying to fire the bike.
Oh,
It's like, no, surely not. But, you know, when you punish a machine like these guys do,
it's just...
the mechanical part of it and the human aspect of it, when you marry those two things together, the improbabilities are absolutely endless. Look at the dust and the driving wind. There'll still be recovering bikes and people finishing laps for probably another hour at least. So the work is not over for this hard-working club and their committees and volunteers. Still so much more to do. Getting awfully busy down in Victory Lane, and Johnny Contract is standing by.
We are down here for presentation for what is an amazing event. All these people, holy hell! Join today. This is the cool bit, right? This is where we get to talk to everybody that's put the hard yards in and done the damage, right? So let's quickly move through shortly to third place, which we'll talk to in a moment. Well, third place today, albeit that he had some dramas. Please make it Jack Simpson. Gee, what a day!
Yeah, I know, what a day, that's for sure. You know, I couldn't have lost any work. Unfortunately, the bike didn't fire at the pit on the last one. The whole day, not say a change, I focused and I really... Yeah.
You did, and I can tell you, AJ was talking to me earlier. Grab a shot of this down here. Right in here, there's a pinhole in the radiator. You lost every drop, mate. Come home on a melted engine. I mean, if that's just an incredible effort, right?
No, I told him. I noticed that early all over my boot on the first lap. So, yeah, testament to his motor. You know, if they can run for 8 laps with me on it, that's pretty impressive. You know, Tune Tech for doing the suspension. All of our sponsors, Thor, a couple of personal sponsors, 60, 100%. Alpine Star Australia for getting me through. But, yeah, it's fueled me up like I've always been fueled up to try and win. But this one, mate, getting it pulled from me right at the end, couldn't have hurt any more.
Well, mate, I got some goodies for you, right? I got a third plate here. Do you know what that means? You get a... So next year, that's for you, right?
Thank you.
And on top of that, like the state, you get one of these. Look at this. Mate, how cool is that, right?
Yes, no, appreciate Hattah for putting on this awesome event, bringing the motocrossers, the off-roaders, the desert racers, international guys back, all of us Aussies coming back for it. It's getting bigger and better, and yeah, I hope I'm around for a while we can watch it grow and get it to the top.
Jack, mate, it is absolutely a pleasure to have you here, mate. I dead set mean that. I love having you here. You're a good guy. Whoop it up, Jackie Simpson! Righty, down this end of town next. Rightio, let's have a look down here. I'm looking for bike number 4, second home, and it's one of our local guys. Let's make him welcome, Angus Reardon. Hey, Gus, great to have you back home. It's better to have you here in the 3, right?
It's always good to be home, and especially to my favourite race of the year.
Gus, this is a really cool day, right? Because I've given stuff to you over the years in juniors. Seniors now, mate, the big gig, and you got the tickets as well, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do the senior race. I remember getting medallions from Callum and Milner, Snotty, all of them when I was in the juniors, even Pricey. And it was just one day I wanted to race in the senior race and put her on the overall podium.
You know, and the thing is too, like you're offshore doing a lot of stuff now in the US, and but there's always that piece, not just about coming home to be home, right, and to be with your family and the like, but this thing just draws you back, doesn't it?
Yeah, at the start of the year, I thought I wasn't be able to make it, but schedules lined up and I was like, I have to do it.
And mate, look what you got out of this. Second place is just cool, right? I mean, one more to go to move further up, but good starting spot for you, right?
No, it is a good spot. In races like this, you got to learn a lot. So I'm about, I was in second until I came on, and my family gave me the P2.
Mate, that is a cool feeling, right?
Yeah, it was unreal.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, bit of goodies for you. You get one of those, right? That means you come back next year.
I have to now.
You got to defend it, go one better. And you get one of these, right? Look at this. This one's yours.
Cheers.
Mate, wait till you walk into the bank, try and cash that one, right?
I think I'm going to go tonight.
Good on you, buddy. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
Just massive thanks to the whole Mototech KTM crew. We've got a small crew behind us. Mum, Dad, Deck Tech, my mechanic, transport, and all my family and friends are coming out. It means a lot.
Well, mate, there they all are. Give them a shout out. Let's hear it for him. Our local boy, Angus Reardon. What a kicker. So cool, right? Alrighty. 5:01. First home. There you go. Callum Norton. Let's hear it for him. Cal, big day.
Yeah, massive. I'm stuffed. That boys had me pushing hard all day, and that was surprising, really. I had a little drama there early on, so dropped a few places and then just pushed hard all race. Just thought I'll, push hard until I drop, and I was stuffed that last lap. I honestly thought I was in second. Simo rode a great race, spewing for him. Never want to win it like that, so it sucks. But I mean, we've all had bad luck, and it just happens sometimes. So we'll take it and go from there. But yeah, I got the pit board out the back with 5-10 minutes to go and seen P1, and I was like, wow, I couldn't believe it. So I was stoked.
Hey Cal, I've been here with you before in this very lane, right? When you finish sort of down in the field and you just smashed. Like this place literally smashes you, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Back in 2018, we had the dramas again. I've come from last to the top 10, and you just got to never give up. All the kids, could have easy just thrown it in there halfway through the race, and but just thought stuff it. Why not push hard? This race is 4 hours, so you just never know what can happen. And as we've seen, and lucky to come home in first, but stoked to get this one because it's been a long time coming, and I'll be coming back for a long time. And we got Gus Reardon, all the young boys, Sammy P, and Simo's going to be around for a long time. Awesome to have Milner back. So there's guys like that. There's anyone that could have won this, and I'm stoked it's me. And we'll have a good chill out tonight and big quiet week, I reckon.
Well, Cal, to get to here, there's a lot of people that have helped you, and I know that the team's pretty proud of the fact that they've taken the number one plate this weekend. So shout outs to the boys, right?
Yeah, it's massive. Firstly, Jason Stewart, I would not be here without him, and this bike's awesome. It's a beast, and just the whole team's it's like one big family. There's so many crew, there's so many guys that just come out last minute between here and Fink and just the training. I can't even explain it. It's unbelievable, and I'm just stoked to get them the win. And obviously Scott Watts from Dirt Bike Services. And he's been at that workshop for lots of hours every day working on this thing, making it good for me. That suspension, his suspension, it was perfect. We've been putting the hard yards in over at Nwinji sort of 4, 5, 6 days a week. Thanks to Andy Marwood for letting me train out there. And I think, we obviously put in the work and made it happen. And it's been a long time coming, so I'm stoked.
Mate, I'm going to ask you a question, and probably never been asked this one before, but I'm going to ask it, right? Do you think you'll ever part with this bike? Does this bring you so much memories for the year that you've had so far?
I think so. I think this thing will go up in Stewie's shed for sure. So, and then I hope maybe one day I can maybe get it off him, but that's going to be a bit of a battle, I reckon. So, and also, there's a shout out. There's so many people in Mildura. I've been coming up here since I was 12 years old. So there's the Stockmans and the Phillipses and Bashirs, everyone over in Golgol that's helped me out over the years. The Adamses as well. LAR, he was there for 4 or 5 years, and he was out there every day with me as well, and Deck and all that. So there's so many people that have helped me out over the years in this town. So it's great to get a win, and no, I'm stoked.
Well, mate, before you got a to give you, you know how important that one is for next year, right?
Yeah, 100%. We get to go first, so that'd be interesting, but we'll be back again.
And one more. It's like the steak knife thing, right? One of those too, right? Look at that.
Beautiful. Stoked. So, it's all about the, this stuff's cool, but happy to just be here and part of the event.
Good on you, mate. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, winner of our 24 event this year, Callum Norton. Let's hear it for him. Whip it up, right? Now, I've got one more giveaway. One more thing I've got to do, right? And I'll take nothing away from this guy. He rode his heart out today. He came literally nowhere yesterday. He put the challenge. Let's want here to chat to Maximum Purvis. Maximus, well, good to have you here at this end, buddy. Mate, tough gig out there, right?
Yeah, no, it was definitely pretty tough, but it was all good fun.
Mate, the reason that I want to have a chat with you is because you came out of literally nowhere yesterday and you threw a challenge on the table and everyone went away doing the math. It's like, what do we do to beat this guy today, right? Because it was literally a blinder yesterday. Do you have any idea how fast you were yesterday?
I felt good, so and put a good time in, yeah, so it was all good.
And then you turned up today and you backed it up with an awesome ride. Mate, I cannot thank you enough for coming down here and getting involved with this event and bringing what you bring. And because of that, we'll provide you with this one, first of all, which is your top 10 shoot winner. Well done.
Cheers, man.
Good work. We'll hand out the plates for 4 to 10 shortly, and in the background we'll make sure we make plenty of noise for these guys. Ladies and gents, what an amazing event we've had so far today, and we'll quietly work our way through the field now for our top 10 very shortly.
So dramatic circumstances throughout the course of the day. Liam Ornger, let's have a look at back. I never get sick of that view. Here's a look at the start. Purvis, mate, that guy is a star on the rise. No doubt about that. To come here and it ain't motocross.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. He set the pace early.
Yeah, he did.
No doubt about that on bike 4.27. Him on screen right there. I'm certain he'll be back. I don't know how you could get a taste for this event and not want to come back again. Potentially they change up the game plan just a little. We watched them all day use a funnel and a jerry can to fill that bike too, which I thought was really special.
Yeah, it was very old school in a lot of ways. It was very motocross. Oh. This is how heavy conditions got. We saw dramas early for Callum Norton. He had camelback issues.
Oh, that's a big launch.
Getting some good air, weren't they? This guy here was a rocket ship. He said to me before, just then, Liam, we'll definitely be back. No doubt about that. So, and even AJ was relatively upbeat about it. But I think Jack is just a quality operator on many different levels. The way he spoke, the way he presented himself, just did a tremendous job. This is kind of like where your day can end up sometimes as well. Plenty of heartbreak, plenty of raw emotion, plenty of bent bikes, plenty of battered bodies. But these guys just make it look so easy, don't they?
He did, didn't he? All day, Jack was really the one to beat throughout all the laps. It seemed to be Callum Norton that was the fastest lap after lap after lap, but Jack was the one that controlled this race from the very get-go. Maximus led the opening lap, but pretty quickly Simpson played a role. Yeah, he was solid. Him and Deck Tech, the whole team. Corey McMahon was riding there. Sammy Prashira for STE Racing as well. To have two bikes in the top 10, I think is really remarkable for Jason Stewart and the wealth of people that are behind that team that make that possible.
Corey McMahon was solid as well. It was tricky sometimes. There is Sam Prashira getting out of the hole, and it started to get pretty fierce in the pit area. And we thought at this point that Jack Simpson was well and truly on his way, but how good Amy Butler taking out the ladies 4-lap class. Did an excellent job from Emma Haylock, I think, as well, and very, very pleased to get some cold water after that. Well done to all the ladies there. Now, it was this guy you would think was his race to lose. Though we did know that in the background, Callum was coming.
Yeah, to maintain that pace, Callum was definitely the fastest pretty well all day long. That's him coming into screen now, chasing down Gussie Ridden. This is where really it all went wrong for Simpson in particular. They rolled into the pits with Only 5 seconds separating them all. So Gus goes into the pit, perfectly executed by Deck and the team there. Kept Gussie right in the race, McMahon in screen, and that's where it all started to change. Callum Norton was really on the charge, and he was looking to be the one to do it, even if nothing had gone wrong. The pace that Cal had brought into the last 6 laps since those dramas with the pegs is Triggy on screen. Such a character for this sport. Callum was making this race his own, all the while in the background. He slipped back to 6th place 2 laps in and just charged back. It seemed like it might have always been Cal.
Johnny Contract, let's go down to you.
Good opportunity now to walk through the field and give out the remainder of the plates for the top 10 this year. This gives them an opportunity to the first 10 bikes away next year in Prologue if they want to come back. It's their right, they've earned it. In 4th, and he did an amazing job, is Maximus Purvis. So Maximus will give you number 4. Look at that. 4th bike away next year if you come back, mate. I know you're coming back, yeah?
Yeah, no, definitely coming back.
Good on you, buddy. Well done. Rightio, let's move down the field. Daniel Milner, 4-7. Hey, Daniel, great to have you back.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. She was, I forgot how brutal this race is, that's for sure. It's, I obviously had a bit of a rough prologue yesterday, so I tried, making some moves early on and just blew up. The boys were riding super fast. Hats off to them boys for the pace they were running early on, and and they just held it. So it's quite impressive to see, especially Callum. He dropped back a bit and then come back past me. I tried to jump on him, but no, he was out of there. So pretty impressive to see, and the track was absolutely brutal as always. I think every time we do it, we say it gets worse and worse, but you set your bike up for one condition and then it gets dry and it turns into a complete different condition, and you're fighting your bike the whole time. So I know everyone that I've spoke to has said the same thing. So it's everyone will be going back next year and changing it up. But no, it was definitely a brutal race. But happy to finish. Not happy with the result, obviously. If we keep going, we'll come back and go pretty hard next year to get back up on that top 3.
Mate, I've got to be honest with you. I love talking to you because you're the sort of guy that's just so honest and so open about what goes on. And you're just one of the really good guys in this game, right? So, mate, I swear to God, please keep coming back because I just love talking to you, mate. I dead set mean it. Who are you got to thank?
Massive thanks to the KTM group. There's so many people to thank. That's the biggest thing. It's been running my own team. It's a big build-up to this race. And, a massive thanks to Mick, Nath, Coops, Wiki, Dobby for sending down his quick fill setup for me and stuff like that. Just all my the sponsors that are associated with my team, a massive thanks to them. And here in Mildura, obviously putting this event on is a big thing, and it's such a cool event. And just to see the crowd and everyone here every year, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Especially being away for 2 years, it's massive. So it's awesome to see, and I'm looking forward to if I'm not racing, I'll be still here. That's for sure.
Good on you, Daniel. Well done. And one more thing, that's yours, mate. That means if you come back, you know what that means? 5th away.
Yeah, well, that'll be nice. It'll be a bit easier than my prologue yesterday, that's for sure. But I might just have to come back just to do that then, eh?
That's why we give those out, right? That's your invitation back, right?
Yeah, a bit of motivation. That's good.
Good back. Come back to the party and dance, right? All good. Rightio, let's move down the list a little further, and we're going to talk to number 6, which is bike number 3 today, believe it or not, Corey McMahon. Corey, a huge day, mate. It is a killer out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a brutal day. Missed the mark with the bike a bit. Didn't realise it was going to get so choppy and dry, but not really happy with where we are. But we learn a lot today for the next couple of years, and we'll take that away from today.
Bike went brilliantly today, right?
Yeah, bike was awesome. Just missed the mark with the setup. My fault really. I was going off last year with it wet and rough. Was thinking that it was going to be the same, and ended up pretty dry and choppy, and it was just a bit too stiff, and no one's fault but mine.
Well, mate, I got to be honest with you. I think you've put in a pretty solid number of hours behind the bars on this thing, and for that, we give you one of these. As I said to Daniel, that's your invitation back, mate. 6th away next year.
Yeah, 100%. I'll be back next year for more. Makes me hungry, and that's what a disappointing result does for you. It makes you want to come back and better that again, and that's exactly what we'll do next year.
Team to thank?
Oh, yeah, just got to hats off to the whole Gas Australia team. The 500 was awesome all weekend. Choice suspension for listening to me and setting my bike up the way it needs to be for me, and everyone else that helps me along the way. Gal Street Recycling and Exclusive Switchboards, Cassins Australia, Bell Helmets, Garnet Boots, and O'Neill Race Gear. Thank you.
Well, mate, well done. Travel safely. Looking forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you.
Good on you. Corey McMahon, ladies and gents, move down the path a little further to the 34 bike. Another of our locals, believe it or not, in Sam Pachera. Sam, well done, buddy. Good ride the day today, albeit that you probably would like to have been further up. But, mate, there's a lot of blokes behind you, seriously.
Nah, pretty happy. It was a tough race as usual, but definitely happy to just get through it. And I'm pretty happy with 7th. I mean, it's stacked field, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Absolutely, and I mean, as a junior coming through this event, you know that grounding over there is so important for this race, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think even just being local helps. Like obviously the dirt's the same and everything. We don't get to ride this track, but everything helps, and everything helps for this race anyway. So,
mate, people you want to thank? Big list of them.
Probably just mum and dad and the whole SCE team. They were really helpful. Good pit stops and everything today. So. Yeah, just all those guys, and yeah.
Well, Sam, I've got something for you. It's like a special invitation to come to the dance next year, right? 7th away, that's got to be cool for next year.
Yeah, definitely. I've been 7th away before, so it'd be good to come back next year and see if I can go a bit further up.
Mate, you earned it. You use it, right?
Thank you.
Good on you. Sam Pachera, ladies and gentlemen, got number 7 out of the whole gig. We'll move down the field a little further. This one, the number 5 bike. I'm looking for Corey Hammond. Hey, Corey, how are you? Be careful of that one. You're a bit battered and bruised there, buddy, mate. Big day for you.
Yeah, not too bad. I was on a bit of a different nutrition plan this year, so it's the strongest I've finished at Hattah. I felt pretty good, so I definitely had some more laps in me at the end there. So
there's so many things you think you could take into consideration for this race, and literally there's nothing that says you can actually think of everything. Like, there's so many factors in this race, isn't there?
Yeah, even suspension tests and nothing quite prepares you for the way the track chops up and what the body's got to go through out there. I think it's just, gym work, bike time, and just a bit of good nutrition. And, hardest thing is trying to stay on these front boys straight away. Like, their sprint speed's insane, so I lost sight of them straight away, and by lap 3, I was just sort of on my own out there.
And Corey, that's probably that's an amazing bit to talk just quickly too. You know, when you're out there on your own like that, it's about setting your own pace in your mind, running to that pace and trying to just keep chipping away lap after lap, not lose, try to gain without pushing that hard that you just bin the whole lot as well, yeah?
Yeah, you really got to stay locked in. It's easier to, like, the mental fatigue to make silly mistakes, and it's always good when you can see one of the boys in front of you. It gives you that little bit of push. So you just got to try and, keep pushing and, keep charging.
Solid team behind you this year, Corey?
Yeah, I've only got a small crew around me, but I've got the right people, so I think we do pretty good for, I still work full-time and all that, so I think I do all right. So just keep chipping away and, keep improving.
Now, shout them out for us, mate. Give them a spiel.
Well, they're right behind me here. Got some good people back home. They're probably watching, so some good local businesses, and my boss is really good with letting me have time off and whatnot. So it's a team effort putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. You got to have the right people in the fuel stops and whatnot. So I can't thank everyone enough. So.
Well, mate, your boss had better be good to you, because I'm going to give you an invitation card to come back next year. Mate, that's 8th away next year. That gives you a good shot in the 10 to actually get a pretty good prologue time next year if you come back, right?
Yeah, that's it. It's one of them races. You hurt when you're done, but you always come back. So we'll be back next year, and hopefully, can get a bit further up, see how we go.
Corey, I wish you all the very best for the remainder of your season. I really hope things fall for you, and I'm really looking forward to having you back next year, right?
Thanks everyone, all the volunteers and committee for putting on a great race. I think I'm 12 years deep on this race now, so done a few.
Mate, it's a commitment, isn't it, right?
Yeah, it is. It's we just got back from Fink a few weeks ago, so this is only 10 hours down the road, so this is a nice and close one, and it's good fun.
Good work. Travel safely. Well done. Right, we move into the next one, which is position 9. And this is another of our local guys who seems to just keep popping up and being part of it. And I'll squeeze through here. Please make him welcome, Nathan Trigg. Well, Triggy, It's a love-hate relationship, this joint, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. A lot more love, I reckon, than hate. But yeah, I had a lot of fun out there, and yeah, I sort of appreciate it. But people were helping me and actually make it possible. It was good. Yeah, like I was at work Monday, Tuesday, and then just jump on the bike this weekend. So no, it was sick to have good machinery under me and stuff. So yeah.
And Trigger, you know, like we talked about before, you know, as much as you're a local doesn't mean that that's an advantage. Like it's an advantage, but it's not the best draw card in town, right? Because everybody's equal, all having a shot at it, right? And you know how tough and how hard this joint is, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Probably the thing that gives you like a better chance is just the amount of times you've done it, really. And yeah, I've done it a few times now. So, but yeah, they changed up the track this year, and I was going across a straight and I thought that it should have just kept on going, and next minute we got a hook turn back the other way, and I was like, oh, bloody hell, here we go, and yeah.
Like to keep you on your toes, right?
Yeah, that's right, certainly did that.
Mate, in the top 10, you got to be happy with that, right?
Yeah, pretty pumped. Number 9, but I would have liked to be a little bit further up. My goal was top 5, but considering what I've sort of, my preparation and all that, yeah, I'm stoked with 9th. It's good to be in the top 10, so yeah, it's cool.
Dude, who do you need to thank?
Big thanks to Sherco, Mallee Motorcycles, Chad's Off-Road, thing was unreal. The family, Timmy, everyone in the pits, Craig, everyone's done an unreal job. And yeah, everyone associated with the team, 94 Visuals and stuff, helping us out. So yeah, no, it's unreal. Thank you.
Good work. And I'll give you one of these. You know what that is, don't you?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's number 9, but it's not an ice cream lid, this one.
No, it's an invitation to party right next year with us.
Yeah, that's right. It'll be good.
Good on you, Triggy. Make sure you come back and see if we can't turn that up and make it a straight one, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to be a little bit lower, and I think if I put in a little bit more work, I'll be able to do it, yeah.
What do you reckon, guys? You reckon you can do it next year? There you go. You there. You're coming back.
Yeah, definitely.
Good on you, Nathan Trigg, ladies and gents, and... well, not last but least, we'll talk to Riley McGilvray down here on number 10. So, hey, Rolls, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, good.
Mate, you look like you've had an awesome day, haven't you?
Yeah, not too bad, really. Just trying to get up a little bit further and further every year. But, best result yet, so I'm stoked.
Best finish for you so far, right?
Yeah, 100%. 10th is, the best. I had a bit of bad luck last year and had a bit of a big off. But, obviously back this year and trying to push myself up where I should be.
You know, it's a funny thing. I always ever say to the guys at Ride Hattah that, you know, for every one of those years you have a really bad one, it will reward you with something good, right? So top 10 for you, that's a good spot to be coming into next year, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's, like you said, a good spot for prologue again next year, and just do it all over again and try and, get the clean prologue that I didn't quite have yesterday, but, just tried to keep pushing forward as quickly as I could and, then just maintain it, I guess.
Well, you fixed the prologue thing today for next year, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm going to fix that by giving you one of these. That's your invitation to party with us next year too, right?
Yeah, 100%. Thank you.
Dude, who do you need to thank for all the work this year to get you to where you are here?
Yeah, we've got a small but unreal crew. Firstly, big thanks to Dave. He's been spinning spanners all year, but especially for this race, he's put in a lot of work, a lot of hours to get my bike out. As everyone's seen, it looks pretty cool, and obviously, it lasted the race, and just stoked with that. Massive thanks to Mum and Dad, obviously, for always coming along to all the races. Big thanks to KTM Group, A1, Monza Imports, all the sponsors associated with it all. And Jonesy from TuneTech Suspension for all his work as well. It's obviously pretty hard to set up a bike for this sort of stuff, but we've got this thing handling really good. And stoked for next year.
Well, Riley, all the very best for the rest of your season and what you've got in front of you. Make sure you travel safely and do what you need to do. But in 12 months' time, I need to see you back here partying with us, all right?
100%, you will.
Good on you, Riley. Riley McGilvray and in top 10. One more thing we need to do. We need to go up here and find these 3 guys and see who's going to get wet first. And trust me, I'm going to be on the move. Right, let's see if we can find them. Where are they? Where are we, boys? I'm chasing Jackie. Pop you here, Jack. Pop you over here, dude. I need Angus. Where's Angus? Pop you here, Cal, and I'm looking for Angus wherever he is. He won't be far away, trust me. Here he is. All righty. All righty. This is how this works. When you win an event like this, right, there is another advantage. You get the bottle first, right? You ready? Second. Third, Jackie. Mate, that's your bit to work out, not mine. Let's hear it for them as they get ready to shake up and run for what is a total celebration for a great day's work. Ladies and gents, wait till they got all their corks ready to roll and then we'll run with the winners for today for 2024. Here we go. Jackie's going to get wet. Nice to celebrate with him. There you go, Gus. Hey! He's done that before, right? And a big thanks to the guys from Lindemans as well for getting involved and helping us out with some blow-off today, right? Celebrate, guys. What a cool thing, right? And while they're doing that, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going over to Penrite. I'm going to go and celebrate with those guys for a minute with all of you because I've got a heap of... They want to move and we're going to sell some stuff, right? So let's go down there and do that with them.
So let's have a little bit of a look back at some of the remainder of the highlights package of what has been a truly monumental Penrite Hattah Desert Race. As Penrite nearing on that 100-year centenary coming up in 2026. So if you remember, Riley was starting to get awfully hot in the kitchen and nobody saw this coming. This was routine stuff, Liam,
Everything's
for Jack
going
Simpson.
beautifully right up until this point. One last gel. It's going to be heartbreaking for him to look back and watch these moments.
What? I didn't hear. Did he get to explain to Johnny Contract what actually happened? Because it just didn't fire.
No.
And you cannot even, you would not even expect this at this point.
No, and the bike was so hot. So there was a pinhole in the radiator from the first lap. He said he had a wet boot on that side that, God, it's not getting any better at that point. So there was a pinhole in the radiator from lap 1 and he just ran hot all day, and I think it got to a point where it just wasn't going to go
down.
Trig dog.
Nearly got run over as well for his trouble. And this was not something anybody expected. Gussie Reardon and Callum Norton both ripping by Jack and heading out into the Mallee scrub for the final time. And boy, now I'm intrigued to know too, was Cal getting up and about or was he...
Yeah, so they told him, obviously, 5 or so laps from home on one of the pit boards. They had crews around the track letting him know that he was P1, 5 minutes from home, and then I'm waving him in from here. He'd have to be very aware that he's the leader when the crowd are getting up and about as he's on the charge home.
But remember, he put his left arm up, like I'm not sure if it was celebrating or if it was, and I can't imagine that it would have been, but it was almost like either that or he was unhappy with the rider in front or something. But at this point, you have to wonder what's going through his mind, just thinking, just hold it together, hold it together. He's been fast at this place before. Liam, we know that. He's been in a position to win this place before as well.
He's in a very similar position last year to Jack Simpson this year. He knows exactly what it can mean to lead that race. He didn't lead it quite as long last year as Jack Simpson did this year, but he knows exactly what heartbreak at this event can feel like, and he bowed out of massive lead contention last year. So to bounce back this year, and I know he mentioned that in his speech, that it's not the way he wanted that to happen, that Jack's bike didn't go, but man, this might have still been the same result because Cal was the fastest bike all day. There's no doubt about that. He didn't lead much of the race whatsoever, and he was as far back as 6th.
This is the moment here, Liam, and I was thinking, what is the go here? Was he not happy that the guy had ridden up out of the way, or what was the...
Well...
It's hard to...
Might have been the yellow flag even. Officials might have tried to flag him down. It seemed like the rider gave him plenty of room, yeah.
Anyway, we do know is that he's on his way to victory lane. This is a replay of the last 2 corners. And Callum Norton will wrap up the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
And wrap it on.
On the chip. He had nothing left either. When he pulls up here, Gunny pulls him up and he just laid the bike down. Literally had nothing left. I reckon he sore too, like a bit of lower back pain or something like that. He just seemed like he was a bit sore. But to put it down, and then in they come. There comes big, tall Michael, BTM, rolling in. And then Dad was the first one there, and it was pretty emotional because they had a bit to say to each other earlier on as well. Tempers were fraying. It's an emotional sport. There's a lot of pressure on, and you can see he hasn't got anything left in the tank.
Not at all. Gussie Reardon, not enough can be said about his efforts here this weekend. One of the local favourites, and he absolutely outperformed, I think, even their own expectations. He knew coming in what he wanted to do, and they had a result in mind. But to go P2 in this big race, he came in as 4th from last year, and to lock it in P2 and go a couple of spots better, this puts him in really good stead for next year.
Imagine if he'd won it. I quizzed John Contract on this before. Would he be one of the first people to have won in all 3 classes? Because he won big wheel, small wheel, and then win seniors. So that's something that's on the radar, perhaps, for him going forward.
That was close.
Yeah, it was. But this is the kind of, there you go, number 2, he says, he rides up, and all the family, the Reardon family, have given him wonderful support, and that's a cool moment there, right there as well. Very tight-knit community here, and Ado right on the job as well. Some epic images, and how about this guy?
Man.
He's going to win this race. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
It might not be today, but he will win this race.
Did everything right all day. Absolutely all day. And, he said that pinhole in the radiator from really lap 1, and the bike would have been ridiculously hot by the end of that and just didn't want to refire. So that's what will happen. I think the engine ended up burning down when they pulled up too. So, tough break for Jack Simpson. Still ends up 3rd. There's nothing wrong with that at all. He was 2nd last year. He goes 3rd this year, which is still commendable given the result that could have been if that bike didn't even go and you end up not rendering a result. Puts you out of the top 40 next year as well. That's a very tough climb back in. But Cal's proven it can definitely be done outside of that top 40.
I reckon a lot of people are going to head to the Gateway Tavern for a coldie or 3.
Pretty good
Hope
chance
you've
of that.
enjoyed our coverage. Wade Ornger and Liam Ornger here today. Johnny Contract, the voice of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Thanks to Glenn Bell for dropping in as well. Thanks to Jared from Penrite for a chat. Thanks to Shannon Moyler for dropping in, of course, and Johnny popped in as well. Please drive home carefully if you're on your way home from the venue. Thanks for tuning in as well on the live coverage. Well done to the Northwest Motorcycle Club. Massive effort from their committee, their huge army of volunteers, and well done to the team that make this broadcast possible. To Toph and all the team, and Tex and Jamie and Wombat and all the team that have done such an amazing job, and Big Tall Michael, etc. Congratulations to another amazing broadcast. We look forward to seeing you in 2025 for the 27th Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
How good is that?
Ready for a coldie?
Bring it on.
Let's do it.
In bulk.